Report shots fired. Report shots fired.
I repeat, we got one in custody. I repeat, we got one in custody.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome. We are live here. It is 6:07 p.m. 7:07 p.m. Eastern time. Shout out to everybody that is coming through right now. Yes, I do want to jump into some things. So let me pull this up real quick. Boom. Chantel, nice to see you, by the way. How you doing? Summy time, how you doing? Carissa, nice to see you. Diane, nice to see you. As you guys are coming in, make sure you hit that like button as it pushes us. Hashtag FTA, you know what that is if you've been here. But again, there is some things that came out. I want to check this body language out. The body language expert on mom. I want to see what he says, what he thinks about that. So we're going to jump into that. Flower Power, nice to see you. Nice. I appreciate you coming by the stream. Shout out to everybody in here. Give yourself a round of applause. Chrissy, nice to see you. Nice to see you, Sims. Gretchen, nice to see you. Mucka says, I was actually very surprised at his interpretation. Okay, so let's go ahead and jump in and check it out right off the rip.
Hey, everybody. Dr.
Whoa. Hold on. Let me edit that. That's loud. All right, let me make it a little smaller, maybe right there. Okay.
G here. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist and body language expert, and today we're going to be analyzing the behavior and body language of Jennifer Soto. Jennifer Soto is the mother of Madeline Soto, whose body was recently recovered after she went missing for a few days. Jennifer's boyfriend has been arrested due to illicit content on his phone that he attempted to wipe. In addition, he's considered a suspect in the murder of Madeline Soto.
How's it going?
Before we get started, a couple of quick things. One, I wanted to remind you that this is not a psychological evaluation of any kind. These are just my opinions. In addition to that, I do want to remind you to...
By the way, and if you were just coming in, it's not a show where I'm just going to sit here and watch videos. We will go over some videos. We'll go over articles as we usually do. Any emails that you guys send in that you think is important that we check out about this story, whether it's regarding Steven Stearns or anything about mom, we could go over those also. Again, open mind platform. I love hearing from a lot of you. But before we dive in to, taking phone calls and going over some stuff, I want to go over a few videos and then we can dive straight in. Lines wide open. So what's going on? Bravo, it's nice to see you, John. Nice to see you, brother. I hope you're doing good. Chef Jay, nice to see you. Justine, nice to see you. I appreciate you coming by the stream. Hi, back to you. Digital Rebel, locked on and locked in. Again, what did you guys think about? Okay, so for real, I want honest opinions because people are hitting me up like, oh, well, people are trying to badger me over that Rick phone call from allegedly Steven Stearns' friend. I don't know if that's Steven Stearns' friend. I personally thought it was a troll. That's just my personal opinion. I clipped it and uploaded it. Obviously, it's been sent in multiple times now. So not just by myself, but by others who have emailed and said, man, that call freaked me out so much that I had to report it. I was like, yeah, well, a lot of us did. A lot of us reported it. So if you heard that phone call, what was your thoughts of that phone call? Because I personally felt like it was a troll. But how you feel about it, I don't know. Hoping you're feeling better. I feel great. I feel like $1 million. Nice to see you, by the way. As you guys are just coming in, make sure you hit that like button. Let's see if we can hit 1,000 in 30 minutes. No.
You can subscribe if you want to see more content just like this. All right, let's go. What we're going to be looking at today is an interview with Jennifer Soto while Madeline was missing, but before her body was found. Let's just jump right in.
Jennifer Soto, JENNIFERSOTO.
Mother.
Troll.
So you're already going to notice that she has a tremendous amount of anxiety coursing through her. Her head is shaking because her body is shaking so much. That's a lot of adrenaline. Now, anybody whose child is missing is going to feel anxious. So we've got a baseline of just feeling anxious. We're going to go ahead and start with that, and we'll see what else emerges.
Jennifer, tell me how you feeling right now.
You can also see that her lips are pursed. She's biting on her lips or keeping her lips tucked in. We oftentimes see that as a way to pacify ourselves. Sometimes it's a way to not say something. Usually if we're talking and asked a question and we remove our lips, That's a way of not wanting to respond. She's already doing it, so I see that more right now as a pacifying behavior than an attempt not to say something.
Nice to see you, Tia. Thank you for coming by.
I can't breathe. All I keep thinking about is, where is she? Is she safe? Is she okay? But we're all a wreck. My entire family is a mess.
Yeah, that's not bad.
We're just so worried.
Her emotional expression is interesting.
Disgusting.
I think that's the only way that I can describe it. It's not typically how you would expect someone to respond. That doesn't mean she's doing it wrong, but the way that she looks versus the way that she sounds is very different. She appears very anxious. Her body's shaking. And yet there's a quality about the way she's speaking that seems very calm and casual. It's a very interesting mix of two very different ways of expressing oneself, but it can be confusing to see this.
When did you first realize, or when did you file a missing report?
We filed a missing report. We called the police at like 4:45 yesterday, 4:45 p.m. But she actually went missing.
Now, I want you to keep in mind, she's being asked questions and she's responding directly. She is answering the exact questions that she's being asked. This cannot be said of Stefan Stearns. When you watch his interview, he's asked questions and he does not respond. He gives vague answers. He doesn't provide details and oftentimes doesn't answer the questions at all.
Early that morning, around between 8:45 and 9 o'clock.
Pretty interesting read so far on what Dr. G is saying. So far, what are your thoughts on what he said so far into this body language? So he's about, what, 3 minutes into the interview, and he's saying it's not typically, it's not like your typical response, but it doesn't mean that it's bad, right? It doesn't mean that it's bad. I'm curious to see what else he's going to say pushing on through this interview. But you said some people that are enduring trauma can have what is known as emotional dissociation. That's a good point too. That's a very good point. Red one, hold up. Hey, T-REV and everyone in chat. Nice to see you. I appreciate you coming by. DC says my entire family is a mess. No response about her or her boyfriend being a mess.
In the morning, she went missing.
You're welcome, Summer. Thank you for joining. I appreciate that.
We had dropped her off close to the school.
She said we had dropped her off. Now, these statements, these we statements, seem to be getting her into trouble because apparently it was Stefan Stevens who was the one who drove her to school. Apparently she was not part of it. So as she's saying we, it's making it sound inconsistent.
She wanted to walk the rest of the way.
This look right here has been a concern for a lot of people. How could she smile and act a little bit silly while her daughter is missing when something so grave and so serious is going on? What's possible is she may have a very unusual way of expressing her emotions. One thing that we have not seen yet, and we don't see throughout this, is her faking emotions. Stefan Stearns very clearly was faking emotions. He was wiping his eyes without tears. You are not seeing any attempt to fake anything here. And that's one thing that's really important to understand, is that just because somebody presents...
That's very interesting, Dr. G. And I do take what you say very important, because that you are a professional in the field. Does it mean that, 100% it's on point? I mean, because sometimes you can't fully read. I mean, he's doing a wonderful job breaking this down. He's saying, like, unlike, Stefan or Steven or Steven, whatever you call him, right? I've heard him being called Steven. And then that Rick dude was like, his name is Steven. So I'm thinking in my head, is it really Steven or is it Stefan? Like some people are saying, I knew she was sus. He's saying basically so far that everything is pretty much, normal, really. Besides a few things that he was like, yeah, that's different. But I could follow her inconsistency and I couldn't follow her inconsistency in her alleged lies. Little Red says, even on Xanax, I could not pull it together. Barbie Lee says, so sad and pitiful, no values anymore. Auntie says, we call him Monster. Yeah, that dude's a monster. I would be losing my shit, Deanna said. Miss Ladybug says, I think the mom is confused, dazed, and under control, in my opinion. That's another thing that I've been bringing up is, was she under control or some type of abuse from this man? Like, we don't know. And it's not out of the realm of possibility that she was being abused or somehow threatened in any way. We don't know that. And it's pretty interesting, being that today, Wednesday, Thursday. We're now Wednesday. We done went through Wednesday. We're now at Thursday, right? Today's Thursday, and no charges have been filed. Hold on, let me make sure it is Thursday before. I'm lost in days right now. Why does it not tell me? Okay, never mind. I'm sorry. It's Wednesday. I told you I'm lost in days, but still though, it's Wednesday, the 6th, and no charges have been filed against Steven Stearns for murder that I know of. I mean, so what's going on?
Strangely, she doesn't seem to be trying to fake emotion, and that's a very essential part of understanding what you should pay attention to and what doesn't matter as much.
She wanted to walk the rest of the way. Sorry.
What?
That should be it. Sorry about that.
I know as parents, when you watch this, you go, how could she be amused in this kind of situation? And I just have to repeat, she may be a little bit odd.
Nervous.
She may be a little bit strange, but that doesn't mean that she knew that Madeline was dead at this point. I really want to highlight that fact.
I think that's okay. So he said that doesn't mean that she knew that Madeline was dead. I get he's doing this unbiased. I could, you know what I'm saying? I could definitely tell he's being unbiased about it and that he's just giving his honest opinion in his field. And that's what I appreciate about Dr. G. Ever since I forgot who showed Dr. G to me. I think it was shout out to, it was Miss Bam Bam. I believe it was Miss Bam Bam sent me this dude. And ever since then, like looking him up, he's actually really a licensed professional in that field and breaking it down. I think he's doing a good job so far. I thought I would have heard something more. Well, that's an indication of she's lying, but nothing so far to say that.
We dropped her off at school, close to school. She wanted to walk the rest of the way.
Thank you,
I'm
Nicole.
not sure what I'm allowed to share.
You share whatever you feel comfortable sharing. I know you had conversations with detectives. Not sure what that conversation is, but
So this is another thing that stands out, is wondering whether or not she's allowed to share different aspects of this case. And I think that that's actually a legitimate question for people who are not familiar with these types of situations or people who don't know. I don't necessarily see that as her deflecting or not wanting to respond. She may genuinely not know what she should and shouldn't share, what details she is allowed to or not allowed to share.
What I'm allowed to share.
you share whatever you feel comfortable sharing. I know you had conversations with detectives. Not sure.
Okay. Now that part right there, I want to note that yesterday, that's what we were going over on the channel, is that, hold on, let me put this banner on too. What we were going on over the channel yesterday was about what? About her inconsistencies. WFTV 9 had reported that her inconsistencies in the story, that they were law enforcement, they had some type of email or they talked to law enforcement, however, probably through email, and that there was inconsistencies within those two interviews and this being one of them. There's two interviews that they had with, or I think it's Fox or WFTV, either or. They were on both actual programs. So it was really on Fox. What? I seen it on Fox 35. I seen it on the WFTV 9 is the first to report it. And again, specifically, they're saying that law enforcement is saying that her story here didn't match up with the story that was told to them. That's what was being said. So again, I appreciate Angel in Waiting. I appreciate you. Thank you for joining the Rep Game family. I appreciate you. Shout out to you. And Nicole Summer, thank you. Thank you for the support to the channel. I appreciate that. Pat Virgin says, I love Dr. G. Kim says, Rick is a sicko, whether he knows dude or not. Bang saying Gen food. Somehow many of us, feel the difference between sincerity and being open. If we perceive people as hiding something, you can bet they are. Hold up. Don't know exactly what they are hiding, but no doubt. Definitely sketchy as hell. Definitely sketchy as hell. Jay says, I couldn't tell what it was saying except hold up, I think.
what that conversation is, but whichever you feel comfortable sharing,
Talk
that
about the bird.
we'll put the awareness out there.
Yeah, she was spotted walking by the church, by the middle
Up, Doozy.
school on the cameras. They saw her hang out in the parking lot for a little bit and then get up and leave. They didn't see a vehicle or anything else. They just saw her walk away around 9 a.m. heading towards the school, but she never made it.
What has the school said?
So the way that she trailed off said, yeah, at the end, that's essentially a way to put a period on what you're saying. It's just a way of saying, I don't know what else to say at this point. Now, I know people believe that she was involved in this or knew that Madeline was dead. I'm not convinced that that's true. I don't necessarily always come out with such strong opinions about this, but I do want to say she's not showing the types of deception that you would think, because oftentimes what you would expect is somebody faking certain types of emotions. We haven't seen her fake emotions yet. We've seen emotions that some people may deem inappropriate or odd, but we haven't seen her faking any emotion. And that, I think, is more telling. Let's take a quick...
That's actually a good point. I think you just made a good point, and him breaking this down is actually helping me understand a little more of, I don't know, maybe just what's going, I don't know. Maybe by the end of this video, I'll understand even more. But so far, nothing really crazy.
Quick look at Stefan Stevens. Even though I did a full analysis of this video already, I do want to show you a minute of what it looks like to express fake emotion.
She's a sweetheart. She's a very sweet, kind girl. Just please be nice to her. Bring her home if you find her.
I'm checking it out now.
Love her. Wherever she is, I hope she's okay.
I mean, if someone were to come in contact with her and you gave me her diagnoses, would it be easily to her?
So it's very possible that Jennifer Soto is not that good at reading genuine emotion from people. Maybe she's convinced by this. Maybe she thinks he's actually upset. And maybe he's good at manipulating certain people. I think the vast majority of us watch this go like, I'm not buying that at all. But it's entirely possible that's not true for Jennifer Soto.
Cameras, I don't think they've caught anything on the cameras is too far away from the sidewalk. Everything is too grainy, so they can't see specific faces. But they've looked.
I do want to acknowledge how peculiar the way that she presents is, that her emotions are disconnected with the body language, that she does come across as a little bit odd. Now, what's important about that is that if you can notice that, and if I notice that, I can guarantee you Stefan Stearns also noticed that. And predators are really good at picking up people they see as vulnerable, as people they can manipulate, as people that are different or people that are unusual. So the idea that he may have seen this and maybe he somehow found her to be naive or someone that he could manipulate, it very well could be that what we're observing is what drew him to her. That doesn't mean that she was involved with this in any way. It could very well be that that's what he saw in her that attracted him to her, that made him think that she could be a victim or that he would be able to victimize her daughter.
I'm just waiting to hear anything else from them.
Is this normal behavior?
Not at all.
To just not show up or call or text or anything?
Not at all, no.
So as she's explaining that this isn't normal behavior, the head shakes are very consistent with her saying no. They are in sync. There's nothing there that suggests deception or that seems unusual.
Show up or call or text or anything?
Not at all, no. She, from time to time, she will leave her cell phone at home accidentally, and that's actually what happened yesterday. She left her phone at home. She went to school.
Oh no.
But that happens from time to time. She's got ADHD. Her memory, she's very forgetful.
She doesn't seem to lament the fact that she doesn't have it on her. She's just like, well, she has ADHD, so she forgets it, letting out a little chuckle. It's unusual behavior, but it's also not fake behavior. She's not.
Okay. I think that's interesting what he said there. It's unusual behavior, but I don't think it's fake behavior. So at least Dr. G, okay, I see Dr. G is saying he is admitting to it being odd behavior. Interesting. I want to hear that statement back. That's actually a good point. Say it again, Dr. G.
It's deception or that seems unusual.
You show up or call or text or anything?
Not at all, no. She, From time to time, she will
Well,
leave her cell phone at home accidentally, and that's actually what happened yesterday. She left her phone at home. She went to school. But that happens from time to time. She's got ADHD. Her memory, she's very forgetful.
She doesn't seem to lament the fact that she doesn't have it on her. She's just like, well, she has ADHD, so she forgets it, letting out a little chuckle. It's unusual behavior, but it's also not fake behavior. She's
Also
not
fake.
faking crying. She's not trying to act in a way that she isn't. She just doesn't seem to know that her behavior is going to come across as a little bit awkward, a little bit weird. And I think that therein lies the challenge for people as they see this and they go, something doesn't feel right about this to me. And it could just be that this is how she presents.
Told her good night, and yeah, that was it. I was the one who took her to school in the morning. That was my partner.
You notice a big sigh before she said, I wasn't the one that took her to school in the morning. That was my partner. So this seems to be something that's causing her stress. Maybe she wishes she had taken her that morning. Maybe it's something else, but there definitely are feelings around that specific statement. But she's also being very clear that it was not them together, that Stefan Stearns was the one that took her to school. So she, even though she said we earlier, she is clarifying it now without skipping a beat. It doesn't seem to be that she was intentionally being inconsistent, I don't think.
Yeah.
13.
Her voice trailed off. It got quiet. We oftentimes do that when we don't want to be seen. We do that as a way to hide. And she's also withdrawing her lips right here, which is almost a way not to say something. Does that mean that she knew that Madeline was dead that morning? No. And I don't think that that's what it implies necessarily, but it may be that there are things that she doesn't want to say. That, and much as seems very possible.
What's up,
Could be,
Isabella?
like if you would say, okay, last time I went to work and came back, she was at Jane's house or Sabrina's house. And
Yeah, but my, what do you think about the shaking? Like she's, what is up with the? Because like you can see if you're looking in this video, you can clearly see she's. You know what I mean? I don't know if that is. I don't know because I don't do that when I'm nervous. But then again, everybody's different. And also her daughter's, missing, so I can't, you know what I mean? I can't say what I would be doing in that situation because I don't know. But again, she is shaking like that. Like you can see her clearly moving in that chair, right?
maybe I forgot to check that house, or she played at this park one weekend. Maybe she went back there or something like that.
We've looked everywhere we could have thought, and anywhere she would have been.
As she's squinting her eyes right here, given the context, we would associate this with concern.
Mm-hmm.
She would have known to wait for me at the school. But we did check where if she could have walked. My mom's office is close to.
So you saw her eyebrows raise right here.
Check where if. She,
oh yeah, that's another great point. And the inconsistency that was in a document, it said specifically that she did say 8 a.m. Right? It said 8 a.m. or she said 8 a.m. but she was deceased already. And that's a great point, J-Lo. That's a great point. That's what that document was saying, right? What we seen it yesterday. Quinny, what's going on? Welcome to the stream. He keeps making excuses for her, Trev. Do you think that he's making excuses, or is he giving an honest assessment? Does he feel for this mom in his heart, or is I think he's giving an honest assessment, because when he gave a reading, like when he talked about Brian Kohlberger's mannerisms, I thought he was on point with what he said, but again, you're not always going to hear what our opinions are on it, but hearing from a professional and somebody who actually reads body language, I take it 50-50 with a grain of salt, because stuff can always be different, especially if evidence shows that, right?
So we do this to bring attention to her face. So as she's talking about the possibility that she went to her mother's office, she wants people to hear that. They checked for that as well.
she was last seen wearing a green hoodie, black shorts, white Crocs, a black JanSport backpack with gray hibiscus flowers on it.
I used it. This is
So that's a very, very specific description of what she was wearing, but she also said she was last seen wearing this. There's something confusing about this to me, because why she didn't say she left the house wearing this morning, or I saw her wearing this, versus she was last seen wearing this, and also providing a very detailed description. A little bit confusing to me. So was she told that? Was she told that by Stefan saying this is what she was wearing that day, or did she see her? Because According to law enforcement, from what I have read, it's likely that she was dead that morning. So there are aspects of this part right here that are a little bit confusing.
We are desperate for any answers, anything that you can do to help. I'm here for it. Just please, if
Ellie says,
you see my daughter, just please bring her home. I just hope you're okay, Maddie. I hope you're safe. I hope you're not hurt.
Her lack of emotional expression when saying this, when expressing this to Madeline, or when talking out to the audience or the people watching,
yeah,
it's these kinds of behaviors that continue to trip people up and confuse them and make them think maybe she was involved in this. I'm not saying for sure that she wasn't, but based on everything I've seen, I actually don't think that she was involved in the death. I don't think that she knew that Madeline was dead at this point. Because I want you to think about it like this. She didn't fake any emotions. People like this tend to fake emotion.
I don't know, but Dr. G, did you hear about the whole she seen her getting dressed at 8 a.m. and she was allegedly deceased before then? Did you know that? See, that's the part that is weird. If you seen her getting dressed at 8 a.m. and all that, like, come on. Something is severely wrong.
If they're trying to convince you that they are upset and they're not feeling it, or to convince you of something like that. What we did see was somebody who is a bit awkward. If I'm just speaking frankly, she has an odd way of presenting information. She has a strange way of emoting. And I do think that for people that are predatory, if they may see that and they may say, this person can be manipulated, I'm going to go after this person. I do want to be very clear. I am totally open to being wrong about this. It's very possible that I am reading this situation incorrectly, but this is really how I see it. Hopefully this is helping you better understand why I see it that way. I feel that there are going to be a lot of people that disagree with me, and I don't take issue with that. I think that part of what's interesting about doing this is that we can have dialogues about what we see and how we interpret what we're observing. But as far as I'm concerned, at this point, I would be shocked if she, in fact, actually knew about what had happened to Madeline before everybody else did. If there are other aspects of this case you want me to check out, please let me know in the comments below. And as always, the very reason...
Well, shout out to Dr. G for actually taking it and listening to the community, because we wanted to see this body language reading on mom. We really did. Last night when we watched this, the one on Steven, or, you know, Steven, whatever, Stearns, we literally... You know, we were thinking, damn, we want to see one on mom. And next day he dropped one. So shout out to him for that. But it is the inconsistencies in the statements that just stand out to me more than, I mean, I respect the body language expert and you using your expertise to break it down. But I will say that I respectfully disagree with this one, or maybe possibly think a little bit different, but he could be absolutely right and I could be absolutely wrong. Right. He said his opinion is he thinks mom's not involved, but did he know about these inconsistencies in the case? Like the whole 8 a.m. being seen to take a shower, or I'm sorry, to being seen getting dressed at 8 a.m. and she was allegedly deceased then. Also, mother's boyfriend suspected of murdering 13-year-old Madeline Soto allegedly abused her 2 years ago. So I want to read this one to you. Madeline Soto, before we open up the lines, Madeline Soto, the 13-year-old Florida girl found dead 5 days after going missing, was sexually abused 2 years before vanishing, according to court documents cited in multiple reports. Before her body was found, Stephen Stearns, or Stephon Stearns, 37, who was dating Madeline's mother, was arrested and charged with sexual battery and possession of child sexual abuse material, the Orange County Sheriff's Office says. Now it says, Fox 35 and WFLA report that in the arrest affidavit, police alleged that Stearns had abused Madeline all the way back as far as 2022 when she was 11 years old. The reported affidavit also alleges that police found photos and videos of Stearns sexually abusing a child victim after searching his phone. It says Fox wasn't able to immediately reach the public defender representing Stearns. Court records show he has not been arraigned on those charges. Stearns has not been charged in connection with Madeline's murder or death, but authorities consider him the prime suspect in her disappearance. Madeline's body was found in a wooded area in the Osceola County on Friday after a 5-day search, according to officials. She had just turned 13 on February 22nd, according to the Orlando Sentinel. Now it says, it was believed that Madeline was last seen on her way to school. Orange County Sheriff John Mina previously said detectives allegedly determined that Madeline was never dropped off by Stearns. Instead, we believe she was already dead at the time and that Stephen Stearns moved her body in the early morning hours on that day. Mina said we have video evidence that shows Stephen Stearns discarding items in a dumpster in the apartment complex of Kissimmee at 7:35 a.m. on Monday, February 26th, which is inconsistent with seeing her take a shower, right? That's inconsistent with seeing her take a shower at 8 a.m. Okay, that is super inconsistent. Where are you seeing that at? You seen her taking a shower or getting out the shower or whatever, getting dressed. I keep saying shower. I don't know why I keep thinking shower, but getting dressed, out the shower, whatever. You seen her at 8 a.m. She was allegedly seen dead at 7:35 a.m. by police as he's discarding items and different things. Also, he was caught on allegedly he was caught on surveillance with her body in the vehicle at the apartment, from things that I was reading, which is absolutely disturbing too. Very disturbing. And then you got the next thing that's in here that throws another twist into the story in this case, which is the Florida sheriff that posted these pictures that are now circulating the internet in so many different areas. And it's absolutely ridiculous that even happened. But I'm going to open the lines up for you guys. 219-885-9693. I look forward to hearing from you guys on this topic tonight. Let's talk about it. Hold up 1 second. Let me pull this up. Honest assessment. You think so? Other Aaron says honest assessment. Spilled paint says honest assessment. Both T-REV excuses, honest assessment. He doesn't want to be sued. He is making excuses. Bob says Stephen dumped the backpack and laptop prior to 8 a.m. Dana says, I read that the three of them all shared a room. Is that true? Anyone know? That's a great question. 5 minutes, though. 5 minutes for everybody who calls in. I'm lowering the time limits today because a lot of people have been calling. 910, you're on the show. Talk to us.
Hey, T-REV. This is Rashida from Wilmington, North Carolina.
How you doing, Rashida?
How you doing?
Hanging in there.
I called. Yeah, I talked to you a couple of days ago. I appreciate what Dr. G saying, but I have to disagree. Like I said, the whole old girl. In my opinion, old girl's in trouble. Her statements was inconsistent, a whole bunch of red flags, and this is my thing. Us as women, we have intuition. All the women who listening, y'all understand what I'm saying. We have an intuition. It doesn't matter if it's regarding to relationships, family, the workplace, our significant other. We know when something is not right. So are you trying to say to me that this lady, this mother, didn't suspect anything from this man? First of all, he's not slick. He's not a sneaky guy. I mean, he's telling the cops, I reset my phone. He's throwing this baby girl possessions outside in the dumpster of their apartment. He's seen right at the crime scene changing a flat tire where her body was later recovered. So he's not a smart guy. I mean, he's not sneaky. So you telling me she didn't suspect anything? And then people say, oh, well, she worked that night. Her working that night, that ain't got shit to do with anything. Because at the end of the day, when she comes home, that's where she lays her head at. That's where she sleeps. That's where she pays rent at. So her working at night, that doesn't mean anything. A woman's intuition is on 24/7. We know when something is not right. We suspect when something is not right. Now, of course, this is allegedly rumors, but the tea I heard is that they wasn't even together at this point. He was just living in a separate bedroom. So what kind of shit is that? I mean, you're not married to this man. This is not the bio dad of this baby girl. So why is he even just staying at the house? I mean, that kind of let me know what kind of mother, I mean, what kind of woman she is. I mean, it seems to me she care about the man than she care about her own daughter. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I mean, I'm just being honest. I mean, it just seems to me, from what I'm seeing, it seems to me that this guy, he was like really in a relationship with the daughter than he was with the mom, which is, that's just nasty work. I mean, that's just nasty, because how can you be off with the mother, but you can be on and popping with the daughter all you want to? You can have all type of assets with the daughter all he wants to. I mean, that's just nasty. I mean, he's doing the mother and the daughter. I mean, he had both worlds, to be honest. I mean, I hate to be graphic like that, but that's just nasty. Like, what kind of nasty shit they got going on over there? You know? I mean, it's just sad. I mean, so that's just my opinion. But I mean, old girl, she's in trouble. I mean, I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not saying that she had anything to do with the murder. I don't know. I have no clue. I'm just
as
saying
far as
that
knowing about the abuse, you think she knew about it, allegedly?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Ain't no way. Ain't no way she ain't know. Ain't no fucking way she ain't know.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, that's the real question? Did she know? I mean, it's happening back to when she was 11. She just turned 13, so it says back as far as 2022. And if you got videos and photos from that, I don't know how you couldn't tell something was going on, because especially when you're 11, 12, you're really starting to, you understand things a lot more than, being 6, 7, and 8.
Right.
You know a little bit more of what's going on. You see things at school, you hear about things, and it just is like, I'm surprised. I'm curious to know if any of the teachers seen any signs with her being off or acting a certain way at school. I'm curious about that.
Yeah, it's all gonna come out. But I just want to say one quick thing. I've been it's a lot of people that have been calling in on your show, and they've been sharing their stories. I just want to say to everybody that's that had went through this before, God bless you guys. God will cover you. No matter what, you're covered. So I just want to say to everyone, continue sharing your stories, because these stories need to be shared. It needs to be out. It needs to be awareness. Keep on sharing. Just keep on sharing your stories. I mean, get that out. Get that emotions out, and you feel much better afterwards, and you can live your life.
No, and that's, I appreciate you putting that out there to everybody, because some people, don't feel comfortable about speaking about those type of things, and I feel like it needs to be normal. If it's normal that it's spoke about, the more awareness that could be brought to it, and the more people that, like myself, who had hit it before and not talked about it, or others, that can do a lot. I appreciate you calling in. God bless you. Thank you for being a voice in the community, and I look forward to hearing from you again. I hope you have a blessed night. Stay vigilant. All right.
All right, thanks, man.
Thank you. Shout out to her. Good phone call. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. We are covering the Madeline Soto story tonight. We are talking about the heartbreaking details in this story. Why aren't there charges put forward? Why? No charges yet. Nothing filed. I thought I'd see a PCA today. Nothing. 386, you're in the mix. Talk to me. You're live.
Hey, is this the T-REV show?
Yes, ma'am. You are live on the air right now as we speak. 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Yes, sir. So my name is Tisha. I'm calling from Florida, and I just want to say I'm new to your show, and I love it.
Thank you.
I love I love everything you're doing.
Thank you.
I want to say, I'm a parent. I'm a mother of 4. My oldest is 1 girl. I have 1 girl and 3 boys.
Okay.
And I'm a very overprotective mother, very overprotective. People call me paranoid. They say all types of things. They laugh and stuff like that, but you can never be too careful. I just feel like you can't trust anyone. You can't put nothing past nobody. In reference to Maddie's, I call her Maddie, because I feel like, when we look at her, that's like everybody's daughter, especially if you're a mom, So in terms of her, I feel like in that household, my only thing is, I live in an apartment as well, in a complex, in a community, like a subdivision, just like where they live.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very hard to believe that 3 people living in an apartment, she had no clue, no idea of what was going on in her house. I'm the type of person, I bring my nieces and my nephews over. I can even hear when they fart, okay?
Yeah.
Like, I hear everything going on, everything. Like, I know when they're moving around in their beds. How you as a mother, right, as a woman, how you, where did he find the time to do all of this? Obviously, you know, I can see if you were gone most of the time, but this been going on for years. So there's no way that she did not know anything was going on. Because having a girl myself, number one, when your kids start, I have boys and girls, okay? And I have a lot of nieces and a lot of nephews.
Mm-hmm.
When a girl is a virgin, okay, you know, you can tell when a female is a virgin as a mother. And when a female is starting to change and become sexual, you can tell by the way that they move, the way they act, the things that they're saying. You know, they just become a little bit different. You know, their body starts to change and they become a little bit active. I feel like on that date, what took place, just moving forward, because I'm not going to take up too much of your time, but
No, you good. You got 2 minutes. You still got 2 minutes. You good.
Okay, what took place that day, so my first point is there's no way that she did not know anything was going on. They did mention that they broke up at one point. My question is, what was the reason they broke up?
Yeah, that's a good question.
What was the reason they broke up? Did she find something out?
Mm-hmm.
What was the reason? And one of his friends called into another podcast and said that when they were broken up, he found it very weird that even though they were broken up, he still wanted to go back. And he mentioned going back because he established a bond with Maddie. Okay? So what type of bond after you broke up with this girl, you don't live with her anymore? What would make you go back? Like, he was going very hard at the point that he wanted to go back to visit because he missed the little girl. Okay?
That's a great point.
That's one thing. That's one thing they need to look into. Why did they break up the first time? Because that right there is going to tell you everything. Second thing is her inconsistent statements and then her behavior. Like, I heard somebody else on your show mention, one of the other moms mentioned, if it were my child, you know, I'm going to go with the last person that seen her. You're responsible. You better go out there and look for my child. Don't come back home without my child. Like, what do you mean you don't know where she is or she hasn't got? You took her to school.
That's what I'm saying. So the comfort in him shit was crazy.
Yes, stroking his chest and everything, and then she was shaking. She looks a little, I don't want to say it, but she does look a little bit like delayed to me. I don't know if she's on medication or what's going on, but her face looks a little bit swollen on that particular day. And I feel like he was standing behind her when she was doing that interview to make sure that he heard what she was saying and so that their stories can match. Okay? So their stories can match. Another thing is, the day that happened, I believe it was her birthday or something like that, a few days before or a day before. I feel like what the lady said before earlier today, the one that you call Auntie, well, I was watching your show, or a previous show, older show that you did yesterday. She said that when the girl now she's old enough, she texted her friend. She texted her friend and told her, I believe that she was in the woods or that she wanted to go live in the woods or whatever it may happen. I feel like the mom or the dad, they knew, first of all, they already knew what was going on. They both took because in one of the interviews, in the news interviews, they did say that the one of the pictures that were found in his phone, basically the background of it was taken in the room that Madeline shares with the mom and Stern. So another thing is, who was holding the camera?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know if it was put up on a tripod or what was going on.
A tripod or whatever. whatever. And you mean to tell me you don't notice your man missing out of his bed?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
At night?
That's why I said there had to be some type of signs. If this dude is sneaking in, if you go back and look at the previous affidavit, it specifically says that there is a video of, and I'm just gonna use one word because I don't even want to talk about it anymore. But there's a video of penetration, and I'll just leave it at that. And it's
Right.
disgusting. A video of penetration to this young girl is disgusting. Like, and it doesn't, it has the names blocked out, but good gracious, when you sit there and look at it, you're like, yeah, okay, I know what's going on. I know whose name is right here. Allegedly, I think this is whose name's right here in this document, and it's saying that these nasty things that he did. But again, I'm baffled that today is Wednesday. It's 7:30 Eastern, 6:30 Central, and what, 4:30 over in Cali right now, and there's no charges on this man yet for murder.
I honestly feel like they're trying to wait for the I don't know if the autopsy came back or what, but the autopsy is going to tell everything. If she took the morning after pill, I'm not really going too much with the pregnant theory. I just feel like she had enough. And she was going to tell, or she told somebody, or she mentioned something, and they were like, "No, this can't get out because it's gonna just they both going to jail."
It is.
That's how I feel. I feel like they got rid of her because they knew she was gonna tell. Once she went to school, now she's 13. You know how teenagers are. Once they start feeling themselves, they're like, "Okay, well, I don't need to be here no more. I'm gonna go to school and I'm gonna tell everything." Who knows? That's probably what she said. I know my kids have spoken to me like that. You know, teenagers, when they become teenagers, they act like that. They start, talking a little crazy out the mouth. And maybe she had enough. And she was just like, I'm not doing this no more. Or told him no. Maybe he tried something else with her, that night. And she just got fed up and was like, no, you're not doing this to me. And told the mom or told somebody else, one of her friends, or they maybe thought she was going to tell in school. So she never even made it. They gave her something. Yeah, they did something to that girl because one of the friends the same guy that was that called in on this other show, he basically said that Stern, the monster, he normally would take I forgot what the name of them pills are that they make you like real drowsy. They're like drugs. They're harmless, but they make you very sleepy and very thing. Another thing in the video that she took with the happy birthday when they were singing her happy birthday, she didn't look too comfortable. She looked like she was in pain.
Yeah, it definitely. When I seen that video, I seen a glimpse of it yesterday when they played it on they played it across. I think it was WFTV that released it. Fox again. They played a video, and there's a little clip of her, in the birthday party, the way where her being dressed, and it looked like it's from that day. I guess the birthday party mom wasn't at. So, imagine who's on the other side of that camera. I don't know. This case is shaping up to be crazy. Again, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much for your thoughts and theories. I can hear you're invested in this one just as well as a lot of us are. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and calling in and being a part of this.
Thank you so much for having me. I appreciate it. I'm going to be tuned in from now on, I promise. And you got a good show. Keep it up.
Anytime you want to call in, feel free to. And if you ain't reaching me, then bug me through email. I appreciate you.
I will. But look at that video again one more time. Look at that video one more time and look at the movements that she's making, almost as if she's like cramping, having cramps.
Yeah, we'll check that out. I seen that. That. Thank
you so much, and God bless everybody, okay?
You too. God bless you too. Lock your door. Stay vigilant. Shout out to her. Good phone call. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Let's go. They're waiting on forensic. You think so? We'll see how it is. Child threatened to tell. Did this happen in Florida or California? What is it? Osceola County, Florida. Osceola County, 631. What's going on? You're live.
Hi, this is Kathleen from New York.
Kathleen, nice to hear from you, Kathleen. What's on your mind? Talk to us today.
Oh boy, I've been following this case for a long time since it started, and I have to just make a couple of comments. So I live on Long Island, New York, and I am a women's health nurse practitioner, and I deal with just GYN and OB. And I have to say a lot of things that, by the time a woman comes to me or a young girl, I take them privately and speak to them about different issues they may be, that is happening.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
have very young girls that come with me, come to see me for birth control. But I think it's more of an issue when it comes to pediatricians. When, young girls, just like young men, they go to pediatricians for their yearly checkups. And it's the pediatricians that need to really open up the eyes and really speak to these young children about what's going on in their life.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I mean, it's a good thing. I mean, what do you think though, as far like what do you think we need?
I think that we need to so when I see a young woman and she's pregnant, I take her by herself and I ask her about domestic violence, because domestic violence is very high and it rises when a woman becomes pregnant. So I will take them out of the room and take them away from their partner to speak to them privately and provide them with different information. And I think it's the same thing when it comes to pediatricians, because, we take our children for yearly checkups. I am a mother of 8, and you take them for yearly checkups with the pediatrician. They need to take these children privately away from a parent. So, they would ask my children questions when I was in the room, but I think that pediatricians need to start opening their eyes and take them privately into another room, or ask the parent to leave the room to ask them what's going on. Are you being abused? Are you, is someone touching you? And it's the doctors that also need to open their eyes to this, because we can't just rely on young children like what happened to this poor young girl and all the other ones that we've been looking at. And I've been following your channel for a long time. And we can't just, rely on parents to do it. Because I don't know, I just feel like sometimes you rely on the best friend of the child or a parent of the best friend. But pediatricians, they see these children, they go for checkups. Ask the child, take them privately away. But in our society today, I feel like we don't do enough with that. By the time they come to me in my office as a GYN, it's a little too late.
So have
pregnant.
you seen stuff? I don't know what you have seen, or as far as in your profession, but a story that I was looking at, there was a mom, and again I looked at it yesterday and brought it up yesterday because it reminded me of the story where a mom actually handed off her daughter, 12-year-old daughter, to her grown boyfriend that she broke up with to have a kid with, which was it was weird. Have you ever seen anything weird like that?
I've seen a lot, where they've come into my office and shared stuff with me. I've never dealt with like women being, where they've been essayed out for drugs. That is not what has gone on in my office. But it's been a lot more different, where they've been brought in because they come to me and they're like, I want birth control. And I've gone through the whole thing with, domestic stuff or what's going on, where they're not comfortable with talking to their parents. They feel, that they're going to be yelled at by their parents, or, there's issues that are going on. I feel like with pediatricians at a young age, they're the ones that really need to step in. They really need to take the parents out of the room. They need to speak to these children. They need to say, hey, what's going on? Not with a medical assistant. I'm talking the pediatrician. To sit down and take that moment and speak to these children and ask, what is going on? Are you okay? Are you suicidal? Which is a big issue. Are you homicidal? You know, do you want to kill people? Are you being bullied? We really need these pediatricians, these doctors to stand up and take control of the children, not look at them at, I'm just doing an annual checkup. I'm going to get $100 for seeing them and move them forward. Did you get your flu shot? No, we need the doctors that, you know, yearly checkups for these kids. What's going on in your life? I do it with every GYN patient that comes to me, but by the time they come to me, you have to remember, I'm GYN. So by the time they come to me, they're looking for birth control, or, you know, they're looking for different things that are going on with a woman's young body, or an older woman, of course. But I'm talking about pediatricians that are seeing these children for yearly checkups. Talk to these kids, bring them in, talk to them, I would never have a woman come into my office.
It's the thing that you can never get. Could you get those kids out the room? Because some parents, that are going through this, they're going to be right by their kid. If there's something going on, they're going to be right there to make sure that's not talking.
No. Let me tell you something. My office, I take them into my office privately before I see them in the, the exam room. I always bring them into my office. I don't let anybody come in. I don't care if this is a woman that is having her 5th child with a man. I don't care. I bring them into my office and I tell whoever they're with, you cannot come in. I will let you come in when I bring them into the medical examination room. No, I am bringing you into the office and I speak to them. Are you afraid of your partner? Are you frightened by anything? And that's what I do. But I only see them later in life, where I feel pediatricians, they need to be the ones to step up. They need the ones to say, okay, I'm going to take your child in. I'm just going to speak to them briefly, and then I'll bring you in, to have, to do the whole exam. And that's where we have to say, are you afraid? Are you frightened? Is someone touching you? Tell me. And they're the ones, but pediatricians don't do it. They don't do it. And they're the ones that are seeing these children. And that's just my opinion as a medical professional.
Well, I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in as a medical professional and sharing just your thoughts and opinions with us. But not only that, stuff that you do too also. So, I mean, thank you for what you do in the community and being a doctor. That's awesome. I think that's awesome. And I think that people like you, doctors, save a lot of people in this world. So I do want to commend you for your service and what you do for society as a person and helping children and, you know what I mean, doing the things that you do. So I do want to commend you on that. And thank you for having the courage to call up and share all your thoughts with us. I appreciate you.
Because, I'm 58 years old, and back in the day, we didn't talk about that. If the uncle touched you, nobody talked about it. But now in today's society, we need to be more aware. And, this case has really, I don't know, it's breaking my heart to see what happened to her. It just breaks my heart.
The details are going to get worse too. That's the bad
I
part.
know. No, they are. I just, like I said, I just feel like, if she went to the doctor, if the doctor would have said something, somebody's got to say something. We got to stand up for these kids.
I agree with you. Somebody's got to say something, right? And I appreciate you. Like I said, that was a good point that you made. Thank you for being a voice in the community. God bless you, ma'am. Again, thank you for the work that you do. That's light work in my eyes. So God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for listening.
Anytime you want to call in, feel free. Thank you so much. Shout out to her. Good. I appreciate her service for what she does in the community, right? I mean, doctors are important. They save lives. Again, 219-85-9693. What's your thoughts on the Madeline Soto case? Open thinking platform. You should not be for your thoughts here. I do not want that. Mods, please don't let people judge each other for their thoughts. Everybody has the right to their own opinion and thoughts. As long as we can be respectful, that's fine. 689, what's on your mind? Talk to me.
Hey, it's Christopher from Osceola County, Florida.
Christopher, how you doing today, brother?
Good, and you?
I'm hanging in there, man. So talk to me. What's your thoughts on this story? And you being from around that area?
Yeah. So I live literally like 5 to 10 minutes right from where supposedly his car got a flat tire.
Okay. Wow.
So
You're right there.
yeah, so I go to Osceola County School for the Arts, and my sister, one of her best friends, went to the same school with her, and one of my friends knew her personally and was really close with her. And so one thing that I was talking to my friend about was that every time that she would hang out with her, especially around her stepdad, it always got like very, very awkward, especially around the parents. And that, like, I've always had a red flag about them. And then whenever this happened, I was like, dang.
Oh my God. All right. So you live close. So you knew of them before this happened?
Yeah.
Whoa. I haven't talked to nobody who knew of them before. So what stood out to you?
I don't really know how to explain it, but they acted very, very awkward whenever she wasn't just alone with them. And it always felt like some kind of tension, like something wasn't right.
Interesting. And where did you end up meeting them from or finding them?
Just because one of my friends went to karate with Madeline.
Oh, okay. So one of your friends went to karate with Madeline and it had a relationship, knew Madeline as or was a friend of Madeline's. That's
yes.
Wow. Was there any controlling or anything that you guys seen? Any weird things that stand out now, looking back?
Looking back, they definitely wanted to, I don't want to say like control what she did, but they were very on top of her, it seemed. And that was like really weird. Like, especially for like how she, and then it just, looking back, it was just so like weird. And now I'm looking back at everything that I saw and I'm like, this is crazy. And it's like, you don't expect someone that one of your best friends would talk to literally like a week ago now is missing. And then everything comes out of the blue.
Wow. I can't believe that somebody's calling in that knew of this little girl. I'm just gonna let you tell your story. I'm gonna be quiet and let you talk. Anything that you want to divulge or tell us, I'm gonna just let you speak and say what you gotta say.
That was about it for that, but like overall the entire situation is crazy. And like whenever first hearing about it, it was like everyone, especially at my, it was just so much stuff. Like immediately everyone went for the worst because immediately thought she was kidnapped, being sex trafficked, or whatever was going on. And then whenever it talks about this, and then I was also looking at, I also heard about this other case, but
I don't know. It looks like we lost the caller, or they hung up. But shout out to whoever just tried to call in and was talking about they knew. If you can get back through, you can. 219-885-9693. I appreciate you calling in. I guess they lost connection. I don't know. I guess they lost connection. I don't know. 207, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, T-REV, it's Kimberly. How are you?
Hanging in there, Kimberly. How's it going?
It's going. I sent you not an email. I sent you a text message with a supposed message from the aunt. I don't know how true it is, but it's very interesting read. But anyway, that last caller or a couple of callers back or whatever, I don't know what facility she works in, but there's no way I'm going to leave my kid alone with any doctor, female or male, at a young age. There's just no way. That doesn't happen. I've never even seen that in my life. I've never heard of that in my life.
Is this what you're talking about right here? Well, I'm looking at it. It says, I just found out that a friend of mine works with Maddie's aunt, and she said that the mom knew about him abusing her and that they would sleep in the same bed, and she watched and sometimes would join in the three, and that she's getting charged. And what does that say? And she's getting charged, and the autopsy of Maddie will not be on the news or out there at all, so that mom definitely knew everything. I'm absolutely disgusted. And the mom's boyfriend had a second phone with all of the abuse in there, which is so disgusting and horrifying. She most definitely had something to do with this. This is absolutely crazy. Again, what I just read, chat, is I think that's what you sent to me, correct?
It is. Like I said, I don't know how true it is, but
Yeah,
it was a very interesting read.
Yeah, it is an
And
interesting read. I don't know how true that is either. If you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it's not true at this point until that
Right.
comes out. But that's interesting that somebody came out and said that.
Right. That's
Who
what
is
I was
that, though?
thinking. When I didn't, it was, it was somebody who worked with the aunt of Jennifer.
I got you.
So I don't know. It's the hearsay kind of thing. So like I said, I don't know how true it was, but it was definitely an interesting read. But it makes you think though, because I was thinking all along, well, not all along, but once I found out they said that there's evidence that she had been harmed for nearly 2 years. I was thinking, well, wait a second. What if he just got that phone 2 years ago? What if he had a different phone before that? And there's more evidence on that phone. However, where is that phone at? You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, I think, I believe in my heart of hearts that little girl was hurt from way long ago before 2 years ago. And I think he just got a new phone, and that's the only phone he had, in evidence. And, I'd love to see what was on his old phone. That's for sure.
Yeah. It's interesting what I just read, and I see that was posted on another show. I think it was the Pascal. I think that's Pascal, and I am a subscriber to his channel, the one that you did send a picture from. So Pascal had that up. Or was that today that Pascal had that up?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if it was a Today Show. I don't know if it was a Pascal show.
I noticed that. I noticed Pascal because I've been on his show before. We've did a show together one time.
Yeah,
so I know
like
who
Pascal.
I know Pascal.
I don't know if it was from his show or if it was from, because I watched several of them, so I'm not sure. I just, as soon as I saw it, I thought I need to screenshot that and share it with you, because I know that you do deep dive into things, and I appreciate the work you put into even if it doesn't mean anything at all. I mean, you put different theories out, you put different thoughts out, you make people think, and that's what is more important than just listening to you. You make people think, and that's important in anybody's life. So, but anyhow, I don't know. I'm not exactly sure where I saw it. Wherever I saw it, I just screenshotted it. Oh my God! And I would send it to you, and because I thought it was an interesting review.
I'm looking at it right here. I'll pull it up on the main screen for people to see. Hold on, let me see. Boom. This is what she's showing me, y'all. And this is from Pascal's channel. Let me make it full screen for y'all. This is what she's showing me.
It could be from his show. I don't know.
It is. Shout out to Pascal all day long. I like Pascal.
Yeah.
Actually, I like Pascal. He stays true to what he does. Salute to Pascal and his whole entire show. I am a fan of it, and I am a subscriber there also. He said, now this was allegedly from the aunt, you're saying?
It was from an employee employee that worked with the aunt.
Okay.
Of Jennifer.
So this is essentially an employee talking and trying to carry on what aunt said. Is that what's going on? Yeah. See, I hate when that happens, because people can play people's information up.
This is true, and that's why I said I don't know how true it is, but I thought it was an interesting read no matter what. So
no. It's an interesting read, and then you got to look at it with a 50-50 grain of salt, kind of like that Rick phone call. I thought it was a troll, but somebody may believe that it was really Steven Stern's friend or Stefan Stern's friend. Personally, the guy that called into the show the last couple of nights, I don't know. I personally really believe it was a troll, but I could be wrong. It is what it is.
You're right. That man was nuts.
Yeah, that
man was way out there.
So I appreciate you calling in. We'll get a few more callers coming through. I want to hear from a lot of people tonight. I got to stay strict on these time limits, 5 minutes, because there's so many people that are trying to call in, and I want to get everybody through. Thank you for sending this too. If you find anything else or you thinking anything, you're more than welcome to call back just as well as everybody else. I don't limit nobody to how many times they can call in. I just love hearing from the community and thanking. Also, again, thank you for being a voice in the community. Thank you for sending things that you're seeing out there. I appreciate that. I did not see this, so this was new to me. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Have a great night.
God bless you. Shout out to her. Good phone call. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. Everybody gets 5 minutes tonight. I gotta stay strict to that. Sometimes I let people ride over that, but we gotta stay strict. I want to hear from all of you. 937 sent from heaven. What's going on? You're live.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You are live on the air.
Hi. This is Vanessa from Ohio. I was sitting listening to the nurse talking to nurse practitioner and stuff, and I called in last night, but I was a nurse that did kitty psych for years, and I understand what she was saying. She's saying a lot of these pediatricians and stuff didn't interview or listen to the kids close enough, but when we worked and we brought those kids into our facility, we listened to what they were telling us. Because 90% of those kids were abused, and it was coming in from foster care, coming in from bad situations.
Right.
But, we had a girl, just to make it real short and sweet, and I just wanted to put this out there, but we had a young girl come in one time, and she was just scared to death. Wow. And she kept saying, if I get discharged from here, I'm going to get killed. And we were like, what? And she goes, yeah, I'm afraid that if I leave here, somebody's going to take me. And she was saying, and this had nothing to do with Florida or anything, but she said this particular guy was going to take her to Florida, and she was afraid she wasn't going to make it out. And we started, questioning this stuff, and then started listening and paying attention and really delving into this thing. Ended up this kid's mom and stepmother and dad was friends of this guy that owned this escort service. And they were giving her up basically to work in this escort service. So this guy, this guy would give them drugs, or money for drugs. And we turned that over to the FBI, and they investigated this guy, went right out to this place that he had the service on. And went and said, we're gonna we want to look at your computers, we want to look at this, we want to look at that. Started investigating, and when they did that guy jumped up and ran and grabbed some kind of a weapon or something, and man, they clocked that guy, and it was written up in the papers, and it was a big major deal, and it was in Dayton, Ohio. And so, a lot of that stuff, it comes through there, and a lot of people catch it, and a lot of people talk to these kids. And if these kids feel safe, when they come in these facilities, they'll talk to you if they feel safe. So I just wanted to put that out there tonight. Still loving your show, listening to it.
I'm Vinny Paul.
You stay strong, okay?
Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in.
Bye-bye.
I appreciate you. God bless you, man. Make sure you stay vigilant. Lock your doors. Shout out to her. Good phone call. 1 second. What is Vinny talking about right here? Let's check it out real quick.
Thank you for joining us here on Closing Arguments. This hour, we're going in depth into one of the big investigations that is taking place right now, perhaps the biggest in the nation, criminal investigations. We're talking about the case out of Central Florida involving this young girl, just 13 years old, Madeline Soto, had just celebrated her 13th birthday.
We're involved.
And then went missing on February 26th. Her birthday was on the 22nd. They had a celebration on the 25th. And this hour, we're going to go through three things that I want to take a look at. And I want to begin with an accidental release that happened. And this was a little bit disturbing, surprising, and not welcomed, I don't think, by the public in what happened here. It involves a crime scene photo.
1 second. 717 sent from heaven. What's going on? You're live.
Hey, T-REV, it's Sandy from Pennsylvania.
How you doing, Sandy?
I'm doing good. Hey, I have a theory on this situation. That saying, what happens in the dark always comes to light. And I think the mom knew the daughter was being abused, but that day at the birthday party, somebody from the family noticed some inappropriate stuff going on and mentioned it to the mom, and they realized, hey, our secret's getting ready to come out. We're all going down. I think the mom did the daughter in, and the boyfriend, and helped cover it up, because they knew if it comes out, they're both going down. So I think the mom's going to get arrested here eventually. That's my theory.
See, my thing is, yeah, I mean, that's a good theory too. So it kind of, I don't know. Now that you're saying that, I kind of think back again to her hugging on him, like everything's gonna be okay, baby.
Yeah, we got
You know
to
what I
stick
mean? Like
together. Yeah, we got to stick together, honey.
allegedly,
Yeah.
but that was just my thought, and you know, in my mind frame, I'm like thinking, whoa, there's something disturbingly wrong here. Like you literally, it should be the other way around, right? Like I that's how I seen it, and that's how I perceived it and took it in. So again, I'm with you on that right now until
you.
law enforcement comes out. Allegedly, again, if it's everything that we
yeah.
talk here is speculation, allegedly. But if you haven't heard it from law enforcement, it's not true. So don't take anything from here and tell people that, hey, that I heard this here, in case I say it's
Yeah.
a fact or show you a document. But yeah, that's a good
but
point.
This is it's just my opinion. I
Mhm.
think she did it because they knew the secret was about to be exposed. So he helped. She got upset, did the daughter in. He helped cover up the, and then we got to stick together. We're both going down, But anyways, have a good night and keep your doors locked.
God bless you, man. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for having the courage to call in and be a voice in the community. I hope to hear from you again too. Once some,
You will. Bye.
God bless. Shout out to her. Hold up. Let's check this video. Now they're talking about some Disney stuff in here. I want to see this real quick. Let's watch this video real quick and then I'll open them back up.
This is from reporting from Fox 35.
I want to see
statement
this.
made by the sheriff. This is what the sheriff said. A post was made on social media about a community event for seniors. In the post, an investigative photo was accidentally included. The photo was immediately removed. We deeply apologize for any confusion or disturbance this may have caused. And that comes from the Osceola County Sheriff's Office. So what exactly was released here accidentally? Well, there's another post I want you to take a look at. This came from, I guess, a political opponent of that sheriff, the former sheriff who's running again, former Osceola County Sheriff Russ Gibson posted this on Facebook. The second photograph that I received was an Instagram post made by Marcos Lopez himself. This photograph was taken at an active crime scene where Madeline's body was recovered, and it was indeed.
I'm sorry, but this, ladies and gentlemen, should never happen. There should never be. Again, we talked about it the last couple of days, but this should never happen. And the fact that this photo is circulating on the internet and being sent into my email, even after yesterday, remember me saying, please don't send me that photo? People still proceeded to send me that photo. People still proceeded to think that I needed to see this photo of her being deceased. And I don't want to see it. I'm not going to open it. So I don't understand why people keep sending it in to me, even after I said, please don't. I guess there's just going to be people that don't care. But why even have that? I don't know. That's just my thoughts.
Indeed, a picture of Madeline's lifeless body.
Yeah, exactly.
This is 100% unacceptable and 100% shameful and disrespectful to Madeline, her family, and friends. So, a picture from the crime scene posted accidentally of Madeline's lifeless body at the scene. All those types of images aren't allowed to be publicly disseminated in the state of Florida. And obviously, there are issues on how it could impact family, friends, and others. Ultimately, I don't think it will impact any trial or investigation. Then another post, or the same post, the sheriff continued. The first
hold on, Vinny. I got a question. Like, so Vinny thinks that it won't impact anything, but you don't think the defense is going to say something about that? I'm just saying, you don't think the defense is going to bring up the fact that a photo was leaked to the public and try to use that to the best? I mean, I don't know how much obviously they got a lot of evidence on him, just based off the affidavit that he's arrested for now, and not even the murder charges. They have a lot of shit, and it kind of shows some of the evidence that they may use in this case in that affidavit. But again, I don't know. That's just my personal thoughts.
Photo is a selfie
Lines
an
will be
Osceola
open.
Sheriff's Office civilian, Nerva La Sharifa Rodriguez, and the main suspect of the murder of Miss Madeline Soto as he's coming out of a building handcuffed. To post this photo for her own personal gain and notoriety is unacceptable and shameful. So here's what the former sheriff is talking about here. This was a selfie that was posted to Facebook. Although the post has since been deleted, that image was posted. And on it, you can see the suspect in the background coming out, and then a selfie taken by a civilian working in the shop.
So hold up. Wow. So this is another photo, I guess, of the female worker that took the picture here. That's another reason why I wanted to show this on the show tonight. And it's only a 16-minute video. And after this, I will be opening the lines back up. So don't think that I'm ignoring you guys. Everybody's going to be able to get through. We'll be on for a little while tonight to talk. What do you guys think about this female or officer taking a picture with Steven Stearns walking out? Now, I can say cases that I've seen something like this in, and the only one I can think back to up to previously was Danilo Cavalcante, but that was a manhunt. You know what I mean? That was a whole entire manhunt. This is more, this is different. This is a murder case, and I don't know. Again, what are your thoughts on the fact that this photo was taken and put out on a Facebook page by an officer?
Sheriff's office. Not in great taste, not in great taste at all. And sort of unfortunate parts of what has transpired in this investigation so far. But that man, Stephen Stearns, let's talk about him. And a lot of chatter and talk. Was this guy a Disney employee? Did he work for Disney? Now, if you go to his Facebook page, it's pretty clear. He posts up there that he was, in fact, a cast member at Walt Disney World. And for those of you not familiar with what a cast member at Walt Disney World is, that's someone who works there. You don't have to be one of the characters wearing the costume. You just have to work at Disney, and you're considered a cast member. So based upon that, a lot of folks are a little worried based upon
for the 16 months, Angelica. I appreciate
the allegations he's facing now for those photographs on his cell phone that he was arrested for, sexual abuse. We believe that victim in those photos is Madeline, but working at Disney. So here's what the Orange Observer is reporting about whether or not he works at Disney. And despite information on the Facebook profile belonging to Stephen Stearns, the man arrested February 28th in the case of missing 13-year-old Madeline Soto was not a Disney cast member, officials confirmed.
Okay. So he was not a Disney cast member, officials confirmed, which is, you know, people keep talking about that even up to last night. He worked for Disney.
So not a cast member. Was he a former cast member? Did he ever work there? Did he work for a subcontractor there? Those questions we still don't know. And I'm not sure if he had any interaction with guests at the park. But the latest that we're getting on this, the official word is he was not, and or is not, or was not at the time of his arrest. So we'll continue to try to figure out more of that. Finally tonight, I want to get into some body language analysis because the suspect in the cell phone case, who's a suspect in the disappearance and murder of Madeline, the boyfriend of the mother gave an interview on television, as did the mother. So what is their body language telling us in these interviews? Let's bring in our special guest who's joining us from Orlando, Florida. You know her well.
Awesome. Okay, here we go. This is great. Another body language expert now speaking on mom, I think, and boyfriend. So here we go. It's a whole different body language expert. We're basically getting 2 in 1 today. We heard Dr. G. Now let's listen to this woman break it down.
Human behavior expert Susan Constantine back with us. Susan, great to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate it. I want to get into this. I want to show you first Stephen Stearns, who agreed to an interview. This is the night after Madeline disappeared, which is also the day before he was arrested. This is all courtesy of WFTV in Orlando. You know that station well. We have the video. Let's watch it together.
I dropped her off. Everything looked fine when I drove away. It's the last time we saw her.
What were the conversations that y'all had in the car when you dropped her off?
Not much. She was asleep for most of the way. Told her have a good day at school when she got out. I love her. Said thanks. Love you too.
What's up, sis?
That was it.
And so where do you think she could possibly be? I mean, this isn't, as I was told, this isn't normal behavior.
This is not normal behavior. She's not the type that would just run off. We don't know where she could be. And we're scared. We just want her home.
Are you, in a sense, blaming yourself?
It's hard not to. It just keeps coming in waves. This reality keeps hitting. And we don't know where she is. We don't know if she's safe. We're just scared. We just want her home. Conflicting reports here and there. People say they see this or that. None of it's conclusive. And none of it's helpful. We just want a baby girl back.
Okay, Susan, let's start with Stephen Stearns, who's in custody now for what was found on his phone, but obviously a suspect in this investigation. What are your thoughts about his statement there? There was a lot.
There was a lot. In fact, when I was covering this on Fox 35, I urgently stated right on air that the sheriff's department needs to consider this person as a suspect in her missing. So anyway, when I'm watching his body language, you notice that he's looking down a lot. So he does what we call eye blocking. He doesn't make eye contact when he's actually talking to the reporter. That's always a concern for me. But let's cluster things together, okay? So when you see him taking these really deep breaths in and it comes back out, those are manufactured. It didn't go in sync with his emotional affect on his face. There's also, if you look really close, there's asymmetry in his eyebrows. One will lift up a little higher than the other one. Natural emotion will move synergistically or in synchrony on both sides. So anytime asymmetrically is always a side of concern. The other thing is there's no tears, Vinny. We're looking at him. He doesn't have red bloodshot eyes. He doesn't have any tears coming down his face. He's got this kind of scratchiness in his voice, and he's pushing these emotions to appear like he's very sad and he's worried. I don't see it. There's no stressors in the forehead. There's no sadness in his eyebrows. To me, it's an all great big fabricated story. And the other thing I want to mention, when he said that she was asleep, I think she was asleep, but it wasn't that she was asleep. In the real world, she was already dead. I think that was where she was already dead at that point.
Yeah, the dry wipe always gets me, right? You're dabbing your eye, but there's nothing there to dab. What are you doing? Like,
it's all fake. It's a big fake out. That's all it is.
I mean, I've seen that in courtrooms, but and here he is in this moment. I'm surprised that he even would appear on television, but he did. Now, I know you also, as you mentioned, you did the analysis before the arrest, by the way, on Fox 35 down there. And there was another interview with the mother where he's in the background. And a lot of people have been talking about, like, what's he doing back there? It was odd behavior.
Yeah, so it's almost kind of like stalker behavior where he pushed himself kind of in the background so that he wasn't present in the front of the camera. And it was because he was watching her, watching the environment. Also, too, when he first walked in the room, he made a lot of noise. He bopped down the trash can. There was a lot of agitation that was going on. He didn't sit next to her to support her. He was in the back. But keep in mind, now look at, he's not crying. He's really concerned. I really love her. But yet there's no unity between them. So that what I thought was very strange on the front end of it. The other thing is that when you look at what she says, and I actually wrote it down, right here, Jan Soto says, I went to go pick her up at school and she wasn't there.
Again, thank you, Mama Fee. I appreciate you for the 9 months. Angelica, thank you for the 16 months. Just Debbie, thank you for the 6 months. and Jackie, thank you. I appreciate you guys. Catherine, thank you. Wonder Mommy, thank you. I'm trying to get to them because I like to go through everybody's comments fair and square all the way down the middle, whether you're a subscriber or whether you're showing love and support. I want to make sure I take my time out to thank you guys. I feel like sometimes I skip over that, but I want you to know it's because that's not what I'm here for. But I appreciate you. I appreciate everybody who takes the time out and support. Thank you so much. Wonder Mommy says she happened to leave her cell at home that day. That's all bullshit. That's how you know they were going through her phone and took so she won't talk. Wonder Mommy, good point. Good point. And thank you for supporting the channel. I appreciate that. Renee Marie, thank you for the 2 months. She said the best damn fam in all of YouTube land. Mom charges when? That's a good question. We'll see. Don, thank you. I'm just taking my time out to thank everybody real quick so we can keep going. Thank you, Valerie. I appreciate the 8 months. Thank everybody for who supports the channel. Again, I hope when you guys see me scrolling through comments that you don't get the wrong idea that I'm skipping over what you're supporting the channel with, because I care about every single one of your comments, whether you're a green, whether you're a subscriber, just only a subscriber. You don't even got to be a member. I'm looking at everybody's comments, and I want you to know I'm looking at them fair and square down the middle. Again, I appreciate everybody who supports the channel, but that's not what this is about here. This is about us coming together to make a difference in the community as one, taking in phone calls and hearing from everybody. I don't care if you're a member, again, or a subscriber, mod, whatever. I want everybody to be treated the same and with love and light. So thank you guys again that do support the channel. I appreciate you guys. So I wanted to make that clear.
And then simultaneously, you have to look at things at how they sync together. Right at that moment, what does he do? He starts stretching and cracking his knuckles. This is where tension is built up. When a person is feeling highly stressed, they may stretch their fingers out and they start cracking their knuckles to kind of release this lactic acid. The second part of that was Jen says, that there's a lot of conflict of who took him to school. First of all, I think it's all a whole big fabricated story. I don't think any of it is true. I think she was dead. When you're listening to the story unfold, it was we took them to school. Then it was I took him to school. And then it was the boyfriend that took him to school. When you see all this disjointedness, when we analyze this, I throw my team on it, we're all talking to each other and going, oh, I'm smelling a rat here. First of all, I think they're both involved. I think she's covering up for him.
Well, let's do this. Let's do this. Madeline's mother also spoke to WFTV Orlando during that same interview. Let's watch that together.
I feel like I can't breathe.
I'll check it. I got it.
All I keep thinking about is, where is she? Is she safe? Is she okay?
Thank you, Kat.
But we're all a wreck. My entire family is a mess. We're just so worried. We dropped her off at school, close to school. She wanted to walk the rest of the way. I'm not sure what I'm allowed to share. Spotted walking by the church, by the middle school, on the cameras. They saw her hang out in the parking lot for a little bit and then get up and leave. They didn't see a vehicle or anything else. They just saw her walk away around 9 a.m. heading towards the school, but she never made it.
Yeah, but how would she be seen? I'm confused. How would she be seen walking towards? I'm so confused with that because they're saying that they see her at 7:35 a.m. So I'm confused about the rest of this.
My heart, I feel like somebody took her. This isn't like her to just pick up and run away, or just not go to school. I don't know what to think. We're desperate for any answers, anything that you could do to help. I'm here for it. Just please, if you see my daughter, just please bring her home.
It's interesting, Scrappo.
I just hope you're okay, Maddie. I hope you're safe. I hope you're not hurt. I just hope she's okay.
Okay, Susan, your thoughts here on
Y'all
Mom?
ready for this breakdown on Mom? I'm actually on the edge of my seat to hear this breakdown. What she's about to say against Mom. I want to hear, because we just listened. If you just came in, we watched Dr. G, who did a breakdown on Mom, right? We watched that. Now we're hearing another body language expert with a different opinion here. So now we're hearing somebody different than Dr. G speak up. And I'm on the edge of my seat to hear what she's about to say right now. Let's hear it.
Well, first of all, she's in fight or flight. You see her really shaking. This is not your typical nervousness. This is a shivering. Oftentimes you see that when somebody's really in trouble, right? You see them shaking like if, they're very, very nervous. That's really more of a...
my God.
Hold up. She said when they're really in trouble. That's way different than what Dr. G said. That is way different. She said, again, let's hear it out.
Well, first of all, she's in fight or flight. You see her really shaking. This is not your typical nervousness. This is a shivering. Oftentimes you see that when somebody's really in trouble, right? You see them shaking like if, they're very, very nervous. That's really more of a nervous. You see her looking up a lot, which we call the three-corner white, but from the bottom. She's searching for answers. There's pauses in between her thoughts. She kind of loses her thought. Yeah. She's then asking the interviewer about what she should say or what she shouldn't say, or maybe I shouldn't say it. That's really odd, because that would almost imply that she was talking to an attorney or something, that she was kind of prohibited in saying something. The other thing is again, remember she saw her going across the street. We dropped her off. I think that she did, but it wasn't that day. And this is what liars do. And Casey Anthony was really good at this. She would play out things in her mind that had occurred before, or that she visualized it, somebody else doing it, but putting herself in that situation. So I am telling you right now, Vinny, and I will bet my career on it, the mother's involved. She's covering it up for the boyfriend. I don't think she had it.
Whoa.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Excuse me. The fuck did you just say?
Yo. That's how I feel when I hear this shit. She just literally spoke like volumes for me. Because, and again, allegedly, I'm gonna bring it back full screen here in a second, run back what she just said. But this woman said, I'll put my career on it that she is involved. I'll lay my career out on the table and quit tomorrow if she's not involved, pretty much. That's a fucking bold statement.
Because that would almost imply that she was talking to an attorney or something, that she was kind of prohibited in saying something. The other thing is again, remember she saw her going across the street. We dropped her off. I think that she did, but it wasn't that day. And this is what liars do. And Casey Anthony was really good at this. She would play out things in her mind that had occurred before, or that she visualized it, somebody else doing it, but putting herself in that situation. So I am telling you right now, Vinny, and I will bet my career on it, the mother's involved. She's covering it up for the boyfriend. I don't think she had anything to do with it, but I think there was a high conflict between her and that birthday party. When you look at the language, and there was a conflict between the mother and the daughter. I even asked Fox 35, I said, hey, what's going on with this relationship with mother-daughter? There's a high conflict. Why? Because early on, you could listen to her tone. There's a lot of videos. She was an agitation, almost some anger that I could hear in the back of her voice. So the other thing is there's no tears, there's no sadness, there's no remorse. And
oh my goodness. I bet she just spoke for about 80% of the chat. Just mind and thoughts on this case. 80%. Now I know there's probably a good 20% that's holding out for hope for her, and I can get that too. I can sympathize with that side also, but I do feel on the side of what this woman is saying. I do, and I have since I started seeing this story, and since I watched the interviews, and since we went over those things here. I'm gonna have to open the lines up after this. This is gonna be interesting to hear what you guys think after this.
I have to ask you a question, Vinny, and any of your viewers, listen to her tone. There's a lot of videos. She was an agitation, almost some anger that I could hear in the back of her voice. So the other thing is there's no tears, there's no sadness, there's no remorse. And I have to ask you a question, Vinny, and any of your viewers out there. Did you feel any emotion there?
No.
There you go.
We didn't. Mm-mm. We didn't. And I hate, And again, no one's been charged at all in what has happened to her. We only know about the charges relative to the cell phone. The investigation continues, but it's a big part of the investigation. What was going on in the house? What's going on with the relationships? All significant stuff. Susan, always great to have you on the show. We appreciate your time and your incredible insight. I know for sure we'll be speaking again. So I'll just say, I'll see you next time. Thanks so much, Susan.
All right. Wow. That was very interesting right there, ladies and gentlemen. That was interesting. I'm about to open up the lines again. Very interesting video. To say the least. To say the least, that was wild. With this expert right here that was on there. Wow. I'm blown away. Let me open up the lines. 219-885-9693. Do you guys think that this mother is involved? And what do you think about this lady saying that she will lay her career out on the line and quit? Man, that's some stuff that I said. 407 sent from heaven. You're in, what's going on? You're live.
T-REV?
Yes, ma'am. You were live.
Let me mute my TV. I'm sorry. How are you? This is Lily. Actually, my name is Marion.
Well,
I go by Lily Rose. How
what
are
is
you?
your thoughts here on this? What's going on right now?
I was involved in the search on Thursday night, right by my house in the woods. And let me tell you, I knew from the beginning this mother. I don't know them. I don't live far from them, but I don't know them, and it's scary.
Did you say you were going to be a part of the search? Is that what you said?
I was. I have boots on the ground on Rumble Road, which was about 6 miles away from where she was found, because it's a very woody area.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
I live right off the road, Narcoossee in St. Cloud, and if you cross 192, it turns into Hickory Tree Road where she was found. So I'm only a couple miles up from it. So they were in the area because he was in that area. And then when that man who lives on Hickory Tree Road had the video surveillance, he called in the tip and told him he saw him go into the woods after he fixed his flat tire. He got a flat tire before he went in the woods.
Wow.
This mother, I guarantee, like she put her job on the line, she will be in jail by the weekend.
Now, you're close to this area. What is the police presence like?
There's only a couple cops. My daughter and I took a ride last night to put some balloons.
Would you go by the house?
Not that house. No, I didn't go by her house.
Go by, you know what I mean? Go, you know? I'd drop right by there if I was in the area. I'd be right. What's going on over here?
I went to the memorial they had last night. And there's a lot of stuff there. The one on Hickory Tree Road, there's one also outside of the school.
Right.
They have one. But there's more police there, I guess, because of all the children around and everything. But I used to drive this road. My best friend actually lives where Santa, you know what happened with Santa today that came out?
With
Did you hear about that? Oh my God, they busted a big child pornography house today.
Oh, wow. No, I didn't hear about that. This is the first time I'm hearing about it.
On the news. They didn't, we don't know if it came from, because he lives close to where, if you do the mileage, it's only a couple miles away from where she lived. He didn't live with her, by the way.
He didn't live with her?
No, his parents are very wealthy.
Oh my God.
And
I didn't know
they
that.
paid for everything. They were paying for his father, paid for everything all his life. He worked here and there. You know, he does when he feels like it. He's a loser. We all know that anyway. But yeah, he pays for everything. That wasn't even his car. That was his father's car. No, that car's not even registered in his name. But he, the guy Santa, they call, wish I could remember the name, begin with a C, the last name. They went there and they've been investigating him since January 19th, but they didn't have proof. But he had pornography, you know, trading pornography, child pornography, CP, I should say, I'm sorry. Cheese pizza. It's hard on YouTube, don't like it. And I don't know if he's involved in it, but they went there today. And my best friend and my ex-husband's best friend lives right there. It's called Hold on, I'm going to tell you exactly what it's called. Let me see if I can look this up real quick. Okay, here it is. It was a big thing on the news earlier. Someone had it on, I don't know who, but it was Fox 35 reported it right here in Florida. It's in St. Cloud. Countryside, Countryside View Road. So it's the whole place.
So
They
are
own it.
you thinking that this dude Steven's connected with that or what?
That's what they're thinking. And why would they
Oh,
got his phone,
because
they went through
and
it.
right after he's arrested for something in this manner, that happens? Are you thinking something like that too?
Well, they had a death there. It was a father and son. The son shot himself in the head because I guess all this stuff was coming down on them. And now this guy gets arrested and this guy ends up dead. And I haven't heard, I can't even say 100% if they're connected together, but that's what I'm getting from the conversation that was going on in chat. So I'm not sure. You know, I'm
I'd be
very
surprised.
big on this.
I wouldn't be surprised if police are sitting outside of the house around there right now. I mean, the stuff that's coming out, that she's definitely being investigated, allegedly.
And I guarantee you, the cops have not taken their eyes off of her since they arrested him. You know, she's not at that house because it was a crime scene. You know, it was all taped up for days. But there is a garage attached to that house, and you can't see it on Zulu.
Yeah.
So there is, and I think that's how he got her into the car. Whether she was drugged, whether he strangled her, whether she took, who knows? I don't. You know, there's so many things.
Well, I mean, there's no charges filed right now, so what's I don't know what's going on.
Their time. Right here in the state of Florida, we have our Governor DeSantis. A couple of years ago, put into law anybody that commits pedophilia gets life in prison. So he's not going anywhere. So they could take their time. They're really crossing their T's and dotting their I's. And also Mark Lopez, the sheriff.
Yeah. What's up with that? What's up with those releases of the photos? Come on now. Do you know this guy? You've seen him around town? What's up with him?
You know what? He's a very good sheriff. And what happened was the next day after they found her body, of course he's got to take pictures of the scene. He's a sheriff, you know?
Yeah, but come on though. You got to know what you're posting.
You got to know what you're posting. It was an accident. I know it was definitely an accident because he's not that type of, he's not. He's a good cop. He's a good sheriff. He really is. I just
it's so like when you release a photo of a deceased teen,
you got to look at it. It doesn't take a minute or like deleting your resetting your phone, factory reset your phone. I know that don't take a while because I belong to an organization, a lot of them on YouTube that catch pedophiles and doing stings, you know?
Yeah.
And I've been with them for years now. Like we're going on 3 years now. And the fact that we reset our phone after we decoy and get caught, in like whatever app we're in, say Meet Me or something, if they catch you under a certain age, they'll delete you and you have to factory reset your phone just to get back in there. It's hard. It's not easy.
Yeah,
And
it is. I mean, it's just and my thing with the sheriff, it's like really it's about to open up some lawsuits. I mean, you cannot for instance, especially on Instagram, when I post to Instagram, ma'am, I'm able to see what is about to go up and even edit and look, and you know what I mean? Like I can see everything. So if I accidentally click one of the wrong pictures, I'm not about to, you know what I mean? Like you must have been in some type of hurry to the point where you didn't look to see what pictures were attached, because nobody accidentally does that. In case you're not paying attention and checking over the work that you're putting out. If this is your job, this is what your job is, to protect images from like that, or images like that from getting out, not from letting them get out. So I wouldn't be surprised if he lost his job over that.
Well, the big guy came in, so he's going to be under investigation, and it's election year for him. So. Yeah. That's why he was going to the senior places and doing them. When they do all those things, it's an election year. They're going out to promote themselves, you know?
Yeah.
He may lose his job over this, but I think he wasn't paying attention. It's sad.
It
You
is
know,
sad.
yeah.
It is sad.
I mean, I cry for this girl. I have a daughter. She went to school here. We used to get calls at 10:05 in the morning, not 7:30 at night. I don't know what changed it. She just graduated already, you know, and moved on. But I don't know. It's crazy. But
So,
I
so
was
you said before you go, you said that
no,
that you were gonna help search, but they wouldn't let you, or what?
no, we did. We did.
Oh, so
So
you actually did get out there and were
on Thursday afternoon at 4 p.m., we all got the phone call to meet at Rumble Road. So you can put your name in and you go on a list. And I'm involved in the community, you know, not a lot, but a little bit that I
yeah,
get
but thank you.
myself out there.
Thank you for what you do.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
That means a lot. That means, you know, that actually is a good thing that you do, and I encourage more people to do it.
Yeah.
Again, like that's you dividing your time or devoting your time to, you know, going to search and help families, and that means a lot to people, and that is a great thing that you do. So God bless you for doing
Thank
that.
you. Thank you. God bless you for what you do, because I just found you a couple days ago, and
Yes,
I've
ma'am.
been following you, and I hit my thing for all your notifications, and I'm right there. You really get into it and let people talk and explain and talk back to them. Nobody else does that, and God bless you.
That's it's important. It's important to not
Yeah.
only let your community talk, but you know, not just treat them like a
Amen.
number. Everybody is a person and a voice, and every single person in here does have a voice. Whether if you can't get through on the lines, you're gonna get through at some point, and just you're gonna
Yeah.
be heard. Also, I tell people to email for callbacks because there's a lot of people that are calling in and
Yeah.
stuff like that. And I love letting people have the floor and speak their mind on what they truly feel about these cases. I mean, these news stations don't do it. A lot of other people don't do it. It's like, why just leave the platform for me to speak and you to listen to me and my opinions all day, but me not hear none of y'all out? And no way. I love hearing from the community, and I also love hearing the stories and stories like yours where you're out actually in the community, boots to ground, helping to find a young lady like this that is missing from her home, Madeline, Soto. That was a good thing that
Yeah.
you're doing, and I think it's a good thing that you probably will stay doing. I mean, it sounds like you're
Oh,
devoted to that.
absolutely. Absolutely will stay doing. Um, it gave me joy, and not finding her even gave it more joy, but you wanted some solution. But then when no, it wasn't Thursday. I'm sorry. It was before they made the announcement. I had the days all mixed up. Okay. So I think it was Wednesday at 4 p.m. And then they came on the news and announced about her. No, it was Thursday night. I'm sorry. It was after. That's right. That's why, after the car. See, I put in for every search as soon as something happens, and you don't know if you're going to get that call or not. When I didn't get a call Friday, I got so scared, because you signed up after you were done. You want to call back? Yes, I want to call back. I'll be here tomorrow, such and such time. We'll call you, because they were going to do another area, but not here. And then that guy called in, like I said, and broke the case wide open and led him right to her. But check out the Santa guy after
Yeah,
you're done here, because
I will.
It was breaking news today here, and it's something big. So
No, we'll
I'm
definitely check it out, and I wonder if it connects to this case.
I that's the vibe I'm getting, because the guy offed himself, and they went there for the dead body, and then that's when they knew there was child pornography being sold and traded, and they think he
Right.
was trading with him. That's what they said. I don't know. I can't say it 100%, but they found in the bathroom pictures just like he did. That's what's scary. That's why everybody's thinking of the little girls going to the bathroom and coming out, undressing, going to the bathroom. They found a lot of them, all different child from the area. So they went to my friend's house today and asked him. He doesn't have any young children, thank God, but he only lived 6 houses away from them. Beautiful area too, gorgeous neighborhood. Don't know. You just don't know.
You got to do what you let. Somebody said I had serious anxiety, and I'm shaking uncontrollably. Well, when you're doing it, when you have serious anxiety, Deanna, you need to do what you love to do. That's what when people are going through it. I don't know. I seen her say that in chat, and I was like, I don't know if she's having a panic attack or what. But if you're having serious anxiety, do what you love to do, and that should go away. Like focus on if you like drawing, poetry, whatever you like doing. That's what you should do right now until it calms down. That's my
Amen. Yeah.
best advice for you, and that's how I get over my panic attacks and anxiety. But yeah,
Somebody sent you an important email, it looks like. I'm going to let you go. I'll talk to you again.
no, thank you for calling in again.
Well, thank you for
Thank you for your community work too, and that's important stuff that you do. So thank you for calling in and letting us know about, you know, what you've seen out there and sharing your thoughts and opinions on this case. Email me if you can about this bust that you're talking about. We'll check into
I
that
will.
too.
Okay. I definitely will. I'll get the guy's correct name and put it in there so you can look it up better. And I'll put the Countryside View, the name of the place in there for you.
Thank
with
you
the
so
address.
much. I appreciate that. I want to take a look at it. God bless you.
You too. God bless you.
Shout out to her. Love and light. 219-885-9693. 603. What's going on? You're live.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You are live on the air.
Hey, I'm calling because I was watching a gentleman. His name's Pascal.
Yes, ma'am.
And he had information from somebody that works with the aunt.
Probably what I got on is, does it say this? Or before you say it, maybe this is it. I just found out that a friend of mine works with Maddie's aunt, and she said that the mom knew about him abusing her and that they would sleep in the same bed, and she watched and sometimes would join in the three. And that there is that what you're talking about?
That's exactly what it is.
What's your thoughts
But,
on that after seeing that?
Well, I think the whole thing's just horrid. I
Mhm.
just think it's horrid. And when I saw this earlier, just a couple hours ago, it blew my mind. I mean, the world's getting more and more evil as we go along, but yeah, it's just sick. And I thought right from the jump that the mother had something to do with it, but this definitely is pretty nasty.
Yeah, I mean,
So-
if this is true, I don't know who that's from or what's being said, and I can only say this is allegedly until we know some stuff. But at that
Yeah,
right there, this stuff right here that I'm showing on the screen, which is exactly what you were talking about from the Pascal show. If you
Right.
don't know who the Pascal show is, guys, make sure you go subscribe. I like him myself. Let him know T-REV sent you. This what he's shown right here. I don't know who sent this message, but I will say it's allegedly until I hear some information. But damn, if that's true, wow.
Yeah, right. That's what I said. I've watched him several times. I'm not subscribed or anything, but he seems to give pretty good information, and he doesn't really seem to jump the gun until he's got some kind of foundation. But maybe there is no merit to it. Who knows? But if it's floating around and it means something, it will come up again.
Yeah, that's
so that's it. That's just my thoughts. Just, you know, I've been watching you. I've been trying to watch anything I can about this whole case because it's very disturbing, you know.
For sure.
And
what'd you
so
think?
I
Did you
just-
see that body language expert? The other, not Dr. G, but the woman here that she said, I would bet my career that she's
Yes,
involved.
yes. And I was happy to hear that because, like I told you, I've just had a feeling that she had something to do with it right from the get-go, the first interview. And they've had another body language expert on, and I don't know what his name is, but he said that he didn't see any indications that she was covering up or lying or any of that. And I just kind of clicked away from it just because he did a whole thing on the Adam Montgomery case, and I didn't get a good vibe from that either. So, but everybody's got their own opinions, you know. But yeah, I just wanted to share that with you because I didn't know if you had seen that yet.
Yeah, I seen it. It was sent to me earlier by somebody. They sent the text message in, and I was like, whoa, She said it on the
Yeah.
phone, and as soon as she said it, I went and looked, and it was that.
Yeah. Yep. Pretty scary out there. But that's all. I'm not going to tie you up. I just wanted to share what I had seen and see if you had any idea about it.
Yeah, I don't know about if it's true or if it's not true, but if it is, that's disturbing. I'm going to keep it at, like, for me, this is how I'm taking it. I'm taking it with a 50-50 grain of salt until I see some documentation come out and it be stamped as a fact. Now, I can say this. We were hearing different rumors about up to 2 to 3 years ago that this all started, and it ended up coming out that back in 2022 is when it all started. So that was
Yes, I
pretty
saw that
accurate.
too. Right, right.
You know?
Yeah, I mean, you never know. People are going to crawl out of the woodwork. Everybody's going to say whatever they want to say, truth or not, if they've got something to back it up or not. But like I said, if there's any truth or merit to it, I'm sure it will circulate and come out to be authenticated.
Well,
But
hopefully
too bad. I'd like to think that the mother didn't have anything to do with it, but I just didn't get a. That's not. I've got 3 sons, and I'll tell you what, I've lost them in department stores and different things, and I don't know, immediately you just go right through the roof, screaming and panicking and having a breakdown. It's crazy. So I just can't imagine keeping my composure like that, but I'm kind of a nervous person anyway, so.
Well, and there's another developing story coming out of St. Cloud, Florida. I don't know if this is connected. Again, I don't know how St. Cloud, how close St. Cloud is to this specific area. Does anybody in chat know about this? Because I'm looking at a story that's about CP, which is obviously child, what. And I want to know if it's, some people are speculating that it could be connected. I don't want to jump the gun and try to connect this story, but did Steven Stearns or Stefan Stearns know, can we connect this guy with knowing Stefan Stearns? Can we connect that?
Right.
Can we make that connection? If we can make that connection, it's worth looking into. I'll say that for sure. If we can make that connection. So I'm curious about that. Again, thank you, man, for calling in. I appreciate you sharing information and your thoughts and opinions on the situation. I look forward to hearing from you again. And I hope you have a blessed night.
Absolutely.
Stay vigilant and lock your doors.
Absolutely. Thank you. Have a good night.
You too, man. Shout out to her. What a nice soul. Again, some people are saying that there's some type of connection here in St. Cloud, a death investigation and a child pornography arrest has led to a disgust by neighbors across a St. Cloud neighborhood. Okay, this report is coming in today. This guy, federal agents, they have been investigating James Cox and his son Henry since late 2023, uploading child P. James Cox was arrested Tuesday on child P charges while they found Henry Cox shot himself in the head before the search warrant was committed. 865, you're live. Talk to me. How you doing tonight?
Hey, T-REV, it's Mary. Glad you got the interview of. Hey, I'm glad you got the video. I wasn't sure if it went through with Vinny and this lady talking about the body language. I thought that was pretty interesting. You there? Did I lose you? My phone's been acting up.
You're here. You're here. You're on.
Oh, okay. Just 2 things. One, I sent you a message earlier today about what's happening down here in Florida too. We have a very, very high human trafficking problem, and a lot of children are involved. And they, out of Polk County, and I think that's the Orlando area, they just arrested 223. This is the second or third major bust of anywhere from 60 to above 100, 200 people. And they put their names and their pictures out and everything. There's a sheriff there called Sheriff Grady. You can go on his site. And what I'm starting to wonder now, Osceola County is only 52 miles out of Polk County. And I'm kind of starting to wonder if maybe this is how Stefan was making his money, was through trafficking her videos. Just a thought. Because it's just kind of weird that he's been involved in that for, been around them for 7 years and been involved in this so long. So it'll be interesting to see if that's one of the reasons why they're taking so long with putting charges out. It may be connecting all over, with some human trafficking stuff. So that was a thought. And then the second thing was, I think somebody said St. Cloud is close to Kissimmee. Yeah. The other thing was, I think the reason why he turned around and went back home with her body, and I think the mom was there now from what they were saying. I think her car was in the phone, her phone was in the car, and he realized it and had to get that phone back to the house because it's going to ping if he doesn't realize it's with her and he dumps her and that phone is there. They're going to be able to find, they're going to put two and two together. I have a feeling he took that phone back to the house. And why else would you, how stupid is that? You take his body back home, there had to be a reason for him to go back. I'm just kind of wondering if that's what he did.
I don't know. That's a good question. That's a good question.
Yeah. Why didn't he just go on? But and turn her phone off. And I guess they did turn it off eventually. But anyway, I just want to run that by you.
What do you think about it? Everything being, let's just say charges not being filed, just on the thoughts that maybe they're pursuing and investigating that mom knew about this, because allegedly, again, but there's a lot of people that I've seen, even including experts, even posting out on Twitter and different areas. I've just been reading and trying to collect information and see. As my opinion, I thought from the jump that was sus to me. And as I go and look around, a good 85% of the community that I'm looking at is thinking the same exact thing. So it's not just like it's something that we're picking at as viewers. But in true crime, how many cases have we seen in situations where people were emotionless or telling some bullshit story on camera? Stephen McDaniels, wasn't that guy's name that was on there crying?
McDougal?
Yeah,
Stephen McDaniels.
It's a different dude. An older case where he killed I'm pretty sure she was in college or whatever. But
yeah,
we're seeing somebody on camera, including the boyfriend, Stefan Stearns or whatever. We're seeing him. So, and when we look at both of them, I'm getting bad vibes with both, allegedly. And I hate to say that, but I'm just saying what my body and energy is picking up on when I look at that.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree. And I think this lady who was looking at the body language, I think the difference between her and the other doctor, is it Dr. G? I think the difference with him is that just straight up scientifically, he can't say yes or no either way. It's like a lie detector test or some other things. They have to be very objective and not just let their emotion get into it. Where I think this lady was able to pick up on it. She got angry about it. I could tell with her. I think they both are right. I think they both picked up on there's something very, very wrong here. I think the mom is guilty and involved. And I'm just wondering if, like I said, with the sex trafficking thing or the human trafficking thing, if that's involved. I know they got 13 victims today or yesterday they saved. But I think one of the reasons why there's not an arrest made or they've come out in public and said what's going on yet, I think this is going way deeper than just the mom's guilt and his guilt. I think we're going to be surprised. I will be surprised if they don't tie it to other things. I think that they're having to take time to really investigate either maybe other murders, missing girls, missing children, whatever in this area, and what she knew. I just, my gut tells me there's a whole lot more behind this than what we know. That's just my thought.
Well, I appreciate you calling in, Mary. Thank you for calling in, sharing your thoughts and opinions with us. Again, I don't know. I thought today would definitely be a day where some more information maybe came out or charges were pressed kind of quick like it was with Audrey Cunningham, but we're not seeing that.
Well, and that's why I said what I did about, I wonder if it's connected to the trafficking thing, because they just made that arrest 2 days ago. And that was 223 people.
That's insane.
They arrested.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah.
It's a lot of
men
people.
and women. So check it out. Okay. Thank you so much.
God bless you, man. Thank you. Shout out to her. Lock your doors. 219-885-9693. We are following the Madeline Soto case. If you want to call in, share your thoughts and opinions and theories with everybody, you know what to do. 604. You're in the door. Talk to me. Can you hear me? You there?
Oh, sorry. I didn't know if you'd answered. I thought it was a
Yeah, no,
voicemail.
we're on. We're live on the air.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So I was just going to say, you keep asking why they haven't released anything or pressed charges. And my opinion is they want to nail down as close as possible the exact time of death, because we don't really know when she was killed. We don't know if it was Monday morning or Sunday night. And they will need the coroner to make their best possible guess before they press those charges, because they want timelines correct, right? And also that might decide whether they think the mom is involved or not.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm thinking are they deciding whether they're going to press charges on her or not, or whether they can gather enough to do so. Allegedly.
Yeah, but I mean, the time of death is crucial. And that body was out in the weather, so I don't know if I think they're waiting for the coroner and however long that's going to take before they actually press charges, because they can't say, oh, we think she was killed this day, and then they're off by a day, and then he'll have some alibi. Or she will, depending.
Yeah. Well,
just my thoughts.
And
I'm 50-50 on the mom, because I have seen people react like that when they are totally freaked out and in shock, and not necessarily a totally mental stable person to begin with. But she also could be involved. So I
don't know, like from a reality standpoint, right? When I sit back and think about it, I'm thinking, well, okay, if mom's a suspect to them, they're going to get in my head, and this is just from watching past investigations all the time and just learning that knowledge and taking it in as I'm watching. If they're looking at her as a suspect and they have enough probable cause, in my mind, if mom knew about this, it would show somewhere, even digital. There'd be some type of digital evidence, especially with what he had in his phone. You would think that if something was going on to that magnitude, there would be digital evidence, whether it be text messages between her and Steven Stearns or whatever, or Stephon Stearns. They would be exchanging some type of conversations back and forth, and that's kind of how I'm thinking. So they would be getting her phone records to check and see if any discussion was going on about not only the morning or around the time that she passed away. They're going to be looking for relevant things to try to put together a puzzle and get that probable cause.
But she gave them her phone on the very first day, so I think they'd already have that on her if that was in her phone. So I don't, unless she has another phone, which we never know. But also that post from that Pascal thing, like not that he did it, but someone posted on there, that is totally a sick pervert troll. There's no bloody way the aunt's going to be going around blabbing, oh, I knew they were doing this and that when a murder is involved. No way. Somebody who's really getting off on this posted that, and that's really sick.
And it's kind of like,
in my opinion,
with the calls and stuff that are going. I don't know who's who coming. Like the dude threatening chat last night, like I'm gonna punch everybody in the face. I'm like, what is this dude talking about? And then he comes on and he's like, he came on to the show, and that's why I had to upload it. And a lot of us sent the shit in, and the dude's like, dude said that was 18. He was like, I was 18 when I seen her with 8, 9, and 10-year-olds. I'm like, what? Or trying to talk to them like it was normal. It was almost said so normally that I almost threw up. I'm like, that you wouldn't say nothing about that? I don't care if you're 18 or not. If you see some guy that is 18 years or a little bit older than you talking to a 9-year-old and a 10-year-old in a sexual manner, then you are just as bad as them in my eyes. You're just as bad.
Yes. The only time, though, that I've seen people who aren't inclined that way themselves, but they've witnessed stuff like that and they don't tell, is because they don't want to be caught for drugs or something.
Yeah.
Well, like if you have to testify where you were and you're in a drug dealer's house when this is going on, a lot of people don't tell. They just, especially, no slur on men, but especially a lot of men don't. it's, unfortunately a bad thing. There's some 12-year-olds that look like they're 18 and people know how old they are and they still, it's very sad what's going on.
I mean, if that's the case, and I don't know, I honestly don't know what to think about people who call in and then claim they know information from that.
I know, because I've heard some. I agree with you. I know some that sound totally legit.
Yeah,
but like that guy could have just been a troll, but he also could have been someone who was doing or dealing drugs or something, and no way he wanted, at that age. And back then it was like way more consequences than nowadays.
I'm just not anymore. I'm not like I'm usually a trusting person, but I'm not gullible to just start, because sometimes what people will tell me, they sound so convincing, but then you find out they were either a troll or something. So everything from that point on, after somebody trolled and got around me and literally tricked me and made me think that they were genuine, everything is 50-50 with a grain of salt. I don't care where the interview was. If they, show me. It's a grain of salt until proven that it's a fact. But again, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and opinions with us. We appreciate you. God bless you, man.
Oh, no, thank you so much. I just, those are just my thoughts on what's going on. And that post is totally not credible in my opinion. And I know everyone's jumping on saying she's guilty for sure and whatever, but I'm still 50-50. You don't know for sure.
Yeah.
People can be freaked out like that.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
and people can be fooled. Like there's the people that are families of serial killers. They had no clue. They suspected something, but not that.
We'll see how it turns out. Something's taking long for a reason, and I think it has something to do with mom, possibly, allegedly.
Yeah.
I appreciate you. God
Well,
bless.
like I said, I'm 50-50.
Yeah.
So,
no, you got.
I'm not discounting it, but I'm not throwing her under the bus either.
I feel that, and I respect it. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
God bless. Shout out to her. You have a good night too. Oh yeah, this is what everybody's talking about right now. I guess this is the talk of the town. Hold on, before I open the lines back up, I just found this is allegedly somebody that's a friend of the aunt that heard some stuff. I just found out that a friend of mine works with Maddie's aunt, and she said that the mom knew about him abusing her, and that they would sleep in the same bed, and she watched and sometimes would join in the three, and that she's getting charged, and the autopsy of Maddie will not be on the news or out there at all, so that mom definitely knew everything. I'm absolutely disgusted. And the mom's boyfriend had a second phone with all of the abuse in there, which is so disgusting and horrifying. She's most definitely had something to do with this. Is absolutely crazy. Allegedly, this is from, again, somebody who works, I guess, with the aunt. I don't know. 219-885-9693. The lines are back open. Rick with a capital P. Yeah, right. That dude was a trip. Caller, I agree with about the auntie's rumors. No way, I believe it. Yeah, I don't know either. No morals. Listen, guys, police report released said she had shorts on, but jeans, and he went back home to get change of clothes after essay. 610, what's going on? You're live.
Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you are live.
I'm sorry, hold on one second.
No, you're good.
I didn't expect to get through and I'm at work. Sorry, guys.
You're
so
perfect.
I've been saying in the chat, I'm Jessica. I've been saying in the chat that I emailed you a video. There's a couple detectives that I watched on YouTube last night after your live.
Yeah, you're talking about Duty Ron. I seen the video.
Did you see it?
But
I don't know if anybody else
he
saw it,
strikes
but it
people,
was
so
nuts.
I won't play it.
Yeah, if you can, I think it would spark up a lot of conversation and a lot of thoughts, because I was 50-50 on mom at first, but now I think she knows all about it.
Yeah.
I don't know. She's iffy. Something's going on, or she's a weirdo too. So, but I just wanted to say that. I'll get off because I am at work. Thank you for your show. I enjoy it much.
No, you're welcome. Thank you. I appreciate you sending that. No, I've seen it.
All
I
right,
see
cool.
what you're talking about. And again, Like I would play it, but I've heard he struck people, so I'm not. And you know what I mean. I'd be cool with it. I don't mind. I wouldn't mind playing it, but again, he strikes people from what I hear. So, or I would play it. I personally don't care.
I mean, that's the first time I saw them, so I don't know anything about them, so I'm not sure. But like the way he brought out the notes and stuff, it really did make sense.
Yeah, it is wild. I seen what you're talking about. I see what you're talking about. I'm invested in
and
this.
how they didn't even know that they were saying lies. Like they didn't think other people could tell that they're lying, and I actually believe it. But and the wording that they used, he had to keep himself distant from actually doing it or saying I.
Yeah.
All that was really weird. But if that's how they really break down people's statements, that stuff is crazy how they do that. And the past tense talking about her, so that they said basically they knew that she was already gone at that point when they heard that.
Yeah, that's
I guess they
that's
told
crazy,
her,
right?
Yeah, they told her they loved her and she was a good girl and all this stuff, and it's all in the past tense. So I was glued to it after your show, and then I realized you went live again and I missed it.
Yeah. Well, you talking about yesterday?
Yeah, last night.
Yeah, we were live for a good 6 hours.
Yeah, I was on that one, and I usually listen to you while I'm working because I ain't got nothing else to do. So I just put my headphones in and go. But I missed the one where the caller Rick came through. He's a weirdo. Anybody that is okay with somebody hitting on younger girls, knowing that they're 18 years old, even at 18 is try to go for an older girl at that point. I thought younger guys liked older girls. Why does it that's a weirdo thing. That's not normal.
Thank you, Jennifer. Yeah, no, that's why I don't know. I read a comment yesterday, but when I posted the video clip up last night, I was reading some of the comments because some people were like, oh, well, you should have asked. You probably could have got more out of him. I'm like, dude was already frustrated and wanted to address the chat when he already reached out to me. So when I had contact,
ready to fight.
Yeah, he was already, and that wasn't the first conversation. That's actually the second conversation. And he said something about a sex ring at the end. If you listen all the way to the end, he said something about Steven is something sex ring, and it blew my mind when I heard that. So a lot of people may not have even have made it at the end of that call, but he did. I don't know whether it was a troll or not.
Yeah, I think I remember hearing that. Yeah, that was. I mean, who has sex rings?
That's
I mean, he said he was 36 years old. I am going to be 35 this year. So that means in the early 2000s, he's the same age as me. To me, he's talking about how much older he is. He is not that much older. And back in the 90s, our parents were always telling us about people and perverts. And if, my dad was strict. Anybody comes near you, you tell me. He had the gun loaded, all that. That was not okay back then. To talk about that unless you were that comfortable with somebody.
And then the man was back in the day, and I'm like, well, how old are you?
I'm thinking 36? The 70s back in the day, not 2 years older than me or a year older than me back in the day.
Yeah, ain't nothing back in the day when you're 36. I don't consider nothing that back in the day. Shit, I'm 33 and it ain't back
exactly
yet.
Not at all.
But yeah, no, that's crazy. That's crazy.
All right, well, I'll let you go. Some other callers can call in. I was really surprised I actually got in.
I think it was probably because I was watching something, but you got right through him, and then there's multiple people calling, so I'm surprised.
Well, I heard you're getting ready to hang up, and I'm like, you know what? Let me hit the button now. So I did.
Oh yeah, I
and
forgot.
It worked.
Well, yeah, I'm glad you got through. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be listening in the future. I don't plan to go nowhere. Keep going. You're doing wonderful.
Thank you. I appreciate the love. God bless you. Stay safe at work. Love and light. I hope you have a great night.
Thanks. You too.
Stay vigilant. Shout out to her. Good phone call. If you want to call in, 219-885-9693. There's been reports. If you're just coming in, there's been reports that the aunt is talking. Again, that's what this picture is depicting here. That, ladies and gentlemen, that the aunt is telling a co-worker some information here. So if you, I mean, look, and I'll leave it on the screen right now for you guys to check it out. 580, you're on the show. Talk to us. What's your thoughts on this case?
T-REV, I called
How you
last
feeling?
night. I'm turning the TV off. Hold on. I watched the program. You got a great show tonight. I'm telling you, you are blowing it up.
Thank you.
I watched this. Well, that's why everybody I watched your little part today as well about Rick. I watched the show today, and I subscribe to J is for Justice.
Mm-hmm.
And a couple hours, it was pretty long, and the only person on there, no call-ins or anything, was a man named Chase. Chase lived with Stefan, and he was known as Stefan his entire life. Family calls him Stefan. There's no Steven, because I'm going to relate this to Rick in a minute. And somebody who watched your show wrote in and said, ask him if he knows Rick. And so he thought for a long time, he goes, I don't know anybody. I know a guy named Ricky, but it wouldn't have been during that time period or anything. So no, I don't know him. And then the person texts back in and said, he was 18 and some other things. I'm hoping that some of your viewers tonight saw that episode. But this guy, Chase, lived with him, Stefan, in their home with his parents for like 2 years or something.
Interesting.
Yeah, maybe a little bit about Rick. He said, if Rick knew him, the only social life that Stefan had was Chase and his friends. And that's why that's when he was going to parties and stuff. And if Rick knew Stefan, then he darn sure knew Chase.
Hold up. Whoa, this is so somebody in chat said Rick is legit. He predicted it a day before. Steven was in the group chats with the ring that got busted today. So the dude that called in at the end of the call, he goes something about a sex ring as I hit the button that goes, get the fuck out of here, because I was sick. I was sick to my stomach hearing that nasty shit that he was talking about. But he did say something about a sex ring, and the next day there's a big bust. What is going on? What's really going on?
I only caught part of that today on the Santa thing, that they think it is kind of that he was with the proximity. This is what I got from it, but I didn't get any details. Somebody else will know a lot more about that. That they would have been trading trading the information. But I think it came from Stefan's phone pictures that were found at the death scene of another house.
Wow.
Could be a relationship like that. That is odd of me to say because I don't know any of that. I have no firm, but it was insinuated. What I heard, they were trying to relate it to that and how the cops would have done it the next day, done it so quickly. Yeah, something to that. But anyway, the Chase guy it was 2 hours of it, and I certainly can't tell anything else. And I hope if anybody else saw it, they can give you more detail. And it wasn't really about Rick, because he won't say yes or no that he knew a guy named Rick, but all the friends that Stefan had with him. In fact, bang. When they had an argument, and Stefan called his dad and said, come get me. And they pulled all this stuff out. He left. Stefan did not have a social life after that. Another story he tells, and he didn't ask anybody's permission to tell this, so he doesn't know if they're going to be upset with him, is that another one of his best friends with him, whenever Stefan moved out, he roomed with him. And this guy was engaged or dating this girl for several years. And their situation blew up because the other friend of Chase's that was living with Stefan found pictures of his fiance in his home, coming in and out of the shower, and pictures of porn on there, and didn't tell anybody because the girl was mortified. And they had it out. It was a big deal between them and the families. So he said, I never dreamed, when he said young, he said, I didn't dream it'd be children, maybe a 17-year-old girl, because, I knew of a girl he dated that was 17 or 18, and she was Asian or something. He just knows so much about his life. The mom bred poodles. The father was never there. And the only thing that Stefan did in real estate at all was his dad would give him a list, go take pictures of these new listings.
Right.
And Stefan couldn't even get up before 4 or 7 p.m. at night. He slept all day. So Chase did it for the dad. He got paid well. And there was something I was going to say about that.
No, I know our minds can run rampant with all these different
information. There's kind of more to that. Oh, this is what it was. The way Chase found out about him being arrested being a person of interest on the news, is Chase's mother read the article, saw it, sent it to him because he doesn't live at home. Chase doesn't. Sent it to him. He read it. He lost his mind. He got on the TV and saw him do the interview, and he said out loud to himself, he goes, "Bull S. That is that spoiled boy, dumber than a box of rocks, can't carry a job," pouting just like he did to his parents. No tears. His facial expression, everything. He says, "I know it to a T." He's lying. He is guilty. Yeah. And plus, the other thing, yeah, he says that. I hate quoting people because I don't remember what they said word for word, but that was the gist.
Yeah, this is insane. We'll keep covering that. If there's any connection with this, we'll find out. That's 100% a fact. If there is a connection in this story, with what happened today, this arrest, this sexual predator ring, and now I thought in my head, Rick's a troll, right? In my head, Rick's a troll, but it is very interesting that at the end of this friggin' phone call, now it's just throwing me through a loop. I don't know what to think about it. At the end of that Rick phone call, which maybe a lot of people didn't even get there, but he did say something about a sex ring, a child, something. I don't know exactly word for word, but I heard you could hear him say it when you listen to it. So he's like again, it was. I would have to go back and play it. Maybe I go grab it right now.
Oh, I hope you go back and play for all of this because I did miss that.
Maybe
Chase is not saying Rick isn't real. He's saying he don't remember him at all. Ever.
Yeah, no, and I don't know if I think he's a troll personally. That's just my personal thoughts. I thought that this person was a troll, but it is interesting that after all of this, there's a sex ring that gets busted. Or that comes out the next day after this guy had mentioned that. So I have it right here. I'm going to play it here in 1 second as soon as I get off with you. And I'm just going to put it at the end of that clip and listen back because I want to hear exactly what he said there.
Okay, well, I wanted to put that in there. I want to get off because I want to hear everybody else's comments.
Thank you so much for having the courage to call in. I appreciate you calling in, sharing your thoughts and opinions. I thought they were great opinions and great theories that you have there. Thank you so much. God bless you. Lock your doors. Stay vigilant. I'll see you in chat.
Okay.
Shout out to her. Good phone call. Let's check this out because that is an odd statement. Now there's a sex ring being busted, and what's going on? Let's check this back out real quick.
Whole parenting thing.
Let you hit the floor and let you tell whoever you wanted to tell. I can't control my chat. I can control what I say, but I can't control my chat. This is a free thinking platform. Everybody has the right to think what they want to think, whether you get what I'm saying. So I can't stop the people from believing what they want to believe. This is a free thinking platform. They're going to believe you may have some people that believe you. You may have some people that don't believe you. You may have some people that want you in jail right now. You may, I don't know. But again,
what? What the hell did I do?
I mean, let's jump. Do you want me to tell you why? I mean, if you were 18 and you seen this guy with an 8-9-year-old, especially being 18,
he's told me before he has.
Hold up. All right. Let me get to the part. Full on here saying Steve or Stefan Stearns and that you see or Steven or as you call him or whatever, and that you seen him touch 9 or try to hook up with 9-year-olds and 10-year-olds. That you don't find nothing wrong with that in that capacity of your mind. You don't find nothing wrong with that. Level out with me here for a second, Rick. Level out with me and tell me straight up. You don't see nothing wrong with talking to or seeing one of your friends talk to a kid such as 9, 10, 11, and 12, 13. It don't matter. You don't see nothing wrong with that. Yes or no?
No, I do not see nothing wrong with that. Because you know why? Because me and Steven were both part of a fucking ring. How about that?
Hold up. There's no way, man. This isn't real. Did you hear the words that he just said right there? Hold up. He goes, me and Steven were part of a ring. How about that?
No, I do not see nothing wrong with that. Because you know why? Because me and Steven were both part of a fucking ring. How about that?
Me and Steven were...
No, I do not see nothing wrong with that. Because you know why? Because me and Steven were both part of a fucking ring. How about that?
Me and Steven were both part of a fucking ring. That's his exact words, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. It's weird. And then today, let's go ahead and close this out now. I just wanted to go back and listen to that. If you want to listen to it in full, it's uploaded on the channel. No, that's not it. Where's this story? Hold on. Let me open the lines back up to you. Guys can call back in right now while I'm looking at this thing. I want to pull it up, but there's this Santa guy, right? Santa, Florida. That's all you got to do is look up Santa. It's the first thing you're going to see. Right here, feds arrest neighborhood Santa on child pornography charges. Son kills himself before arrest. What's going on? I know Florida's a big state, so there's 623. You're on with me. Talk to me.
Hey T-REV, it's just me.
Just me. How you doing tonight? Nice.
I'm all right. I'm all right. Just having a birthday and being sick at the same time.
Oh, I hope you feel better.
Thanks, bud. Hey, do you know Novacity has another channel like yours?
I know. Yeah.
Well, I watched him. He's pretty good, just like you. And I watched him last night after I got off with you. And he busted open that thing where the police posted what she was wearing after they had found her. And you remember what they said she was wearing when she went missing, right? She had on a green hoodie, black shorts, and Crocs, right?
Correct.
When they found her body, she did not have that. She was wearing jeans. She was wearing the same hoodie, but different shoes also. And that's why he was talking about last night that when he left and he dumped all her stuff in the dumpster, left and then came back, why did he come back to the house when he didn't have to? Why did he come back? We was thinking he went back because he needed to get changed clothes. She needed clothes. He couldn't leave the DNA after he did whatever he did on there, so he needed to change clothes on her.
Interesting.
That's why when he left the second time, he was gone for so long, didn't come back till the afternoon. And on his way out there, that's when he got that flat tire. So it's a damn shame. So, but yeah, he was talking about that last night, and we was all like, whoa, wait a minute, that freaking makes a lot of sense.
That's crazy.
I've been watching this case since the beginning on your channel, and then I switch over and watch on his. This is crazy. I feel so sorry for that little girl. I mean, all these crazy pedophiles out there is so terrible. It's horrible. My cousin was molested when she was really little, and she didn't get a chance to get away. And when I finally got to a place where I could help her and she get away, she ended up in a crash and she died.
Oh, wow.
And that was a horrible thing. But, what the funny thing about it is back then when all this was happening, my half-sister got molested and I saw that when at a young age. And then my cousin, and then it started with me. But I got older and I wasn't afraid to confront my uncle, which was my dad's brother that was molesting my cousin. We actually all got in a room and we confronted them all. And my aunt ended up leaving. We ended up leaving, and she took her away, and it was a horrible thing. And she died shortly after that, but it was horrible. And for these, and I also pointed out once that I put a thing on your thing. My half brother, he is locked up for the rest of his life. His name is John Millay. He's locked up for 500 years. He will not get out. It was a big ordeal. You can Google it. You'll see and find it. It's there. And it was a horrible thing that he did. He tried that with me when I was 12 years old. I tried to tell my mom, but she didn't believe me. And I never saw him again after that. I told my mom I don't want to see him ever again. I never did either. And come to find out, I've reconnected with my sister here a few years back, and she let me know. I'm like, where is he? She's like, he's locked up for the rest of his life. but she wouldn't tell me why, so I had to go on and do my own digging and find out why. That's why. It was a big molestation thing that he had gotten himself into, and it was horrible.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's John, John Molea, Molea.
So,
And
he got 500 years?
500 years, bud. 500 years.
Good. And that's what these creeps should be getting, that do these things to children or anybody in general. It don't matter.
I agree.
They should be getting life sentences without the chance of exiting and doing it again. That's just the way it should be. I feel like a lot of people would think about what they're gonna do beforehand, but again, a lot of these people, some people come out and they're just that way. They're weird. They can't get nobody. Then they're looking at children, which is absolutely disgusting. I mean, like, I've seen a show where somebody was breaking down like the thoughts of a predator. And I used to watch Chris Hansen all the time. I would love watching Chris Hansen, where he would just take a seat. You know what I mean? Take a seat. So you were talking about you want to get with my 9-year-old daughter, and Chris Hansen would just light these boys up. And they ended up trying to shut Chris Hansen down, but what he was doing for the community was great too. And I was always a big fan of what Chris Hansen did there for the community and kids. And they were trying to say it was entrapment, but in reality, he was saving a lot of kids' lives, because there was older men that were 40 to 50 years old going to hook up with these young little that they're meeting on the internet. You know what I mean? They're meeting.
I've seen his show and I was watching it. So yeah, and I thought that I'm like, the first episode I watched, I'm like, holy crap, this is crazy. But you know what? I had respect for that guy going out and busting them right on camera. And yeah, there was like a 70-something-year-old man that drove 3 hours to meet a 13-year-old girl. Mm-hmm. And then when Chris Hansen confronted him, he's like, oh, I just thought I'd come down here and try to talk her into not doing this. Why would you drive 3 hours to do that? Seriously. These pedophile people just ain't got the right kind of functioning going on. They just don't get it. And I have 7 grandkids, and I babysit them every day, because when my daughter had her kids, I'm like, ain't nobody else watching them. I'll do it. And I've been doing that for 15 years. Mm-hmm. Only one taking care of them. And they're ages 3 to 16. And we don't let people around. We don't let people watch them. It's just the world now is just too much.
Yeah, you see,
and my heart goes out for these kids, because it's so terrible. Because I can relate and I feel, and when I watch these shows, it hurts so bad, and I don't understand why the parents just don't fucking get it. I just don't get it. Talk to your kids. Tell them there is such things as this shit should not happen. Don't let it happen. Tell somebody. I understood that Madeline was telling her friends at school, but when she told her friends at school and her friends finally told the teachers, it was too late. It was after she had already died. Friends, if you have friends and you're telling your friends, that don't tell your friends, don't tell. Let them tell. Let everybody tell. Speak up, because that's the only way we're going to save these kids, is if people start talking and people start understanding.
Yeah, we need more of you. We need more of you out there. People that'll speak up. People that'll speak up and acknowledge it and have compassion like you do. And I appreciate you calling up and speaking on this in front of such a good, diverse audience here. Again, you never know who's listening and who story, is touching who. I appreciate you calling in.
I don't care who listens. I just want to get it out there and have all these people know and understand what's going on. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
So
100%.
You have a wonderful night. I love your show. I love your people in chat. And I appreciate it. Thanks, Pete.
God bless you, man. Thank you so much. And again, I feel your compassion. I can feel it pouring out of you just through the phone and the way that you're talking about these, just the case and what you were expressing along with this guy you were talking about. I appreciate you again calling up and sharing your story. God bless you, man. You have a beautiful night.
Good night, Pete.
Thank you. Shout out to her. Good phone call. I appreciate people like that. 219-885-9693. Now, it was a body language expert today, Dr. G, and then, right? Was it Susan Constantine? She said one thing, and Dr. G said the opposite. She said she'd bet her career that the mom has a play in this. 475, you're live. What's going on? Talk to us.
Oh my goodness, I got through to you.
Yes, ma'am.
I am Big Bird, and I am calling from New Hampshire. I'm newer to your channel, and I am a CSA victim and their family advocate. So that's what I do, and for CA. So I wanted to bring a couple things just because I've been involved in helping people through situations like this, and nobody gets involved with this type of work unless they're sick of the way the system works, and it personally has affected their life or someone that they love. So if I sound passionate, I'm passionate because it has affected my family. So I'm a mom first and foremost, so I totally get where Madeline's mom is coming from with feeling, she's probably feeling all types of emotion, but I can tell you from working with victims' families, I have never worked with a mom that knew what was going on. And I've never worked with a parent that had the body mannerisms or like the behavior pattern as she had during the interview that we saw with the news. So I wanted to just kind of shed some light onto that. Many of the viewers know me because I've been pretty involved in Harmony Montgomery's situation. So I will say that a lot of times, and again, from what I do, when a parent makes a statement like Jennifer Soto did, that you can't lie to the police. So I do believe they know that she's lying. I mean, they pretty much said that during that presser, that they knew, the timeline had changed and that it wasn't accurate, and evidence proved that. So I feel like they dropped a little bit of a bone there for us. They're onto it. But I can say that a lot of times in cases like this, if somebody did know and there was a witness or somebody that had a suspicion that didn't call something in, a lot of times they will use that person as a weapon against the predator. I'm trying to use my words really appropriately.
No, you're good. You're good.
So I do think that just because of what I've done in my own past and my connection to Harmony Montgomery's case, my involvement with that, I will say that I do believe from my experience, she will be arrested. I don't think any of these posts hold any value, because no person that's involved in a ring like that is going to come on a YouTube show and get angry and start defending what they're doing because people like this don't think they're wrong. One of the cases I'm working on now is a three-time indicted offender with mental incompetence in the state of New Hampshire. He has not been put in jail because they claim that he has a low IQ score. So he is free to wander. He was just indicted again, and I am waiting on his next competency hearing because the evaluator found him to be competent. Not very competent, but competent enough to stand trial.
Right.
So there's a lot of pieces to the puzzle. And, our system's not strong enough, but just from my understanding and the things that I have to do when I get calls, and in the last week, I've gotten like 12 calls from new families. So it is really bad everywhere in the country. But I will also tell you, the feds were in charge of this bust. So feds don't go arrest people unless they have everything possible for a conviction, which is why you see a lot of the cases, like 99% of the cases that you see federal bust, this, that, they always get sentenced. They're always found guilty because they don't do quick investigations. The investigation that busted this ring is no doubt in my mind at least 6 to 8 months old, because that's really the quickest amount of time. Like Josh Duggar, they had been investigating him for 3 years before they even went to go talk to him. So the feds lay everything out. There's no way that one call 2 days ago made this giant federal bust, because the feds are the most detail orientated. If you're involved in a sex crime, Oh, I said it. I'm sorry.
That's
A
okay.
PSA crime for minors.
I try not
If
to
you're
hold off on
involved,
that. I try to let people just speak, you know, like I try not, you know, I know they want to
yeah,
censor some things, but it's like I've tried to hold that ground of not censoring so that
yeah,
people can speak because it's like, damn, like, we can't be on a platform where as a community we stand together, but also we're speaking reality and having the conversations that the news don't want to really have, and so and that other channels don't want to have, and people want to abide by these weird guidelines that or they're scared of their channel being suppressed in some way. Okay, yeah, there's some things that possibly and I respect that shouldn't be said, but at the same time, as human beings, we need to also be ourselves and not be changed because the system or these multimedia platforms want us to suppress our thoughts. And you know what I mean? Like we got to speak
yeah.
up. There's a lot of shit going on in the US right now and with the justice system in general,
Oh
and
my
we
gosh,
should
yeah,
all be able to come here together wherever to speak about these problems, whether it's from case to case. I don't care
yep,
what's connected, but this is what this is for.
yeah, absolutely. I agree with you. I will say that I am working with some senators at the United States Capitol, from my state, and I've been doing this for 8 years. And when my loved one didn't get justice, that's the way my family is taking our justice, because we're advocating and working to change new laws. We just got one of the places that interviews our kids. They were operating on a $9,000 a year budget from our state. They're now operating on almost $40,000 a year because we started a bill. State reps sponsored it. We got backing and it got voted in. I'm losing my breath
That's
talking
great.
about it because
That's
it's
great
really
work that you've
hard.
done, by the way.
Well, thank you, but you know what? I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it for me. I'm doing it for the justice. My loved one, I almost said who it was. My loved one did not get. And in the meantime, I'm trying to help as many other people as I can. I do it to help people. Sometimes I get paid from organizations. Most time I don't. But to make change is really the way. You know what I mean? So I do believe, I feel in my heart like you do, that there was more going on. We're going to find out more. It's just a matter of time. But I don't think the bust in Florida or any of the busts in Florida in the next couple of months have anything to do with this. But I guarantee you, Stefan, the crumb on the ground that I step on, is going to start talking in there, or he's going to harm himself because he seems like he wants to be the victim. They were talking about Madeline in past tense. He was, and her mother was. Her mother described what she was wearing.
Do you
almost
think she's
exactly.
involved?
Yes.
You do think she-
I can tell you, I have worked with so many parents or grandparents or foster parents of kids that are victims. And like I said, even foster parents that aren't related to these kids, they don't act the way she did. They have real emotions. They sob and cry. Where is my child? Or what's happening to my child? Or what can I do? Not, I'm going to sit here by the phone and, oh, wait, she left her phone at home. That's unusual. There's just and then she had that elaborate story about the church. They planned this whole thing. They waited the whole day for her not to show up at school and to act confused. I know I can't say for certain, but like tomorrow is the parole hearing for Kayla Montgomery, Harmony's stepmother. So she was used against her husband to convict him for the murder of Harmony. And that just happened. Tomorrow's her parole hearing, and we have hundreds of emails that have come in to the parole office and the parole board. So it's not, the actions of Jennifer Soto are not that of a loving, caring mother who wants to know where her child is, who's scared for her child. I can't even say anything nice. I can't say anything nice at all.
Right.
And I think it's because I've been in situations where I've worked with parents And it's just not, and law enforcement. I mean, law enforcement has more emotion usually than she did. So it just doesn't make sense at all. I mean,
right.
When people were out there looking for the last little kid we were looking for locally, there were people in hysterics that didn't even know the child. Like, what were they wearing? You know, looking around, and it was a daycare. So, you know, I just thank you for doing what you're doing. And I know it's a quick call and I'm already over 5 minutes, but if you ever want to do like something, or you want me to email you like the steps that the feds take to do one of these busts, I will absolutely do that for you this week.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Because it's intriguing, and how they get their target. The dead body found in the home with Santa, aka James Cox.
I think that's interesting. Yeah, I could make a video.
It was Henry Cox. Yeah, his name was Henry Cox, and that was his son. And he was seen in some of the videos that the feds were sent months ago. I read the indictment. So he was seen because there was a mirror close to where they were making the video. His reflection was seen in the video. So they had a warrant. When they had the warrant, it was for Henry Cox and James Cox, aka Santa. They were father and son, and they were, I don't want to say tag teaming. They were buddy pairing, or whatever you want to call it, with these minor children. And there were lots of them, like hundreds. So the investigation did go on for a while because they have hundreds of videos. It's pretty scary. But like I said, if you want me to send you that, I can send you an email, or I'm happy to come on. And I have a friend that's a federal parole officer. I can see if they'll come on too and give you some insight. He's a really cool guy. I'm not sure if his work will allow it, but if it doesn't, he may actually give me more information to share. He lives right down the road. So
right. Yeah, I'm down. I'm down.
All right.
For sure. It's educational. I like to do educational stuff, especially if it's educational in the true crime field like this. It's great. I'm definitely down. Email me or hit me up any way you can get a hold of me, and we can definitely do that.
Awesome. And I have also like a list of signs, symptoms, and ways to report them. I know most people are like, well, you just call the cops, and not always, because if it's online, you actually have to call the federal marshals. So I can send that to you too. But I'll definitely send you an email, and I thank you for letting me talk for too long. I'm from New Hampshire, and I'm redhead, and I talk a lot.
No, it's all right. You're good.
All right. Well, have a good night. Thank you. Much love and respect.
Thank you. You too. Love and light. I'll be looking for your email.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
God bless. Stay vigilant. Shout out to her. Good phone call. I appreciate her calling in. She had a lot to say. I'll let it go through. 219-885-9693. What was I looking at? I was looking at something. Oh yeah, that she said that was wild what she said. But the mom is on drugs per that friend of Steven. Hey, hold on, you said same here. Professional, had a good life, but I have made some bad choices along the way, only because I'm Yeah, it happens though. You can get over that. You can get past that easily. 305, you're live. Talk to me. 305, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am. You are live.
Oh, hi.
How you doing?
I'm good. It's Gravity I'm on Miami Beach, Florida. How are you?
I'm doing great. Miami Beach, Florida in the buildings. What's going on? What's your thoughts on this case?
Why do I guess people that murder are just irrational and murders are not rational, but like I think the mom is the one that called the news people over to the house. Like, how could you think, like, you have no experience doing this, that like they call the news on themselves, and now like they look like it's terrible because they're lying, and it's so obvious it's so easy for people, I think, to read other humans in those situations, So like, why do you think they go on TV?
Why do I think that these type of people go on TV knowing they committed what they did?
yeah, like expose themselves after trying to like doing something and trying to hide it. Like, why did
I'll
they
tell you why,
let
because
it go?
they personally think that they're smarter than the police and that they could put on an act and possibly get away with it. I think that they, in their mind, they're
Smarter than
scared that,
everyone.
they're scared they're gonna get caught. But I think that if they he really thought he may have been able to pull this off some way, which is, I mean, clearly he's not smart at all. When it comes, you're gonna get
No.
caught. There's CCTV footage. There's all these things. Clearly, he didn't think about what he was doing. He
Yeah,
just,
and then the times are off, and then driving around with her. Who knows how her body was in that car?
yep.
Thinking he could just factory reset. Go over FBI abilities and stuff like that. But so I've been thinking about this, like this whole week, about these child cases, and tell me if this is too crazy, but I keep seeing this weird connection where like they have car trouble, or in a lot of these cases they end up having car trouble right after they do something to these children. Like in Montgomery, the car broke down. McDougal, he had to go to his car had a problem. This guy had a tire problem. Is that too much? Am I going too far?
No.
Like, isn't that strange?
Yeah, no, it is definitely strange.
There was another one, the Elijah Vu, right? They had to go to the car shop to install something. He was having car trouble.
Weird. Super weird. What's going on with all the car trouble?
I don't know, karma. That's like,
weird.
There's got to be some sort of tear in the universe when you do something to an innocent that way. I hate that it was her birthday. 13 is such a milestone age, and this gross person with her, oh.
The things that he did to her, oh my God. Like I said, I just looking at the first affidavit, I believe that is, they're
only
talking
gonna get
about
worse.
her. They're talking about her. The nastiest shit is in there. I mean, basically some of that's going to be in probably the homicide affidavit.
But you think he only did it once a year?
No.
Why did it miss out?
Absolutely.
So that's what I'm saying. That PCA, like, he only did it twice.
Since 2022, that's been going on. So it's like,
what concerns me though, he was a techie in the past. I mean, he could have maybe gotten rid of other evidence.
You never know.
That leads me to think that maybe it was like something that happened that wasn't pre-planned, and then that's why he was like cleaning out his phone right there and then that day. Because it's pretty crazy to be walking around with that stuff on your phone.
I mean, he tried to conceal it, obviously, with the factory reset. That just didn't work out for him. And again, I'm wondering if they're going through mom's phone records right now to see if she knew about what was going on, if there was any abuse. We got to also think of this too. I'm just sitting here thinking, right? Madeline had a phone. I'm curious to find out what Madeline and him were texting about, because that he probably texted her and said
Nah. I don't think so. He has her in the same house. That would be like that.
No, I mean, like, she had a phone. She was at school. I'm sure that if he's doing all this shit and grooming her, he's definitely probably hitting her up, texting her, and all different types.
Oh, probably very controlling.
You know what I mean? Like, I actually really think that there's going to be some text history in there between him and her, and that's part of grooming.
Yeah, he identified hard as the stepfather.
So
like
I don't know. It's weird. It's weird.
But like the mother, I want her buried under the prison if she had anything to do with it. I want her buried under a prison. Because that's too much, man. That's just too much.
So you don't think you don't think that he would be texting her like that?
I think if he's not smart, but he's not dumb. Like, he's somewhere in the middle. So I would think that working as a tech person, he would know better than to leave a trail. You definitely these people know what they're doing. They're not going to be leaving like evidence like that. maybe I'm sure like you could, like if you read into them now in like hindsight, you could probably maybe get stuff out of his text messages. I don't know, unless he's totally like, I mean, they're pretty nuts with the way they went on the news. But I'm sure you could like, you know, read between the lines. But I don't think these people go straight at it. They have to go their whole lives like hiding, you know?
Right. Yeah. That's most definitely. Most definitely. This is like a weird situation again. I don't know when these charges are going to come out. We're going to keep an eye on that, but I appreciate you calling in. Thank you for being a voice in the community. And again, I look forward to hearing from you.
Bueno.
Shout out to her. Good phone call. Hold on. Let's run something real quick. Right. Let's run this back. Hold on. Let's check this out.
It was a little bit disturbing, surprising, and not welcomed, I don't think, by the public in what happened here. It involves a crime scene photo. This is from reporting from Fox 35.
Now, this is before I see a few people in chat saying play this, so I'll play it again. Just this little segment, though.
A statement made by the sheriff. This is what the sheriff said. A post was made on social media about a community event for seniors. In the post, an investigative photo was accidentally included. The photo was immediately removed. We deeply apologize for any confusion or disturbance this may have caused. And that comes from the Osceola County Sheriff's Office. So what exactly was released here accidentally? Well, there's another post I want you to take a look at. This came from,
this
I guess,
part
a
right
political opponent of that sheriff, the former sheriff who's running again, former Osceola County Sheriff Russ Gibson posted this on Facebook. The second photograph that I received was an Instagram post made by Marcos Lopez himself. This photograph was taken at an active crime scene where Madeline's body was recovered, and it was indeed a picture of Madeline's lifeless body. This is 100% unacceptable and 100% shameful and disrespectful to Madeline, her family, and friends. So a picture from the crime scene posted accidentally of Madeline's lifeless body at the scene. All those types of images aren't allowed to be publicly disseminated in the state of Florida. And obviously there are issues on how it could impact family, friends, and others. Ultimately, I don't think it will impact any trial or investigation. Then another post, or the same post, the sheriff continued. The first photo is a selfie of an Osceola Sheriff's Office civilian, Nerva La Sharifa Rodriguez, and the main suspect of the murder of Miss Madeline Soto as he's coming out of a building handcuffed. To post this photo for her own personal gain and notoriety is unacceptable and shameful. So here's what the former sheriff is talking about here. This was a selfie that was posted to Facebook. Although the post has since been deleted, that image was posted, and on it you can see
there she is,
the suspect in the background coming out, and then a selfie taken by a civilian working in the sheriff's office. Not in great taste. Not in great taste at all, and sort of unfortunate parts of what has transpired in this investigation so far. But that man, Stephen Stearns, let's talk about him. And a lot of chatter and talk. Was this guy a Disney employee?
Was he?
Did he work for Disney?
Definitely.
Now, if you go to his Facebook page, it's
police collected Maddie's and mom's phone. Yes, he's absolutely texted her when she wasn't around. Marlon says demons entering people. I'm not ruling out anything at this point. Lizards, aliens, damn. Josh says, I think the car trouble is a way to say a car was at a random spot for a while and was an excuse when disposing of body or any other type of issue. Looking like no doubt.
Pretty clear.
No doubt. That's actually good speculation
up there
too.
that he
Very
was
good.
in fact a cast member at Walt Disney
Again,
World.
as you come in and make sure you guys hit the like button. I am going to open the lines back up. We're just watching this segment that came out earlier. Mr. G or Dr. G, he came out and spoke. And then we've had this woman who came out and spoke. And These are both body language experts. These body language experts, one is saying specifically, again, one is saying that, just because of this, it's not, his end opinion was he doesn't think mom's involved. Well, ladies and gentlemen, did that absolutely change when we watched the second opinion? We watched both opinions here tonight at the beginning of the show. We checked out both opinions. And again, that's why I'm playing it back, because I thought it was interesting. Not only that, what she says is the complete opposite of what Dr. G said about mom's breakdown and the read of her emotions, etc. So I thought that was very interesting. And that's why I'm playing it back. For those who haven't or just got here, make sure you hit the like button. Let's get it.
And for those of you not familiar with what a cast member at Walt Disney World is, that's someone who works there. You don't have to be one of the characters wearing the costume. You just have to work at Disney, and you're considered a cast member. So based upon that, a lot of folks are a little worried based upon the allegations he's facing now for those photographs on his cell phone that he was arrested for, sexual abuse. We believe that victim in those photos is Madeline, but working at Disney. So here's what the Orange Observer is reporting about whether or not he works at Disney. And despite information on the Facebook profile belonging to Stephen Stearns, the man arrested February 28th in the case of missing 13-year-old Madeline Soto was not a Disney cast member, officials confirmed. So not a cast member. Was he a former cast member? Did he ever work there? Did he work for a subcontractor there? Those questions we still don't know. And I'm not sure if he had any interaction with guests at the park. But the latest that we're getting on this, the official word is he was not, and or is not, or was not at the time of his arrest. So we'll continue to try to figure out more of that. Finally tonight, I want to get into some body language analysis.
Here it is right here, folks.
The suspect in the cell phone case, who's a suspect in the disappearance and murder of Madeline, the boyfriend of the mother, gave an interview on television, as did the mother. So what is their body language telling us in these interviews? Let's bring in our special guest who's joining us from Orlando, Florida. You know her well, human behavior expert Susan Constantine, back with us. Susan, great to see you. Thanks so much for being here. Appreciate it.
I don't know if anybody's in here. I don't know who to reach out to, but if they want to, come on here and talk about Stephen Stearns or Stefan Stearns, this guy that they knew, they're more than welcome to. Just email me, or that's how I look at it.
Want to get into this. I want to show you first Stephen Stearns, who agreed to an interview. This is the night after Madeline disappeared, which is also the day before he was arrested. This is all courtesy of WFTV in Orlando. You know that station well. We have the video. Let's watch it together.
I dropped her off. Everything looked fine when I drove away. It's the last time we saw her.
What were the conversations that y'all had in the car when you dropped her off?
Not much. She was asleep for most of the way. Told her have a good day at school when she got out. I love her. Said thanks, love you too. That was it.
And so where do you think she could possibly be? I mean, this isn't, as I was told, this isn't normal behavior.
This is not normal behavior. She's not the type that would just run off. We don't know where she can be. And we're scared. We just want her home.
Are you, in a sense, blaming yourself?
It's hard not to. It just keeps coming in waves. This reality keeps hitting. And we don't know where she is. We don't know if she's safe.
Yeah, right. This dude's a joke.
We're just scared. We just want her home. Conflicting reports here and there. People say they see this or that. None of it's conclusive and none of it's helpful. We just want our baby girl back.
Okay, Susan, let's start with Stephen Stearns, who's in custody now.
All right, now this is the part that I've been talking about, and you've probably seen it, and maybe you haven't. Maybe you just joined in and haven't seen it. Well, you're about to hear this body language expert give an opinion. Just listen to the one about mom, though. That's the one I want you guys to focus on, the opinion about mom.
Now, for what was found on his phone, but obviously a suspect in this investigation. What are your thoughts about his statement there? There was a lot.
There was a lot. In fact, when I was covering this on Fox 35, I urgently stated right on air that the sheriff's department needs to consider this person as a suspect in her missing. So anyway, when I'm watching his body language, you notice that he's looking down a lot. So he does what we call eye blocking. He doesn't make eye contact when he's actually talking to the reporter. That's always a concern for me. But let's cluster things together, okay? So when you see him taking these really deep breaths in and it comes back out, those are manufactured. It didn't go in sync with his emotional affect on his face. There's also, if you look really close, there's asymmetry in his eyebrows. One will lift up a little higher than the other one. Natural emotion will move synergistically or in synchrony on both sides. So anytime asymmetrically is always a side of concern. The other thing is there's no tears, Vinny. We're looking at him. He doesn't have red bloodshot eyes. He doesn't have any tears coming down his face. He's got this kind of scratchiness in his voice, and he's pushing these emotions to appear like he's very sad and he's worried. I don't see it. There's no stressors in the forehead. There's no sadness in his eyebrows. To me, it's an all great big fabricated story. And the other thing I want to mention, when he said that she was asleep, I think she was asleep, but it wasn't that she was asleep. In the real world, she was already dead. I think that was what she was already dead at that point.
Damn.
Oh my God. The dry wipe always gets me, right? You're dabbing your eye, but there's nothing there to dab. What are you doing? Like,
it's all fake. It's a big fake out. That's all it is.
I mean, I've seen that in courtrooms, but and here he is in this moment. I'm surprised that he even would appear on television, but he did. Now, I know you also, as you mentioned, you did the analysis before the arrest, by the way, on Fox 35 down there. And there was another interview with the mother where he's in the background. And a lot of people have been talking about, like, what's he doing back there? It was odd behavior.
Yeah, so it's almost kind of like stalker behavior where he pushed himself kind of in the background so that he wasn't present in the front of the camera. And it was because he was watching her, watching the environment. Also, too, when he first walked in the room, he made a lot of noise. He bopped down the trash can. There was a lot of agitation that was going on. He didn't sit next to her to support her. He was in the back. But keep in mind, now look at, he's not crying. He's really concerned. I really love her. But yet there's no unity between them. So that what I thought was very strange on the front end of it. The other thing is that when you look at what she says, and I actually wrote it down.
The dry wipe.
Right here, Jan Soto says, I went to go pick her up at school and she wasn't there. And then simultaneously, you have to look at things that's how they sync together. Right at that moment, what does he do? He starts stretching and cracking his knuckles. This is where tension is built up. When a person is feeling highly stressed, they may stretch their fingers out and they start.
I mean, what's in the air in Florida that the pedos are out there left and right? What's going on there?
Cracking their knuckles to kind of release this lactic acid. The second part of that was, Jen says, that there's a lot of conflict of who took him to school. First of all, I think it's all a whole big fabricated story. I don't think any of it is true. I think she was dead. When you're listening to the story unfold, it was we took them to school. Then it was I took him to school. And then it was the boyfriend that took him to school. When you see all this disjointedness, when we analyze this, I throw my team on it, we're all talking to each other and going, oh, I'm smelling a rat here. First of all, I think they're both involved. I think she's covering up for him.
Well, let's do this. Let's do this. Madeline's mother.
First of all, okay, again, another body language expert, the complete opposite opinion of Dr. G's. Dr. G said he thought the mom wasn't involved. Now, I don't know if he has dove into the details that have came out, or he just looked at that interview without looking at the details around the case, right? because obviously if you see the details around the case and then watch that interview, maybe you have a different perception. I don't know if she has. It sort of sounds like she has. She is saying specifically that exactly what 80% of us are thinking.
Also spoke to WFTV Orlando during that same interview. Let's watch that together.
I feel like I can't breathe.
Here it comes.
All I keep thinking about is, where is she? Is she safe? Is she okay? But we're all a wreck. My entire family is a mess. We're just so worried. We dropped her off at school, close to school. She wanted to walk the rest of the way. I'm not sure what I'm allowed to share. Spotted walking by the church, by the middle school, on the cameras. They saw her hang out in the parking lot for a little bit and then get up and leave. They didn't see a vehicle or anything else. They just saw her walk away around 9 a.m. heading towards the school, but she never made it. In my heart, I feel like somebody took her. This isn't like her to just pick up and run away, or just not go to school. I don't know what to think. We're desperate for any answers, anything that you could do to help. I'm here for it. Just please, if you see my daughter, just please bring her home. I just hope you're okay, Maddie. I hope you're safe. I hope you're not hurt. I just hope she's okay.
Okay, Susan, your thoughts here on Mom.
Well, first of all, she's in fight or flight. You see her really shaking. This is not your typical nervousness. This is a shivering. Oftentimes you see that when somebody's really in trouble, right? You see them shaking like, they're very, very nervous. That's really more of a nervous. You see her looking up a lot, we call the three-corner white, but from the bottom. She's searching for answers. There's pauses in between her thoughts. She kind of loses her thought. She's then asking the interviewer about what she should say or what she shouldn't say, or maybe I shouldn't say it. That's really odd because that would almost imply that she was talking to an attorney or something, that she was kind of prohibited in saying something. The other thing is again, remember she saw her going across the street. We dropped her off. I think that she did, but it wasn't that day. And this is what liars do. And Casey Anthony was really good at this. She would play out at things.
Whoa, she said Casey Anthony was really good at this. The comparison, though.
Oh my God!
Oh, I've actually heard people comparing her to Casey Anthony before she just said that. That actually, whoa.
In her mind that it happened, occurred before, or that she visualized it, somebody else doing it, but putting herself in that situation. So I am telling you right now, Vinny, and I will bet my career on it, the mother's involved. She's covering it up for the boyfriend. I don't think she had anything to do with it, but I think there was a high conflict between her and that birthday party. When you look at the language, and there was a conflict between the mother and the daughter. I even asked Fox 35, I said, hey, what's going on with this relationship with mother-daughter? There's a high conflict. Why? Because early on, you could listen to her tone. There's a lot of videos. She was an agitation, almost some anger that I could hear in the back of her voice. So the other thing is there's no tears, there's no sadness, there's no remorse. And I have to ask you a question, Vinny, and any of your viewers out there. Did you feel any emotion there?
No.
There you go.
We didn't.
Bing bong.
We didn't. And I hate, and again, no one's been charged at all.
She said that she would put her career on the line, that Mom is involved. I think that's a very broad statement. She said she put her career on the line. Dr. G, we heard Dr. G earlier. Again, it was completely different, folks. Dr. G's reading was a little different than what she just said. She said, I'd bet my career that she's involved. Again, it's a broad statement.
that she was talking to an attorney or something, that she was kind of prohibited in saying something. The other thing is again, remember she saw her going across the street. We dropped her off. I think that she did, but it wasn't that day. And this is what liars do. And Casey Anthony was really good at this. She would play out things in her mind that had occurred before, or that she visualized it, somebody else doing it, but putting herself in that situation. So I am telling you right now, Vinny, and I will bet my career on it, the mother's involved. She's covering it up for the boyfriend. I don't think she had anything to do with it, but I think there was a high conflict between her and that birthday party. When you look at the language, and there was a conflict between the mother and the daughter. I even asked Fox 35, I said, hey, what's going on with this relationship with mother-daughter? There's a high conflict. Why? Because early on, you could listen to her tone. There's a lot of videos. She was an agitation, almost some anger that I could hear in the back of her voice. So the other thing is there's no tears, there's no sadness, there's no remorse. And I have to ask you a question, Vinny, and any of your viewers out there. Did you feel any emotion there?
No.
There you go.
We didn't. We didn't. And I hate, and again, no one's been charged at all in what has happened to her. We only know about the charges relative to the cell phone. The investigation continues, but it's a big part of the investigation. What was going on in the house? What's going on with the relationships? All significant stuff.
Again, guys, I want to say this too, and that's a good point that Vinny is talking about. I want to make that clear, that none of us. I want to make this super clear. This is a free thinking platform. I allow anybody with an opinion or thought on this case to call in and speak, knowing that a lot of people are going to be listening to what you're saying. And hopefully one of these conversations or something that we cover here and we talk about is heard, right? Because I think that here we have conversations that maybe other places aren't going to have. It's going to be controlled content that they put together and they put out. I just don't want it to be controlled content that I'm putting out to you and then not giving you a voice to say what you think or feel, because my vision might not be your vision. Even though you're here and you support what we talk about here on the channel, you may not agree with some of the things that I say or put out, and that's fine. That's called free thinking and coming up with your own opinion. And that's, again, the reason why I love hearing from you guys. I love hearing from experts. I love hearing every side, no matter what. Even if, I do stand by standing with the victim. I do stand by that. But I'm not afraid to bring the conversation to the table that others may not be, willing to do. I'm willing to talk about things that others won't talk about. So that, again, I'm going to open the lines back up right now, 219-885-9693. I want to hear from you guys. What are your thoughts on this expert not only saying that, but saying that she put her job on the line? I'm just trying to process that again. And I've been thinking this the whole time. This case is far like that mom stood out sus to me. And again, she's not charged with anything right now. So everything that you're hearing here is allegedly tonight. It's allegedly. Nothing is concrete. 954, you're in the door. Talk to me.
Hey, how you doing tonight?
I'm doing good. How about yourself, ma'am?
I'm good. It's undead ramen again. This case is making me crazy.
It is. It's a crazy case.
Yeah, I noticed they're comparing her to crazy Casey Anthony. Well, she was crazy. But yeah, there's one behavior that I noticed they both have is whenever anybody talks about their daughters and they kind of roll their eyes. And I think she was kind of jealous of her daughter. She was saying things like, oh, my family misses her and they're all devastated. And then her voice got really low, like she was bored and rolling her eyes and making stupid faces. I really think she was thinking, what about me? I'm the mom. You're supposed to comfort me. She really was annoyed that the family's focus was on her daughter, in my opinion. There's also the speculation that the daughter was pregnant. I don't believe she was.
I heard that. But when it comes to that, I think that until that's set out on paper, we could speculate that all day long. But I mean, that's without that being proof, or without there being proof, we shouldn't even be saying that. And that's just my opinion. I won't go there with it, because I have not heard that from law enforcement. That one's a little harsh for me to push forward, but I could understand people speculating that. But just for me, it feels weird speculating that she was pregnant without any information being there that she was pregnant. That's all for me.
No, I kind of get it though, because something had to make him snap that day.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know what out of all days. Somebody said these killers have a tendency to do this on kids' birthdays. I don't think that was it. I think she said something, he heard something. Something happened to make him snap that one day. And just maybe it was his plan all along and he did it earlier. I don't know. But I will say, looking at those two pictures, she went from a normal, or a little below average sized child with a healthy glow to her.
Right.
Very pale, and I think it's more that she had activities or hung out with her friends outside after school. And I think this guy got the mom to cut all of that out and keep her in the home more while she was at work, to have more access under the guise of, oh, she's safer at home. Kids get kidnapped, and this activity costs too much money. Whatever it was, I believe he talked that mom into keeping her home. Because when you go from being really active and being outside and moving around to not doing anything, the metabolism change is insane. And you will put on weight if you're still eating the same or you're eating more. She also might have been eating her anger.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. Or to use it as a safety device. If she's eating, he's not going to be able to, I'm hungry. You can't touch me right now. I need to eat something before my mom gets home. It could be any number of things, but I don't think that was it at all. I'm hoping it wasn't God to do it. I don't want to mess it. Forget it. Yeah, that was it. I'm out. You have a good night, man. And
heartbreaking story. I appreciate you calling him to have the courage to call in and share your thoughts and opinions on this story. But do you, the mom, do you think that she's going to be locked up here in the end?
I honestly probably, because the juror screwed up with the Casey Anthony case. They considered her penalty phase, which they weren't supposed to do. The judge instructed them not to consider that, and they admitted later on that they did. Plus, they brought in all these fake alibis for her that were never introduced when she gave her statements to the police and the press and public. They just sprang all these new ideas at the jury that dad was bad touching her, and she was stressed from that, and Kaylee drowned in the pool, and all this other BS. So I'm wondering if mom was actually looking at that case and hoping that it would rain in that area to kind of muddy the waters a bit, and people don't compare the cases. I'm not comparing the cases. I'm comparing the criminals.
Catalina.
This woman is clearly a narcissist, and they all have a hive mind kind of mentality. They all literally spill the same words over and over when they're talking. It's insane. If you look at some people, it's, oh, but what about family? Or you do this. They all justify using the same language.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to go for real time. Let somebody else have a chat.
Absolutely. I appreciate you calling in and having a voice in the community. Again, it is important for people to be heard and spoke. You guys collect all this information and watch different channels too. I'm sure you watch everything that comes out on this case. So gathering that information and having a place to come talk about it with me, I'm interested in everything myself. So I appreciate you calling up and sharing your thoughts and opinions on this, and just, again, getting through that, being able to talk in front of an audience. That's awesome. God bless you, man. Be vigilant. Stay safe. We live in a cool world.
Yes, we do.
Yeah. Shout out to her. Good phone call. I really appreciate it. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you tonight. We are covering the Madeline Soto case, and right now the lines are open. We want to hear you. 845, you're live. What's going on?
Hey, how are you?
Doing good. How about yourself, man?
Good. I'm a new subscriber to you, and what I wanted to say is, from day one, I knew the mom was not telling the truth, and the boyfriend either. But the clothes that she was found with, I mean, I'm sure the police are investigating what she had on at the party, but I'm thinking maybe when they went to pick her up, on the way home, they did something to her. And she actually never made it to the house, because how would someone not see them carrying her if she was, unalived, out of that? The way that house is set up, it's on the corner. Someone would actually see someone carrying her out, and there's no garage there, so it's just like pull-in parking, unless they put her in something. But I'm just curious of whether she left, when she left the party. I'm pretty sure something happened after that birthday party.
So are you, and you're talking about little Madeline Soto's birthday party, the little clip that they had played up on the news, which I downloaded a little bit of it, which they play part of it in the one that I'll play here in a second. Yeah, who was behind that camera? I'm thinking, who's behind the camera?
That was the grandmother's house, and I used to live in Hunter's Creek. My kids went to Hunter's Creek Middle School, and I know exactly where. I mean, I don't know these people, but from the address, I know where the grandma lives, and from her location to Kissimmee, it's probably about 20 minutes, depending, traffic. 20 minutes or so. Well, especially if she picked her up at night. But I'm sure the cops are probably questioning her family. The other person, I didn't get any emotional vibes from, was the grandmother when they interviewed her. The aunt looked a little bit more worried than the grandmother. So I'm wondering if maybe the little girl, that poor little girl told somebody or threatened to tell somebody after the party when she picked her up, and who knows, maybe they didn't want her mother at the party. Maybe that's why she didn't go.
I just don't understand what is going on in our world right now. Honestly, I don't. It is so it's heartbreaking, just the stories that we wake up every day and we're seeing. Like it just doesn't.
From the minute they said that story about dropping her off at the church, I knew that was BS, because when you have to, they would have had to drive by the school. You don't drop your kid off, way past the school. And at that time in the morning, the only reason to drop your kid off that early at 8:40, which it would have, their lives would have been to go to tutoring, or to there's this thing they have at Hunters Creek Middle School. If you have to make up any classes, you sometimes do it before school.
Yeah.
And most of the time it's after school, and that place is empty at that time.
Right.
There's a YMCA, before school program in there that starts early for parents that work early, but there's no reason for her to walk all that way. So that was a lie to begin with. I mean, we all know that they're lying, but I'm just wondering if that little girl ever made it home.
Right. Did she make it home? And there is that inconsistency. Remember, mom, I think mom said she seen her getting dressed at 8 a.m. or whatever, and
but he threw her stuff away at
7:35. Right. Exactly.
So
Which means she would be deceased within that time, correct? Like if you're you're discarding evidence at the time that you're saying that she was getting dressed. Like what?
Right.
Oh,
so you think a 13-year-old, after a party, she's gonna wake up at 6 a.m., get dressed and all, no, she's not gonna, she probably would have been in her pajamas. And you're not gonna dress they're not gonna dress the girl after they, did what they did to her. She probably had the clothes on from the night before. I know she had a dress when they had the picture, but maybe she wanted to hang out with her friends, take off the dress, and put some more comfortable clothes because, you know, here in Florida, it does get cool at night. So maybe she threw on some jeans, the sweatshirt, which is what, you know, these kids wear. Even in the summertime, they wear sweatshirts. Because that's what the body had on when they found it. Allegedly, you know, she had blue jeans on and a sweatshirt and a different pair of shoes.
It just that inconsistency. I can't stop thinking about it. That's why I'm thinking that they're going through the motions of they probably already got that probable cause if that, you know, with the lie like that.
I'm retired law enforcement, and the cops can lie to you, and I'm pretty sure they lied to her about that. You know, if that's where she got the video thing from.
Oh, you say you used to work law
for her to
enforcement?
keep lying.
I'm sorry, you say you used to work law enforcement?
Yeah, I'm retired. I mean, I've been retired for, I'm a little older now, but I've been retired for a while. I wasn't a cop in Florida, in the state of New York State.
Oh,
But,
okay.
I really feel something happened after that party. Something had to happen after that party. And there's no way that the mom didn't know. She's acting, sorry, I mean, I don't know what I could say on your show, but she's acting stupid, and like people think she's like, you know, a little off, you know, like not okay in the head or whatever. She's not that bright.
Right.
But that woman knows exactly what she's doing. And all she cared about was that man. She doesn't care about her daughter.
Wow.
I'm sorry to say, but there's a lot of women like that. I mean, not a lot, but you know, there are people who don't want to take care of their kids and rather have a man in the house.
As the live-in babysitter.
And not only that, they never talked about her car. What if she was at work and maybe that's the only car they had, and he's the one who picks them up. You know, he picks her up from work and then went to pick her, you know, the little girl up from the grandmother's house. I don't know. I have a weird feeling something happened between the grandma's house and Kissimmee, because I don't think I have kids. I mean, they're a little older now. They're older now, but my kids were not getting up at the crack of dawn to get dressed to go to school. You know, and if he threw her stuff away at 7:30, she would have been dressed way early. Hunters Creek Middle School doesn't start till 9:30.
I do want to say thank you for your service. I mean, for doing, you know, getting out in these streets, no matter where you were in the country. It's a dangerous job. It is a dangerous job.
Yeah, I mean, nowadays it's even crazier, and you know, cops don't get the credit that they deserve.
No,
but I feel for them because it's a different world. I've been retired 16 years, and it's a whole different world now.
See, people just don't understand that there's good cops and there's bad cops. You got there's good cops out there, like, and that's where people they see these stories across the nation, and you start to have. I see people that have this hatred for police, but there is a such thing as good police officers that have good hearts and take their job very seriously, and you know what I mean. Like there is, and I've seen them.
I mean, you know, there's bad apples in every profession.
Absolutely, 100%.
But I wanted to say one more thing also. Oh man, I just lost my train of thought.
No, you good. Go ahead. You got it.
When she with all her staking and stuff, I mean, I'm a very good judge of, even now that I'm retired, I'm a very good judge of character. And she wasn't scared about her daughter. She was scared about getting caught.
Hey, everybody.
Oops.
That's what she's afraid of. And she wanted, and that there was someone who called in and said about him texting her. Those pedophiles, you know why he kept the videos? Because he's watching them while she's not home. Because while she's not home, he's watching videos of her. I mean, it's disgusting, you know, but that's what these savages do.
It's disgusting. It's disgusting. And the fact that they found, and they're gonna have these people that, and I feel bad for the detectives that had to sit there and see these videos and photos that they found. Imagine the stuff running through their head right now. I mean, hopefully they're okay and they're pulling through. Like, people don't think about that, with the PTSD that can cause to a person seeing that. Like, think about yourself looking at
There are
these
cases
videos.
that I've gone through, that I've been, a part of, that still, even, I mean, I've been retired for a long time, but 25, 30 years later, I still remember exact, and it's still heartbreaking that, when it comes to children, that is the most heartbreaking thing you could experience. I mean, you got to keep it together, but it's horrible what some of these the things that, it's sad because people don't understand what cops really see. And cops see what regular people don't even imagine that people do to to other humans. And some of the stuff they do is really, like, disgusting.
It is, for sure.
I mean, I feel bad for that little girl. I'm pretty sure that might have been a new phone.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm pretty sure he was abusing her for more than 2 years. Had to be. And I'm sure she knew about it too.
Yeah,
she just looks the type. It's just in her face. It's written all over her face.
That's the sickening part.
She worries more about having a man in her house than her daughter. She looked like she was a little jealous. That's what I was going to say. Why are you throwing your daughter under the bus? You don't know if she's coming home. Supposedly you don't know if she's coming home. You're throwing out there that she has ADHD. She's forgetful. She's this. I would never talk like that about my kids. And put that type of personal business out for the world to know about. A parent doesn't talk like that about their kid, especially, God forbid their kid is missing. Like, she was trying to, like, talk about her, like, in a negative way. I mean, but that's just my opinion.
That's crazy. He said I couldn't handle it. People said they couldn't handle looking at that. I'm just saying we got to think about that too. Think about the officers that are looking at this disgusting thing that would happen, and we don't even know the full-on details yet. We haven't read the PCA affidavit, which we still have to come.
Think about the cops that have to stand next to that savage.
For sure.
And have to contain them. I mean,
contain themselves from ripping their fucking heads off. From dismembering, from ripping them to pieces. Yeah, I bet that's how they feel.
Exactly. That's exactly how they feel. I can tell you that. That's exactly. I mean, you can't put hands on him because then you're going to destroy the case.
Yeah, and your job and all types of stuff.
Exactly.
So.
Does he deserve it? Absolutely, but you just can't do that.
It's crazy. Well, I appreciate you calling in. Thank you again for your service and our country. I appreciate that. I appreciate your thoughts and opinions on the case, and I hope you have a blessed night. And hopefully, I hear from you again.
I hope I can get through again too. Thank you. And
absolutely.
I really
email me if you ever can. Yeah, email me if you ever can too, and I'll see it and ask me to call you.
Okay. Sounds good.
I'll do that too. Thank you so much. God bless you, man. Have a beautiful night.
God bless you too.
Good phone call. And we're going to check this out right now. I see people that said they want to check it out. So we watched it earlier in the beginning, but we'll watch it again. Now, you've seen the one lady that said she'd put her career on the line, that mom's involved. And now this is Dr. G again. I'll play it again since maybe some of you haven't seen it that came in or just coming in. We'll check.
Dr. G here. I'm a licensed clinical psychologist and body language expert, and today we're going to be analyzing the behavior and body language of Jennifer Soto. Jennifer Soto is the mother of Madeline Soto, whose body was recently recovered after she went missing for a few days. Jennifer's boyfriend has been arrested due to illicit content on his phone that he attempted to wipe. In addition, he's considered a suspect in the murder of Madeline Soto. Before we get started, a couple of quick things. One, I wanted to remind you that this is not a psychological evaluation of any kind. These are just my opinions. In addition to that, I do want to remind you to like and subscribe if you want to see more content just like this. All right, let's go. What we're going to be looking at today is an interview with Jennifer Soto while Madeline was missing, but before her body was found. Let's just jump right in.
Jennifer Soto?
JENNIFER. Got you, Kelly.
SOTO.
Mother.
Let me see.
Mother.
So you're already going to notice that she has a tremendous amount of anxiety coursing through her. Her head is shaking because her body is shaking so much. That's a lot.
This? Mary, was that you that requested me to play this again? And I mean, it's interesting, and when you put it, because we watched this at the beginning of the show. If you were here during the beginning of the show and been here the whole entire time, you know that we played this at the beginning. And then we played back the other one. We played the second one twice, actually, which was the woman's point of, or her point of view on the body language that she was reading from mom, just like Dr. G here is doing. So it's complete opposite opinions. He make, like it really is. He's saying that he doesn't think mom has anything to do with it. And she's saying I'd put my career on the line. That's an interesting statement. So I want to go back and review Dr. G's also. Again, I want to rehear what he says, the breakdown that he gives.
Let's a lot of adrenaline
in on it.
Now, anybody whose child is missing is going to feel anxious. So we've got a baseline of just feeling anxious. We're going to go ahead and start with that, and we'll see what else emerges.
Jennifer, tell me how you feeling right now.
You can also see that her lips are pursed. She's biting on her lips or keeping her lips tucked in. We oftentimes see that as a way to pacify ourselves. Sometimes it's a way to not say something.
Yeah,
usually if we're talking and asked a question and we remove our lips, that's a way of not wanting to respond. She's already doing it, so I see that more right now as a pacifying behavior than an attempt not to say something.
I feel like I can't breathe. All I keep thinking about is, where is she? Is she safe? Is she okay? But we're all a wreck. My entire family is a mess. We're just so worried.
Her emotional expression is interesting. I think that's the only way that I can describe it. It's not typically how you would expect someone to respond. That doesn't mean she's doing it wrong, but the way that she looks versus the way that she sounds is very different. She appears very anxious. Her body's shaking. And yet there's a quality about the way she's speaking that seems very calm and casual. It's a very interesting mix of two very different ways of expressing oneself, but it can be confusing to see this.
When did you first realize, or when did you file a missing report?
We filed a missing report. We called the police at like 4:45.
Please call.
Yesterday.
Thank you, Jennifer.
4:45 p.m. But she actually went missing.
Now, I want you to keep in mind, she's being asked questions and she's responding directly. She is answering the exact questions that she's being asked. This cannot be said of Stefan Stearns. When you watch his interview, he's asked questions and he does not respond. He gives vague answers. He doesn't provide details and oftentimes doesn't answer the questions at all.
She does.
Early that morning, around between 8:45 and 9 o'clock in the morning, she went missing. We had dropped her off close to the school.
She said we had dropped her off. Now, these statements, these we statements, seem to be getting her into trouble because apparently it was Stefan Stevens who was the one who drove her to school. Apparently she was not part of it. So as she's saying we, it's making it sound inconsistent.
She wanted to walk the rest of the way.
This look right here has been a concern for a lot of people. How could she smile and act a little bit silly while her daughter is missing when something so grave and so serious is going on? And what's possible is she may have a very unusual way of expressing her emotions. One thing that we have not seen yet, and we don't see throughout this, is her faking emotions. Stefan Stearns very clearly was faking emotions. He was wiping his eyes without tears.
I agree. He's very professional. I agree. I like him.
Not seeing any attempt to fake anything here. And that's one thing that's really important to understand, is that just because somebody presents strangely, she doesn't seem to be trying to fake emotion. And that's a very essential part of understanding what you should pay attention to and what doesn't matter as much.
She wanted to walk the rest of the way. Sorry.
Like what? She gained weight since her surgery. Okay, I see.
I know as parents, when you watch this, you go, how could she be amused in this kind of situation? And I just have to repeat, she may be a little bit odd. She may be a little bit strange, but that doesn't mean that she knew that Madeline was dead at this point. I really want to highlight that fact.
We dropped her off at school, close to school.
Close to school.
She wanted to walk the rest of the way. I'm not sure what I'm allowed to share.
You share whatever you feel comfortable sharing. I know you had conversations with detectives. Not sure what that conversation is, but
so this is another thing that stands out, is wondering whether or not she's allowed to share different aspects of this case. And I think that that's actually a legitimate question for people who are not familiar with these types of situations or people who don't know. I don't necessarily see that as her deflecting or not wanting to respond. She may genuinely not know what she should and shouldn't share, what details she is allowed to or not allowed to share.
What I'm allowed to share.
You share whatever you feel comfortable sharing. I know you had conversations with detectives. Not sure what that conversation is, but whatever you feel comfortable sharing, that we put the awareness out there.
Yeah, she was spotted walking by the church, by the middle school on the cameras. They saw her hang out in the parking lot for a little bit and then get up and leave. They didn't see a vehicle or anything else. They just saw her walk away around 9 a.m. heading towards the school. But she never made it.
What has the school said?
So the way that she trailed off, said, yeah, at the end, that's essentially a way to put a period on what you're saying. It's just a way of saying, I don't know what else to say at this point. Now, I know people believe that she was involved in this or knew that Madeline was dead. I'm not convinced that that's true. I don't necessarily always come out with such strong opinions about this, but I do want to say she's not showing the types of deception that you would think, because oftentimes what you would expect is somebody faking certain types of emotions. We haven't seen her fake emotions yet. We've seen emotions that some people may deem inappropriate or odd, but we haven't seen her faking any emotion. And that, I think, is more telling. Let's take a quick look at Stefan Stevens. Even though I did a full analysis of this video already, I do want to show you a minute of what it looks like.
Somebody have reached out. It might be someone that it may interview tomorrow. It's looking like that knows Steven Stearns. Somebody, I don't know how legit they are, so I'm waiting. I'm emailing with them right now, but they said they would like to say some things, and they could come on tomorrow.
Like to express fake emotion.
She's a sweetheart. She's a very sweet, kind girl. Just please be nice to her. Bring her home if you find her. Tell her that we love her.
So impatient.
Wherever she is, I hope she's okay.
I mean, if someone were to come in contact with her and you gave me her diagnoses, would it be easy to?
So it's very possible that Jennifer Soto is not that good at reading genuine emotion from people. Maybe she's convinced by this. Maybe she thinks he's actually upset. And maybe he's good at manipulating certain people. I think the vast majority of us watch this go like, I'm not buying that at all. But it's entirely possible that's not true for Jennifer Soto.
Cameras, I don't think they've caught anything on the cameras is too far away from the sidewalk. Everything is too grainy, so they can't see specific faces. But they've looked.
No. I do want to acknowledge how peculiar the way that she presents is, that her emotions are disconnected with the body language, that she does come across as a little bit odd. Now, what's important about that is that if you can notice that, and if I notice that, I can guarantee you Stefan Stearns also noticed that. And predators are really good at picking up people they see as vulnerable, as people they can manipulate, as people that are different or people that are unusual. So the idea that he may have seen this and maybe he somehow found her to be naive or someone that he could manipulate, it very well could be that what we're observing is what drew him to her.
T-REV, I'm confused. Didn't the mom say that the school was a block from the church? Yes.
That doesn't mean that she was involved with this in any way. It could very well be that that's what he saw in her that attracted him to her, that made him think that she could be a victim or that he would be able to victimize her daughter.
I'm just waiting to hear anything else from them.
Is this normal behavior?
Not at all.
To just not show up or call or text or anything?
Not at all, no.
So as she's explaining that this isn't normal behavior, The head shakes are very consistent with her saying no. They are in sync. There's nothing that suggests deception or that seems unusual.
Show up or call or text or anything?
Not at all, no. She, from time to time, she will leave.
Come on, Justin. That's a little insult, wouldn't you think? I think everybody's smart in their own way, brother. Everybody's smart in their own way. Dr. G is amazing. I love Dr. G's work ever since it was sent to me by Bam, a subscriber of mine. Dr. G his opinions are very well valued by me. Now, you will see people speak about their thoughts and opinions, but I wouldn't, go as far as to insult everybody because they have a thought or opinion either.
Her cell phone at home accidentally, and that's actually what happened yesterday. She left her phone at home. She went to school. But that happens from time to time. She's got ADHD. Her memory, she's very forgetful.
She doesn't seem to lament the fact that she doesn't have it on her. She's just like, well, she has ADHD, so she forgets it, letting out a little chuckle. It's unusual behavior, but it's also not fake behavior. She's not faking crying. She's not trying to act in a way that she isn't. She just doesn't seem to know that her behavior is going to come across as a little bit awkward, a little bit weird. And I think that therein lies the challenge for people as they see this and they go, something doesn't feel right about this to me. And it could just be that this is how she presents.
Told her good night, and yeah, that was it. I was the one who took her to school in the morning. That was my partner.
You notice a big sigh before she said, I wasn't the one that took her to school in the morning. That was my partner. So this seems to be something that's causing her stress. Maybe she wishes she had taken her that morning. Maybe it's something else, but there definitely are feelings around that specific statement. But she's also being very clear that it was not them together, that Stefan Stearns was the one that took her to school. So she, even though she said we earlier, she is clarifying it now without skipping a beat. It doesn't seem to be that she was intentionally being inconsistent, I don't think.
Mm-hmm. And if, you know what I mean? Like, I just do find it interesting. And I don't know how this could happen if two body language experts are seeing, are these two body language experts, Dr. G, and I forget the other lady's name. That was my first time ever seeing her specifically myself. I'm pretty sure they both went through the same thing. So he's given his opinion on his knowledge and what he was taught. And she's given her opinion based maybe, off her knowledge and what she thinks. I think maybe from what I'm getting, when I look at this case specifically, and after watching this video and watching the lady speak, it seems like the lady is more into detail of what's going on in the case. If you listen to her opinion and thought, it's not somebody who didn't look at this case. She's obviously reading details and facts from this case that, you know what I'm saying, is probably hitting her. And at the same time, she's thinking like an investigator and reading her body language. So at this point, I think, and nothing to take away from Dr. G. I'm not saying he hasn't looked at this case all the way fully. And maybe he hasn't. He has a lot of work on his channel. And I don't know if that lady has a channel either, but what I did find interesting about her take is she seemed a little more involved with the details from this case than maybe Dr. G is putting out from what I'm hearing. It doesn't sound like he was, because he, maybe he hasn't mentioned anything like, well, she said this or here at this one point. He's not bringing up anything recent in the case, in my opinion, from what I hear, from when I watch her. And hopefully you guys understand what I'm saying. She's more into I think she's following the case all the way, every day, probably every update. She may be in here watching right now. And if you are, hi, nice to see you. But in general, that's what I'm saying.
13.
Her voice trailed off. It got quiet. We oftentimes do that when we don't want to be seen. We do that as a way to hide. And she's also withdrawing her lips right here, which is almost a way not to say something. Does that mean that she knew that Madeline was dead that morning? No. And I don't think that that's what it implies necessarily.
Good point, Jim.
But it may be that there are things that she doesn't want to say. That, as much as seems very possible.
Possibly could be. Like if you would say, okay, last time I went to work and came back, she was at Jane's house or Sabrina's house, and maybe I forgot to check that house, or she played at this part one weekend. Maybe
And that's exactly what I was saying, Angelica. I was saying she seemed to, that's exactly what I meant. She seems more invested. And then when she read, you know, she's looking at the body language. I don't know if it's more emotion or not, but for somebody to say that they would throw their career on the line, that this lady's involved, that's a broad statement. So I'm like looking at her like, damn, this woman is that passionate that her opinion on the case was, I will put my career on the table. That's a broad statement. Dr. G over here is just relaxed with it, and I respect it. They're both two different people. They're not the same person whatsoever. It's obviously his opinion on what his knowledge is and her opinion on what her knowledge is. But a broad statement to throw the career on the table with what she said.
She went back there or something like that.
We've looked everywhere we could have thought, and anywhere she would have been.
As she's squinting her eyes right here, given the context, we would associate this with concern.
She would have known to wait for me at the school. But we did check if she could have walked. My mom's office is close to.
So you saw her eyebrows raise right here.
Check if.
So we do this to bring attention to her face. So as she's talking about the possibility that she went to her mother's office, she wants people to hear that. They checked for that as well.
She was last seen wearing a green hoodie, black shorts, white Crocs, a black JanSport backpack with gray hibiscus flowers on it.
I used it.
So that's a very, very specific description of what she was wearing, but she also said she was last seen wearing this. There's something confusing about this to me, because why she didn't say she left the house wearing this morning, or I saw her wearing this, versus she was last seen wearing this, and also providing a very detailed description. A little bit confusing to me. So was she told that? Was she told that by Stefan saying this is what she was wearing that day? Or did she see her? Because according to law enforcement, from what I have read, it's likely that she was dead that morning. So there are aspects of this part right here that are a little bit confusing.
We are desperate for any answers, anything that you could do to help. I'm here for it. Just please, if you see my daughter, just please bring her home. I just hope you're okay, Maddie. I hope you're safe. I hope you're not hurt.
Her lack of emotional expression when saying this, when expressing this to Madeline, or when talking out to the audience or the people watching, it's these kinds of behaviors that continue to trip people up and confuse them and make them think maybe she was involved in this. I'm not saying for sure that she wasn't, but based on everything I've seen, I actually don't think that she was involved in the death. I don't think that she knew that Madeline was dead at this point. Because I want you to think about it like this. She didn't.
I mean, and that's a fair assumption. That's a fair assumption. He said he does not believe that she is involved or knew that she was dead. And it's just the part that when he says that, it takes me back to the part where it's like, okay, did you see the part where she said in the interview? Again, hold on, let me play it right here just to cross-reference what I'm saying. Again, we watched this yesterday, right? But listen.
Local sheriff.
Listen.
And how the story Madeline's mother provided law enforcement doesn't line up with what investigators know.
We spoke one-on-one with Jennifer Soto last Tuesday. Good afternoon. I'm Darlene Jones.
And I'm Greg Womack. At that point, her daughter Madeline had been missing for 1 day.
This is the clip right here that I'm talking about.
Stearns, her boyfriend, and now the prime suspect in Madeline's death.
Thank you, Margaret.
Taking the teenager to school. She said the last conversation she had with the 13-year-old was the night before. But this report we got a hold of today shows she told deputies she saw her daughter the morning of her disappearance. Channel 9 investigative reporter Shannon Butler has been digging into the details of this case. She joins us live in studio. And Shannon,
Hold on, you said echo? Echo, echo, echo. I don't like that. Are we good? Is it echoing still? Echo. Let me see. Why would it be echoing? All right, we're going to cut that echo out. All right, I got a better idea. Let's just do it this way. Here it is. I'll pull it up like this. Okay, here it is. And it shouldn't echo this time. I don't know why it's echoing, but let me close that out. bring this up, boom, it shouldn't echo now.
Provided law
What
enforcement
about now?
doesn't line up with what investigators know.
Let me know if it's doing it now.
We spoke one-on-one with Jennifer Soto last Tuesday. Good afternoon. I'm Darlene Jones.
And I'm Greg Wormuth. At that point, her daughter Madeline had been missing for 1 day. She told us that Stephen Stearns, her boyfriend and now the prime suspect in Madeline's death, had taken the teenager to school. She said the last conversation she had with the 13-year-old was the night before. But this report we got a hold of today shows.
And this is kind of what I'm talking about. So what they're going to talk about here is what I think. I don't know if during the time that Dr. G made this video, how do we know that when I typed that comment during the live last night, do a video about mom, how do we know he wasn't already breaking it down and did not hear this information about mom story being different during these two interviews that they're going to talk about during this? That's what I'm saying now, because I think that maybe Dr. G was already on it and doing it before we already commented on there. That's what I think personally. Because if you see this, it's like, what?
She told deputies she saw her daughter the morning
Mars
of her
like, yeah,
disappearance.
right.
Channel 9 investigative reporter Shannon Butler has been
Stop the
digging into
cap.
the details of this case. She joins us live in studio. And Shannon, that's not the only thing you noticed in this new report.
Greg, no one has been charged in Madeline Soto's death, but we do know investigators are looking into who knew what and when. And some of that means looking at those initial interviews of the couple and the ones later on. Sources tell me the statements about the timeline are not consistent. Jennifer Soto told us last week that the last conversation she had with her daughter was about her 13th birthday party.
There's the video right there. So there's this specific video that you see everybody talking about her at the birthday party.
Was about her 13th birthday party the night before Maddie disappeared.
I told her good night.
Oh, believe it or not, I see a shadow in there. Hold up. Who's holding the phone? I think I could see them holding it in here. Look, right here. I see a person. I do. For
night before Maddie disappeared.
Right. No.
I told her good night, and yeah, that was it.
But according to documents, Sunday night was not the last time Soto saw Maddie. New documents show that Maddie's mom told deputies on February 26th that she saw her daughter getting dressed for school at 8 o'clock that morning, and that her boyfriend then took the teen to school. But since that initial report was taken, we learned from the Orange County Sheriff that Maddie was likely dead earlier than that.
Our detectives have determined that Madeline was never dropped off. Instead, we believe she was already dead at the time, and that Stephen Stearns moved her body in the early morning hours on that day.
Channel 9 has been going through statements from Stephen Stearns and Soto trying to piece together what happened in the last few hours of the little girl's life, starting with our interview of the couple. Her mom told us last week.
We dropped her off at school, close to school.
Close to school.
She wanted to walk the rest.
We dropped her off close to school.
Close
Say it again.
The couple. Her mom told us last week.
Say it again.
Off at school, close to school.
Look at that.
She wanted to walk the rest of the way.
But in that same interview, then said,
I wasn't the one who took her to school in the morning. That was my partner.
We dropped her off close to school. This school. Oh no, I wasn't the one that dropped her off. It was my partner.
Stop the cap. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right.
Get her done. Law enforcement's probably doing that right now, getting her done. Because I don't know. All I know is that this part right here is straight up.
You are fake news.
She wanted to walk the rest of the way.
Hours of the little girl's life,
Listen
starting
again?
with our interview of the couple. Her mom told us last week.
We dropped her off at school, close to school. She wanted to walk the rest of the way.
But in that same interview, then said,
I wasn't the one who took her to school in the morning. That was my partner. But yeah.
Detectives believe Maddie was
Just
likely dead
saying.
early Monday morning because a video timeline shows Maddie's belongings being dumped in a dumpster at 7:35 by Stearns. At 8:19, Sheriff Mina said video shows Maddie in Stearns' vehicle believed to be deceased. Since then, the case has moved to Kissimmee Police, and sources tell us that Soto has been interviewed multiple times by detectives at two agencies, and that they are looking closely at all the statements she's made. But officially, Kissimmee Police won't comment. So this initial report also shows that Stearns told
You know what, Rochelle? Honestly, I'm I really am leaning towards believing that. Again, mom's not charged. Everything that we talk about here is allegedly. We don't know none of it to be true. We are just from the outside looking in. And it looks that way, especially with those inconsistencies right there. I'm sure law enforcement showed up and were like, what's going on with this clip? We dropped her off at school. Oh no, he dropped her off at school.
investigator said after Maddie got out of his car, she stopped to look in that book bag before he drove away. That same book bag was found actually in the dumpster. After her death, he then said he went home for about an hour after going to the vape store and running errands. He was home that day until 2:30. Detectives say a tip showed him changing a flat tire not far from where the little girl's body was found that afternoon.
All right, Shannon, it is starting to piece together. Thank you. We also spoke to suspect Stephen Stearns before he was arrested. He also
We've
told
seen
us
this.
he dropped off Madeline for school the morning of her disappearance.
She was asleep for most of the way. Told her have a good day at school when she got out. I love her.
Yeah,
Good,
we
thanks. Love you
we know,
too.
we know. Cry me a river. We've seen all that. We don't want to see you again. We want to hear from the people. That's what we want to hear from. 219-885-9693. Open the lines back up. I'm just saying, after rewatching that Dr. G, I don't think he watched much after. I think he was working on a video before the news yesterday that there was inconsistencies. That's what I think personally. Shout out to Dr. G. Love his work. 352, what's going on? You're live.
Hey, this is Angel in Waiting. How are ya?
I'm hanging in there. How about yourself tonight?
I am also hanging in there. I've been doing some research on this case from the get-go. I am a retired Air Force MP, and we dealt with believe it or not, it's disgusting, but we have dealt with a lot of predators that were officers, that were just regular E5s or, E10s or, whatever the case may be. But there's a lot in the Air Force, or at least I can only speak for the Air Force. I'm sure it's all over, but in other branches too. But I retired out of MacDill Air Force Base in Florida, and I live not too far from Orlando or Kissimmee.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, and this case has hit my heart hard. And the reason why is because I don't feel like Maddie is getting the respect she deserves. I don't think she is getting the respect she deserves from the boyfriend, and I don't believe that she's getting the respect from the mother. I think the mother knows more. I mean, my background. I went to school. My major was criminal justice. My minor was psychology, and I just feel like I can almost assure you that the father or boyfriend was involved. Just reading the mother's, reading what she's putting out there, it just seems sus to me. And I just think she's involved too. And I heard earlier where somebody had mentioned something about the trafficking sting going on. There is a trafficking sting going on. And if you look up, I don't know if you know, let's see, it's Grady Judd, and he is in Polk County, and they just arrested just within the last day.
I've seen those. I've seen those pressers.
200 people.
I've seen the pressers.
Yes.
I've seen the pressers when I was looking through Audrey Cunningham. I actually came across the Grady Judd videos right below that, and I was like, "Whoa, a sting?
Yeah,
that was crazy." I seen that. What you're talking about?
Well, Sheriff Grady is really an awesome person. He is a very compassionate person. He really cares about his city, his town, the people, the kids. He's very passionate with his kids. And so I think I don't know if any of this is actually connected. I can't say that, and I won't say that. However, I do know that there's too many discrepancies between the mother's personality and what she is saying happened according to what the facts are showing.
Right.
And it's definitely coming out different. And I believe it's just a matter of time that she is arrested. Now, whether she be arrested for an actual crime of murder for her child, it could be something a little bit lesser.
Yeah.
But even if it's manslaughter, I mean, it still proves that she had some part in this case, you know. And I don't want to say that to be fact, because I'm a nobody. I'm a retired Air Force, and I was only an MP, you know, which is a police officer in the military. It's like being a police officer on the street.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, not to belittle myself, of course, but I mean, it's just a matter of time. They're gonna get her for something, and I think it's gonna be a lesser charge of manslaughter, because I don't know, and I can't say this for sure. This is just speculation, but I don't know that they're going to be able to tie her together with the actual crime.
Yeah, and that's a
although
good
I
point.
I feel like she is part of it. I don't think they're going to be able to prove it.
It would probably, and if they do catch her, I guarantee I'll put this. I'm just going to throw it out there. If something does come up, I'll bet anything is going to be through digital evidence.
Right,
Allegedly.
right. No, I agree with you 100%. I think it's going to all come down to the phones. I think it's going to come down to what messages came from the daughter to the mother, the daughter to the
I want to
boyfriend.
remind you one more time of one more thing, right? Listen, and another thing to look for. Guess what a lot of people forget about? CCTV footage. They probably could still be going through CCTV footage from all over the area to see if there was any suspicious activities beforehand. See, that's what a lot of people seem to forget about. They forget about.
No, I agree with you there. However, I have to argue the difference is if it is said that he is the one who took her to school, or supposedly took her to school, and the mother did not, the mother's not going to be on the CCTV. Only the boyfriend is. So she's going to be excluded from that CCTV extractions of evidence.
But what if she is seen with him around the area, though, is what I'm saying. CCTV footage could connect that if she was with him at any time, if they have it in the right place and she is visible, is what I'm trying to put out there, because I'm not throwing, I'm seeing them right now in my head. There's no charges been put out against this guy. So obviously something is going on behind the scenes right now that we don't know about. And one thing that takes a long time to do is go through digital evidence, CCTV footage, and connect the case together before you bring it to, you know, your DA to get everything. You know what I mean? Like so that's what I think is going on right now.
Well, yeah, but the CCTV, they would have to prove that she was in any of those CCTV photos.
Yeah.
Whether it would be in the TV, whether it would be in the car, whether it be at the school or near the church where she was supposedly dropped off, or walking out of her own home, going, you know, like. And yes, I'm sure they're all working on that, because that's what they do. They know what they're doing. They're going to try and get all of their ducks in a row. That's for sure. They're not going to put something out there and then be skeptical. Sorry, I don't have my teeth in.
No, you're right though. I mean, you got.
But they're not going to want to be skeptical of what ifs. They want to make sure that they have details. But if they can't prove that she's been in any of those areas where he has been, and shown with the girl being in the car, the book bag, the church, the school, whatever the case, if they cannot prove that she has been in any of those places, there's absolutely nothing they're going to be able to do about that. However, I do believe they're going to find something. They're smart. They're smart. They know what they're doing. There's a lot of detectives on this, and especially with it being a child, there's a lot of detectives on this, and it will come out. And I do think the mother is involved somehow. I don't know exactly how, and I won't even try and think of what that reasoning, what reason is. I just know it. I just think that I shouldn't say I know. I think that she is involved somehow more than what is coming out so far.
Yes.
And until they get all their ducks in a row, eventually she's going to be charged with something, even if it's as mild as manslaughter. She's going to be charged. But T-REV, I'm not going to hold you up too long. I know you want to talk to a lot of people, and I appreciate you taking my call. I appreciate the show. I appreciate all you do. I thank you so much for letting the audience get involved, your fans get involved with you, because that means a lot. Not just to me, but I'm sure it means a lot to everybody, because having that voice, which you always say, have that voice. We are entitled to our voice and our opinions, but we need to keep it respectable.
Exactly.
And I think you keep a good control on that. And
we should be able to hear somebody else's opinion without getting flustered or wanting to, flip out. We're all really here for the same reason. We want to know what happened, how this happened.
My commander used to say, opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one, so let them have it.
Yeah, but it's just about, I don't know. For me, it's, you got to toughen up your skin and be able to hear different sides, because if we sat here and all had the same opinion, I'm sure this would be a boring ass show, and we'd be like, just sitting around like,
of course
what?
it would.
So,
Yeah.
and not only that, there's always great opinions that are brought to the table. I think even about law changes, a lot of you have great ideas and they need to be heard. What if somebody has a thought about some type of law change in America, comes on and speaks about it, and next thing you know, it's viral and there's changes being made? I mean, you never know what happens. You never know who is listening. You never know who's there. That's why I love doing this again, because we're being heard at a volume. We're being heard in volume. That's for sure. Every time anybody calls up, you're going to be heard by somebody who is sitting there at home, has their TV on, and is watching and listening, not only for information, but are listening to the opinions of people, because there is people out there that love this type of setup, this type platform, where not only do you watch videos, you dig into the information, we read the PCAs, we go through all of the documentation that becomes available, but then I take it a step farther and open it up for you guys to come in and actually call and give your, voice your opinions on what you're seeing and everything after that. I think that's very important.
Affirmative. And, my captain would tell me often, he would say, if I had the same opinion as you, we may not get anywhere. But if you have the same opinion as me, we might be able to get a step further.
Yeah.
And that's the truth. If you think about it, think about the long road of that comment. That's the truth. That's the truth. We don't all have to agree, but if we put all our noggins together, and that's as a country saying, but if you put all your noggins together, you're liable to come up with something real.
I hate narrative driven platforms. I have my opinion, right? And then my opinion is my opinion, but I love hearing everyone else's. It doesn't, just because I put out a docu-series or may make a few opinions inside of it does not mean that I would be biased to anybody who would want to come and speak what their thoughts are. That could be the complete opposite. That's the beauty of true crime, in my opinion, is and even the things that I hear sometimes changes my mind. You believe it or not, just from people like you that I'll have a conversation with, and somebody will point out such a simple detail that actually in my mind, I never thought about that in my way. So not only does this open doors to more clear thinking, or, actual more critically, I want us to think critically, right? I want us to be in our head and dig in deep and try to find answers on why people are doing what they're doing. Shit like this. Why did, this dude do this to Madeline Soto? Why did Don Stephen McDougal do what he did to Audrey Cunningham? Why did Leilani Simon, who killed Quentin Simon, why did she do what she did? Why, you know what I mean? Why? That's why I like doing this. I want to figure this out, and hopefully we can somehow, as a community, come together and maybe get some laws pushed to be a little more stricter, to stop pedophiles, to stop people from beating kids to death, and maybe they'll think more about it. Like if these people get 20 years, or you see a person that gets 2 years maximum for rubbing on a child and doing these nasty things to a child. So what would have Stephen really got if he got caught with this and she was still alive? Like, would he have got a slap on the hand and got 10 years and got back out and then, murdered somebody? Like what?
Right.
That's what I'm saying. We need change.
That's only after he had already spent 2 years in jail, and then he gets 5 years, and now he's out in a year.
Right. And I don't know. I'm just sick of seeing these sad stories where these pedophiles are catching little slaps on their hands and they're getting out and committing. Not only are they recommitting the crime that put them in prison, but some of them take it a step further and even murder.
Correct.
Which you know what I mean? It leads to that. So why are we even letting these people get back out into society? You cannot rehabilitate these sickos that like touching kids. You cannot change their mind. This person, Stephen, would have kept, or Stefan, he would have kept doing this shit. This wouldn't have ended if he would have ended up leaving her mom or whatever. He would have went on to the next family and chose the next person, and they would have been another target, just like she was. That's all he did was sit around for how many years and groom this young lady. And we don't even know the full story yet. But I mean, if you got 2 years up to videos and photos and all that type of shit, you definitely put some thought into what the hell you were doing. And especially if you kept all that and police are finding it.
I think there's more than 2 years of it. But one man's belief is not every man's thoughts. And so you can't put all of those together in one little bowl. You can't put a lid on one bowl of that. One man's belief is not every man's thoughts.
Right. Yeah.
So, but hey, I appreciate your show. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And yeah, check out Sheriff Grady Judd. He's awesome. He's down to the point, and he gets those pedophiles out there.
Mm-hmm.
He gets the crooks out there. He gets the gunmen. I mean, he puts everybody in the limelight, but not everybody you would think.
Mm-hmm.
It's bad guys. He puts the bad guys out there. You're gonna know who they are. He's awesome. But thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Well, thank you for
you
calling
have a blessed day.
I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for the great conversation. Again, we need change in America, ladies and gentlemen. We need change in America. And the only way to do it is to stand together and scream from the mountaintops. And without us standing together and screaming from the mountaintops and really stressing how much change we need in our system, they're not going to hear us. They're not going to hear us. It's going to take time.
Right.
That's why I'm building my platform the way I'm building it. I don't give a shit about, I'm focused on my platform, the way I'm building it, and the reason why I'm doing it. There's so many different meanings behind the way that I'm building my platform, not only because I want people like you to be heard. I've always wanted to be heard. Like literally, I've always wanted to be heard. So for me to be able to be heard and not only be heard, but give everybody else a voice too, it's the best feeling in the world. And that's why I'm building the platform up and aiming. I got big plans for this platform. Big.
And you know what, T-REV, don't ever stop, because you're doing a good job. You're doing great service to the community, to the world, to the nation, to everybody listening. You are doing a great service, and I appreciate that.
Well, we're not even close to done. There's so many other cases that we're going to be covering.
You're not. You have plenty of time. You're young, hon.
No, we got a lot of work to do. Like I said, I'm just getting started. So I appreciate you calling in. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for sharing your thoughts and opinions with us. I hope you have a great night. Lock your doors, stay safe, and be vigilant. Until next time. Shout out to her. I appreciate her calling in. If you want to call in just like her, it's 219-885-9693. We want to hear from you. What's going on? Definitely awesome phone call. Two-tone Tammy, a 13-year-old body. And mom, nah. 215, you're live. What's going on?
Hi, Trev. It's Jamie Bona.
Jamie, you got through. What's going on?
I do every time. I know exactly when to hit the button.
You must got you know the magic tricks or something.
I really do. It's either that or, like I said before, God just opens the line for me, I guess. I don't know. But
yeah.
So I have a few things to say. So first of all, you're absolutely right about all the grooming and stuff. I wrote down notes here. So hold on, let me go to my notes. So as far as that interview with the woman, so this is the unfortunate thing. I'm not convinced that she knew exactly what happened, but I do think that she's involved in the sense that she's probably terrified of that guy, number one. Number two, there could be shame and fear. She could have a lack of awareness. Not everybody, we come from a place of where we've been victims. Well, we're survivors, but where we've been victims in the past. Not everybody has. So she might not have seen red flags that might have looked like boulders to us. Who knows if she's been lonely in the past? And this guy, and again, I ain't making any excuses. This guy should rot now. But like, what if he like gave her like the attention she'd always craved? So like, she just was in denial. The one thing I did hear about the pictures and stuff about like all her private parts and this, that, and the other, and it's been going on for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
It is hard for me as a mom to, I couldn't imagine, like, I don't know. It's hard for me as a mom for 2 years. That's a long time not to notice anything, or at least for your kid to tell you something. But it could just be the mom doesn't seem like she seems like she struggles socially, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like I don't know that, and he was standing right behind her. I don't know if anybody noticed that, but the guy was standing right there. So I'm sure she was saying exactly what he told her to say. Because, and what else I think is when she said we at first and then says he drove her, I think I noticed that he like walks away a little bit. So she might have just felt in that moment that she could say he took her. Like maybe the we was what they practiced.
Mm-hmm.
So I think a lot of what she's saying looks rehearsed.
Right.
And it's a shame, right?
That's
but
a
it
good
looks
point.
rehearsed.
Like rehearsed. Yeah, no, because she's definitely like, and then she used that whole bird. I don't know what it was, like maybe a bird clock. I don't know what it was, but whatever was on the wall making noises, it was weird.
I think it was him. I think he was doing something to get the bird or whatever it was to react, because I think that was his way. Maybe I have to go back and look, but could she have said already that he's the one that took her, and maybe that was his way of being like get back in your lane, like, you know what I mean? I'm listening, and he keeps walking behind her. So I'm like, there's no way she could be feeling, safe enough to tell exactly what she feels. However, I also think that the kid, if this has been happening for 2 years, the kid has shame and guilt, right?
Absolutely.
They've been manipulated, both the mom and her. So perpetrators often go to great lengths to keep their actions hidden. They make use of manipulation, threats, and coercion to ensure the child does not disclose the abuse. And then grooming is the biggest part, and you hit on that, and that is literally the biggest part here. So perpetrators may engage in gradual process of building trust with both the child and those around them. So maybe the parent, it could be the grandparents, the cousins. This grooming process can make it challenging for others to recognize the abusive behavior. So things that maybe if we were looking as an outsider, we would be like, oh gosh, like what was that? She might have not seen. Think about people that are in bad relationships and they just don't see the red flags, and you're like, you didn't see that red flag, like it slapped you right in the face. So maybe she just was in denial, and I'm just trying to give her the benefit of the doubt. I do think, however, after the fact, I don't think she was involved in whatever happened, but I do think that she had in her head to have known. Like, I don't know. I feel like she had to have known at some point, especially once he got arrested and she found out about, like, did she file for divorce yet? Because that's the first thing I would do. Do you know what I mean? If you found that out about your girl, like the first thing you would do is file for divorce. You would be like, okay.
I don't think they're married though. I never heard that they were married.
Oh, okay. I assumed they were married, so that's my bad.
That was boyfriend. From what I know is boyfriend. I haven't heard that they were married. So no.
Oh, that's just. And I heard the little girl. I don't know if you heard this too. That what she was writing when, like, to her friends that when she's 13, she's going to go live in the woods. Right. I don't know. Was that her? Or did he like? I don't know, but I guess if I was being abused, I'd want to run away to the woods too. But I wonder what that was about. Like, I don't know where. And the fact that she keeps blaming her ADHD, I do want to jump through and bitch slap her because I'm ADHD, and that's so friggin' annoying. If anything, ADHD people are intelligent, not less intelligent.
She said,
you know
"I'm
what I
gonna
mean?
jump
Like,
through and smack her."
I will, dude. I'm from Philly. I'll bitch slap her. No, I'm kidding. Because you guys, I'm just joking, so please don't be saying any hateful things. I'm literally. But listen, a lack of awareness. So in some cases, individuals may not be familiar with the signs of childhood sexual abuse or may not know how to interpret certain behaviors exhibited by the child. So she could have thought things like the child was going through like puberty, so maybe she's getting more emotional. That's another big thing. I don't know if anybody noticed, but in the DSM-5, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, we have a text revision, meaning it's the very latest of the diagnostic criteria. And one of the big things is that it's children under 13. She literally turned 13, and then that was it. It's like almost like he ended her because he was done with her. Like at that age,
somebody
she was
just
old
said
now.
that in chat too. I read a comment that somebody was
they
like,
did?
yeah, I seen somebody write that. They said
Well,
specifically.
if you look in the DSM, it literally says that like it's usually like under 13. And that's because you hit puberty between 11 and 13 as a girl. So once she hits puberty, he doesn't have a need for her anymore. And he's probably afraid that she might say something at that point.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And denial is a big one. And then isolation, that's the other thing I wrote down. Abusers often create situations where the child feels isolated from others, reducing the chances of somebody else noticing or intervening in the abuse. So maybe as an aunt or a neighbor or something, like there might be something I would pick up on that maybe I could tell the teacher or call, somebody. And I don't think I told you this, but everybody knows I'm a professor. One of my students, they all know that I am a mandated reporter. And last semester, a couple semesters ago, my bad, one of my students told me that her friend was having sex with his high school teacher. We come to find out that it wasn't her friend, it was her brother. And the high school teacher, it was a female, and she had two daughters that were around his age as well. They were having parties at the house while the parents were on vacation and stuff. I was like, wait, what? So I had to call New Jersey Sex Crimes and turn this in. And it was at a Catholic high school it was at Camden Catholic. I'll just put it out there. The woman eventually gets caught and she's in jail now. But it was like a whole big thing. So this happens more often than one would think. And it's disgusting.
Yeah, it is. And the punishments for, again, like I said with the last caller, the punishments aren't severe enough for people to take it serious, and not even take it serious. I just don't even think it doesn't matter. I think that these people are going to continue to be this way. You could try to rehabilitate these people, but it's just not going to happen. So it's time to say, okay, we noticed for the last 100 years these laws have not been being abided by, so let's go ahead and make it life in prison with no chance of parole, and or let's put you to death in some states. In fact, let's see, that's what they should do. So these people are once one and done. Okay, you like kids,
one and done.
The fuck out of here. Carry your ass. You're in prison for you like kids, you like touching kids, you like doing these things. Goodbye. See you later. Your life is done for.
I agree.
I think that's what it should be. Nobody should get a second chance. I don't believe in that second chance shit. When you come to beating a kid to death and doing these different things that are going on, no, you gotta put a stop to it. One and done, or else it's gonna be one. Go to prison, get out, do it again. One, go to prison, get out, do it again.
Exactly. I think yes. That's what we were talking about the last time I called, is that the recidivism rate is so high because it's their sexual orientation. So that's my thing. If we know that that's their sexual orientation, why are we letting them out again?
I don't get it.
Like, that's just, you know what I mean? It just doesn't make any sense. It's just horrible. This whole thing is disgusting and very triggering, but it makes me more passionate about it. And I don't know. I just had to call it.
That's why I'm sitting right here talking, taking phone calls.
Well, that's why I always have you on in the background. I'm writing my dissertation.
Sense, Mona. It doesn't. These people are getting chance after chance. I've even heard of people doing it twice and getting out within a 10-year period and redoing it again. And it's like, okay, you done fell. All right, so you failed 2, you failed 3, you failed 4. Okay, so and now this person's going to jail. They're 55 years old and they're still doing it. They've been doing it since their 20s. They've been doing
That's what I'm saying. This ain't his first rodeo. It's kind of like when you get arrested for drunk driving, they say it's like your 100th time that you get caught for the first time. How many kids has he sexually abused before this one? Like, because my thing is they wind up in the ante each time because they have a high tolerance for, like, they like excitement. So they'll start off slow, and then even with killers, you'll see this, and they gradually get like worse and worse and worse and worse. So my thing is, if this is how this ended, how many other people did this guy ruin their lives? Because these kids now, their brains are being developed. and now their brains are being developed as abused brains, and they're going to have an insecure attachment. Their parent is who's supposed to protect them, whether the parent knew or not.
Yeah.
The child wasn't protected. So now the child probably feels abandoned. They're going to have relationship issues, right? And attachment issues. And it's like you wind up ruining this kid's life for the rest of their life.
For the rest of your life, it'll be there. It'll be there. I mean,
yeah, and we're raising adults. Like, you're only a kid for so long. We're raising adults. And the problem is, if we keep hurting kids, they turn into adults. We all turn into adults. So it's like, this is why, like, everybody's just so, I don't know. I don't know. It makes me outraged.
It makes me outraged too. I mean, I get hyped, and when I think of the fact that these people, it's like, okay, the government, you now, our laws are failing kids. Like I was just explaining before, but didn't add in the point to they're not even standing up to failing the kids. It's like, you're failing them once you let this person back out and they reoffend again, and you think that they can be rehabilitated, and the punishment for that is weird. Like, why the punishment should automatically be life without parole, or again death, period. I don't think it should be any other way. There's going to be people that disagree with me. I get it, but
I agree with you, but this is my thing. How invalidating is that to these kids that this guy only did a couple years, and now I'm scared to death that he's going to come after me? Like, no wonder why kids keep it a secret.
Good night, Tammy. Yeah, I don't know. It's just, it's a issue for me because it's not changing, and we could pull up, probably by the end of the night, I could say, let's spend 2 hours looking up cases where somebody was failed due to a predator. And we could probably pull up 200 cases here in the next 2 hours.
Easy. If anybody goes to Megan Law and puts in their zip code, it'll show you all the predators around you. Before I just moved out of the city, like my house in Philly right now, there was literally a sex offender within 15 feet of my front door. They're everywhere. So go to Megan's Law and put in your zip code, and it will list all of the sex offenders around you. So where I'm at now, there's not as many at all, but they're still here. It doesn't matter where you move. They're everywhere. It's a shame because they're letting them back out. I don't know.
According to some people, they can be rehabilitated, but it's
okay. This is the thing, though. The people that could be rehabilitated, this is where I disagree. And I, like that other lady said, she'll put her job on it, whatever. This is where I'm ready to come to bat for it. I disagree. I think the people that are able to be rehabilitated are people that have done some form of sexual crime against somebody post-puberty. Somebody that does it pre-puberty, that's a pedophile. I would love for somebody to just give me a little bit of their statistics, because I'm a statistics professor. I'm all about the stats. There's not a lot of stats that say that pedophiles get better. So you can see, this is the thing. There are kids. What about a 20-year-old that maybe has sex with a 17-year-old that says she was 19? Like, no, I don't think that person should be in jail for the rest of their lives. Like, I was a teen before I lied about my age. You know what I mean? And then what if I was with an older guy and the parents found out and were like, So yeah, I do agree with whoever wrote that, or, however, not with pedophiles.
Well, again, Bona, this is going to be a crazy one. I appreciate you calling in.
All right. I love you guys.
I want to hear from you again, always, as we get, we're going to go over those PCA documents once they drop. We're going to go through every nook and cranny of this case and just figure it out. And definitely, I'm going to put obviously a docu-series together, like I do with pretty much every case I've been covering.
Well, if you have any mental health questions, just reach out, because I'd be happy to help you.
For sure. I appreciate it. Thank you, Bona. God bless you.
All right.
Thank you for having a voice in the community. Lock your doors, stay safe, and you already know, be vigilant. Shout out to Bona. We appreciate it. If you want to call in, it's 219-885-9693. No, those offenders don't get it back. 469, what's on your mind? Talk to us. No? 505, you're live. What's going on?
Hi, T-REV. This is Aspen from New Mexico. So I've been watching this, and I agree with everything that's been said about, like, how it affects children who get sexually abused as they're younger to when they grow up. I mean, my sister was abused. We're 10 years apart, and it was by our paternal uncle, and 10 years later, it happened to me. And, like, the system is failing us. Like, I came out about it. I did all the right things, went to the cops, but the statute of limitations was up because he threatened me, and I was so afraid for so long that by the time I finally came out about everything, it was just too late. And it's awful. You hear these stories every day, and it's just getting worse. And I mean, like, in regards to the mom, like, how could she not know that this was going on with her daughter? Like, I don't know. When I've been in relationships, like, I've gone through my boyfriend's phone, or I've gone through my fiance's phone. Like, how could she like not know that, like, it was not going on?
I ain't saying nothing. I mean, you know, if you feel something, you should investigate. I mean, some people may disagree with me, but I'm saying, for real, if you feel something is wrong in the type of manner that you're thinking, you might want to investigate it. Whether you got to pick that phone up or not, you might want to look. I'm just saying, if you're getting that stomach feeling, do it to, you know, for your own sake. For your own sake. Some people don't follow up on that. They don't follow up on the intuition. You know what I mean? They'll ignore the intuition that they get, and something will happen. So definitely, I mean, that's how I see it.
Yeah, and I don't understand it. Like, this poor little girl, she didn't even stand a chance. Like, and I mean, this is gonna sound awful, but I'm just glad it didn't happen to her any longer. I mean, I was abused from 5 to 10 years old, and I'm 32 years old, and I'm still dealing with the effects of that. I'm still dealing with.
You're no longer a victim no more, and
no, definitely. But like, this. Like,
for sharing
it's
that.
getting.
Bro, you know how much it takes for somebody to call up and talk about that. I don't know if you've been.
It's been hard, and like I said, this little girl, I feel she was robbed of life from her mother. I mean, her mother is supposed to protect her. Like, she let this man into their house, and the one place that this little girl should have felt safe, she didn't. Yeah. And then the thing is, like, there's people saying, well, why didn't she come out about this? I mean, from experience, like, you're afraid, they threaten you, they tell you, like, she was 11 years old when this started happening to her.
Yes, ma'am.
So at that time, I believe she may have not known that it wasn't okay. And then let's put the mom in the mix. Let's say if the mom knew, so maybe she thought it was okay at first, and then she starts getting older, getting into puberty, and like, okay, something's not right. This is not okay, and starts standing up for herself, and this is what happens.
Man, that's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. The situation that you've been through, by the way, the one that you're talking about, I still think 5 to 10, during that time, I don't know when finally, did you come out about it, or did somebody catch it?
So I came out of, well, I didn't come out about it. My dad had cancer at the time, so he
I'm sorry.
He threatened that if I said anything, that my dad would pass away. So I was always afraid, and then my dad ended up passing away. So for the longest time, like, just the mental screw that he did with me. Like, I thought I killed my dad for the longest time. And so I didn't.
No, don't put that blame on me.
No, of course not. No, I know now, but at that young age,
that pain, I can feel that shit hits me, because I know a little something about that. So that's a touching story. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and it's just
go through that.
Thank you. And yeah, it's like I said, it's just there has to be some better laws, or people just being more aware of these things, because like I said, like, it's not just the act that affects people, it carries on. And like I said, I'm still dealing with some stuff around that. Like, it's not just the act, it triggers a lot of different things. Like, I can no longer have kids. Like, it affects a lot of different things in somebody's life. And I feel like, I don't know, sexual predators, there's a special place in hell for them. And I believe that they should get life in prison, or I feel that they should get the same thing done to them and then get the death penalty.
And you know what it takes to try to push that stuff forward is, I feel like in America, enough of us have been molested. Trigger warning to everybody in chat, but I'm serious. as somebody who's been through this, I think it's going to take all of us to come together, people who've been through it and the people who want this shit to stop, all of us coming together to conquer this. And people like you that have enough courage to come out and speak your story, not only on my platform, but knowing that I've been through the same situation and knowing that, you know, there's many of you every day that call up and tell your stories. And it just shows how much that I was never alone when I thought I was alone. So you get what I'm saying? Like I thought I was alone in this journey of going through this thing that I went through in my life that was tragic at one point. But then I hear people like you that just about made me burst out in tears. I had to hold this shit back. You said your dad had cancer, 5 to 10, you had that going on like that. I could feel the pain because you didn't want, and things you didn't want your dad to die. Like when you said that, that just hit me emotionally, like to a point.
And it was awful. I mean, growing up, knowing that, like, and then whenever I finally came out about all this stuff, like, I told the family, and the family, like, they didn't believe it. So in turn, I lost my innocence. I lost my dad. I lost my family, and was stuck all alone, wondering, like, what did I do? And like I said, back in like when this was happening, this was like what, early mid 90s. So like there was stigma around it. People didn't talk about this stuff. What happened at home stayed at home. Nobody talked about it, and that has really changed. And I do like that because people are being able to talk more freely about it. Because back then it was taboo. You don't talk about it. You don't say nothing, and that's
we'll just imagine this. Imagine how many people that we could all save in life, or at least if, you know, we are making our voices be heard. Imagine how many Madeline Sotos or somebody we may be able to possibly save by coming together to make changes, to try to get them to make these changes in America. Because again, this is happening so often. I'm hearing the same story now, but to me, it was 6 to 8. You're saying you were 5 to 10. You know, and there's plenty of people in chat that I've talked to on the phone that have the same type of stories. And it's like, again, when you hear a lot of you call in and tell these stories, it's like, wow, we could all come together and push for something great. And that's to put a stop. And I'd rather see life in prison for these dudes that are out here touching little girls or little boys or whatever they're doing, grooming all the way. Stop giving them a second chance, though. It should just be.
And I feel that they should be no segregated rooms, nothing. I feel they should be put in general population and let what is supposed to happen to them.
I agree. It's a tough thing, but I think that, again, just as many people as I've talked to that have the courage to come out after hearing me come out, it's awesome. Or just people that are willing to talk about it in general. So it's all, like I said, again, if we all come together, we could put a stop to this shit. It's somewhat, they're gonna hear us at some point. It may not be tomorrow, it may not be next year, but they're gonna hear us at some point, because I know why I'm growing my platform, and I know what type of noise I'm looking to make. So in general,
I'm just so tired of seeing these stories on YouTube and on the TV all the time. It's like there has to be an end to it somewhere. I mean, of course, it's not gonna ever end completely. There's always gonna be few that slip through the cracks, but there has to be something better than this.
There is.
But thank you for taking my call.
You're welcome. Thank you for calling in. Thank you for sharing your story, obviously. And
no problem.
Again, it was super sad. Thank you for sharing that with people in general. I do appreciate that. And I hope you have a good night. Make sure you lock your doors, stay vigilant. We live in a cruel world, and we got to fight the good fight. We got to stand together.
You as well.
God bless you. Shout out to her. I appreciate her calling in. That was a good phone call. 219-885-9693. We are covering the Madeline Soto story. Very sad situation here. Again, we don't know what's going on in the case. We don't even know if mom's going to be arrested. Because this little girl right here. We're here tonight because of her. Just remember that. Remember the reason. We're here to be a voice for Madeline Soto. 209, what's on your mind? Talk to me.
Hey, T-REV. This is Mama T.
How you doing, Mama T? Nice to talk to you.
Nice to talk to you. I've never called in. This is my first time. I watch you every day, and I just love you. And my main thought is this. Why don't we open up Alcatraz and put all these child peds on there and tell them, okay, here's your stick, here's your fishing line, catch some fish, and talk to you later.
Yeah.
Bottom
Right in
line.
Alcatraz.
Right on Alcatraz. Why put them in our prison system? They want to hurt our babies? They want to hurt our teenagers? Okay. Let's throw you on Alcatraz.
But they only
Y'all
got so much
hear it.
space, you know. They like we got to look at it like that. They only got so much space there, so they start putting. I don't know. I don't know if this is why they have weaker penalties. Is it because they don't have enough to house all these people? Is that what's going on?
You know what? Who gives a shit about how much room they have to house these people? Put them
That's
on
what I'm
top of
saying.
each other.
That's what
Let
I'm
'em put 'em
saying.
on
Death
top of
penalty.
each other
Death
and
penalty.
let them fend for themselves. Who cares about their safety? Did they worry about our baby's safety?
You're spitting
No.
facts right now.
They didn't worry about our baby's safety, so why should we have to worry about a grown-ass man's safety in our prison system? Throw their asses out on Alcatraz and let them fend for themselves. You want water? You better figure out a way to filter that shit, bitch. You want to eat? You better figure out how to fish for that bitch.
Man, that's
I'm sorry. Excuse my language.
No, you're
but I'm a
good.
mom.
It's adult
and
show.
I'm a grandma, and I have been violated in my years. And no, there's no rehabilitating. I'm sorry. There is no rehabilitating these pieces of shit.
You said
Period.
you've been violated in your. Is that what you said?
Yes, I
Okay,
have.
so
Yes.
again, another person that's been through it, and again, why are these people getting chances? That's what I'm here to say. Why are these people getting chances over and over and over again?
and over. Because our government doesn't give a flying rat's ass. Excuse my language. So we need to stand together as a community and say enough is enough.
Agreed.
We have to stand strong for our babies, our grandbabies, our young teens, because they can't speak. So we have to be their voices. Bottom line,
You can't speak.
something has
Exactly.
got to be, huh?
Yeah, no, I'm saying they can't speak. Exactly. So it's responsible for everyone else to be the voice now, since you can't.
Right. And who cares about putting them in protective custody and having them segregated? Excuse me. Did you think about that before you touched or even thought about touching or violating an innocent child? So why should we have to worry about you?
Mm-hmm.
Bottom line,
Wow.
throw those pieces of shit in general population or throw them on Alcatraz. Open that bitch back up and say,
Yeah.
Here you go.
Exactly. Do something. I mean, they won't all fit in Alcatraz because obviously there's just a shit ton in every state in America. So, but in general,
Well, then
it's
I
like
guess
one
we
strike.
better put them. Okay, then let's open up Epstein's Island and throw them all on there.
Epstein's Island. Wow.
Let's gut that bitch out and throw them all on that island and say, okay,
God.
here's your twigs, here's some fishing line, and I guess you're gonna fend for yourself.
She said, "Throw them all on Epstein Island." I'm done.
Throw them all on there. Gut it out, and throw them all on there.
Mm-hmm.
And tell them, okay, now you want water? You better figure out a way to filter that shit, bitch. You better figure out how to fish to eat. I'm sorry. I'm not going to apologize for it. They hurt our children, then they need to be thrown out on an island and make them fend for themselves. Put them in general population.
She's right. Auntie's right in chat. I'd really like, again, it takes more people to speak. And I seen somebody in chat brought up a great point. Rallies. Like that's another thing that I'm aiming to do in the future is set up.
Yes.
Go somewhere, do some rallies, especially towards predators. That's what I want to do. They need to change laws on predators, and I would go to a certain area. I don't know where, but we would be going to a certain area and protesting. They need to make these changes.
Something.
They got to. I mean, if you see all these failure stories again, like it's I mean, right now, I guarantee that one person could leave this live stream, turn on Google real quick, and pull up 200 cases within the last 30 days of predators just doing stuff. I mean, 200. I guarantee you within 30 minutes.
Right.
One strike, and then when you look at half of these stories and you start reading the details, there's a little connection here. They've been doing this for years. They've already been in trouble with it. They were already sex offenders. Now they're out here recommitting. Now they're out here.
You know what?
You know what I mean? So now you're ruining it too.
That's our government's fault for allowing them to re-offend, because you cannot rehabilitate a mind that wants a child. You cannot. There's no way, and I'm tired of hearing people say, "Oh, give them a chance." No, we cannot give them a chance, because once that mind is programmed where they want our children, our babies, you cannot expect them to want a grown-ass woman or a grown-ass man. It's not going to happen.
Yeah, stop voting, man.
It's time. You know what? I'm sorry. No, I'm not going to apologize for it. It's time we do public assassination or public hanging. You want to touch our innocent children? Then you know what? You need to make a stand and make an example. This is what's going to happen to you if you even think about crossing the line.
Yeah. They don't want to change. Nope.
Something has to change, T.
Something does have to change. I agree with you 100%, and I appreciate you calling in. I'm about to I want to play a preview for everybody before I get out of here. I want to show you guys something that I'll probably drop it tomorrow. I don't know, but I'm going to show you guys a sneak peek of something. I appreciate you calling in. Thank you so much for being a voice in the community.
Thank you so much, T-REV, and you are amazing, and you are truly God's angel to be speaking for the voiceless, and you're giving somebody a voice that cannot speak. So my hands go up to you, and thank you.
Amen. Thank you so much. I appreciate the compliments. Also, I appreciate you taking part in the show, calling in and using your voice to say what you feel. God bless you, ma'am. I hope you have a beautiful night.
God bless you.
Shout out to her. I appreciate it. God bless you. Stay vigilant. Now, before I end this off, I want to show you guys something real quick. We need to get to this. I want to show you. All right, so here's a sneak preview of what I'm dropping next. We'll be on tomorrow as usual. I'm going to show you guys something real quick that I just got. This is what I'm working on. All right, sneak preview of what I'm working on and what's to drop. I want you guys to see this. I'm proud of it. It's probably some of the best work up to date that I've got. So I'm going to give you guys a sneak peek of the actual docu-series I've been working on. When children are failed by the justice system, which I meant to put the T there, but it's not there. Not justice system.
Was open, but he's unable to open a door. Think someone came in and took him.
I looked for everywhere I could look, in the room, under the blankets, whatever, and she was gone.
Adam Montgomery did not beat Harmony in the head as he approached the Burger King drive-thru. Adam Montgomery did not cause Harmony's death. Kayla
again, this is a docu-series that is finished. I'm doing some final touches on something because there's something in here I want to fix on the edit. But again, this I will be dropping in the next couple of days. So be looking for this video that I put together. This is about 3 different cases.
Was the last person to see Harmony alive.
What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the channel. And
I got to turn my vocals up too.
Gone without a trace. The disappearance of innocent children. When children are failed by the justice system in the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, the disappearance of a child is an unspeakable nightmare that shatters families and leaves communities in perpetual anguish. Across the globe, countless young lives are lost to the darkness of abduction, trafficking, and inexplicable vanishes. The statistics are staggering. Every year, millions of children go missing. Some are found safe and sound, but far too many are never seen again. These innocent victims become invisible and their stories untold, their fates unknown. The impact of a missing child extends far beyond the immediate family. It ripples through society, creating a profound sense of insecurity and mistrust. The fear of losing a loved one becomes a constant companion, casting shadow over childhood innocence. Ladies and gentlemen, some of the tragic child disappearance cases that shook the entire world will be the center of today's content. These are the cases that you won't want to miss. Let's dive into the details of these tragic incidences. Case number 1, Quentin Simon's case. Our first case revolves around Quentin Simon, a 20-month-old toddler who went missing from his home in Savannah, Georgia on October 5th of 2022. His mother, Leilani Simon, and her boyfriend, Daniel Younger, were the last people to see him alive. Leilani Simon has a history of mental health issues and substance abuse, whereas Daniel Younger has a criminal record including a conviction for burglary. An extensive search and investigation ensued involving multiple law enforcement.
Again, this is something that I put my all into. Okay. So I hope like you guys are ready for me to drop this. This is the type of content that I'm working on right now. I'm in this type of bag when I'm working. So when you don't see me on live, just know that this is what I'm doing. I'm putting in my time to try to dig up research, put these facts together. But I told you guys on my community post, if you haven't been seeing lately, I've been saying I'm creating a series of about how the justice system or parents are failing their child and they're ending up dead. And here are some cases. These are 3 cases that I put together in this video. Hopefully you guys like it. I think this is my best work to date, and this series will be my best work. I personally think I'm going to be doing 3 stories in each one. So if you guys have recommendations on other stories you want me to cover in the docu-series, different from what we talk about on the lives. Obviously, when I do lives, we are talking about the live shit that's going on in an investigation at the current time. When I do this, obviously, a lot of these investigations are either A, not complete, B, done, or C, already, it's already over with, which is the same as done anyways. But in general, we want to keep shedding this type of light out there. I don't know. For me, Summer Wells, Quentin Simon, and Harmony Montgomery, that case is wild. Looking at it, it's crazy. But again, I'll let you watch a little bit more before I end it.
Agencies and the FBI. Quentin Simon's disappearance and death sparked a widespread outrage and sadness into the Savannah community and beyond. Surveillance footage showed Leilani Simon disposing of a bag containing what appeared to be Quentin Simon's remains in a dumpster.
On Thursday, we watched as the FBI searched dumpsters, drain pipes, ditches, and the woods.
The bag contained Quentin's blanket and a soiled diaper, whereas cell phone data indicated Daniel Younger was near the dumpster at the time of the disposal. Forensics examination confirmed that the remains as belonging to the child, but the cause of death could not be determined. Arrest and charges. Leilani Simon was charged with malice murder, concealing a death, and false reporting, whereas Daniel Younger was charged with concealing a death. Now, the status of the case. Leilani Simon was charged with murder of her 20-month-old son. Both Leilani Simon and Daniel Younger have pleaded not guilty. The case is currently in the pretrial phase, and a trial date has not yet been set. It was very disturbing how they found Quentin Simon. The search went on for weeks in a landfill where we sat back and waited for the discovery.
When the load arrives at the landfill, it's dumped on the ground and a bulldozer shoves the garbage 300 feet into different cells.
The next story that we're going to get into is the missing little girl by the name of Summer Wells.
To be continued. To be continued. Hopefully, I just wanted to show you guys that piece of work that I put my heart and soul into this damn project, man. I put my heart and soul into this project. So I can't wait to release this to you, but also I'm working on the same type of story, docu-series, also in this case right now, Madeline Soto. I am working on it currently right now. It's going to be just like this. So I just wanted to give you guys a preview of not only this series, but also Madeline Soto, the full, probably be a couple parts, to be honest with you, because there's enough information to put together a good 15 to 20 minute video, this style right here in this case, and talk about the several different discrepancies in this case. And obviously with Steven Stearns and all these different people that are coming out making statements. So I think that it's going to be interesting. I would say I'm about maybe a third way of a way through the script personally, but I still got a little more research to do. I want to make sure that everything is in there separated from facts and speculation. I don't want to put out misinformation in the video whatsoever. So personally, for me, details and facts are very important. So bringing a visualer like this, I think it could help a lot. And that's why I like doing it. But shout out to you guys. Yes, little Elijah's going to be in there. Email me if you need any stories that I don't know about personally that are children. It could be a child. I don't care what story it is, whether it's a child all the way up to us as adults. Send it in. If you think that I need to make a docu-series on it, or there's a story that needs to be covered, email it to me. I'm open for that. And also I will be throwing that into the perks with members, like memberships and stuff like that, where we do something. I don't know. I'm thinking of an idea right now where maybe we possibly sit down and create something together live. But again, that's something that I'm still thinking on. So when I actually have that full idea to fruition, I will bring it all the way through. And we could do that. Like, I would like to actually sit and create one of these live with you guys on a story as we're covering it. You know what I mean? Like, sit back and actually create it and fill it with facts and the actual details that need to be pointed out. So if you're interested in that, I got a lot in store for the future for this channel. Thank you guys. I appreciate tonight. Everybody who showed support, came by in the lives and showed love. Make sure you hit the like button on the way out. And you know how we end it every time, right? You know how we end it. I can't wait to drop that project. Like I said, but you know how we end it, right? Just like this. Love and light. Thank you guys. Remove any negativity in your life. Reach for every dream that you have in your life. Don't ever let nobody be in your ear and tell you you can't do something. Don't ever let nobody push you into the corner. Don't ever let nobody make you feel like a victim. Don't ever let nobody hold anything over your head. Always push forward. Keep reaching for the stars. Anything that you can do or anything that you want to do, anything that you want to be, you can absolutely be that. Remember, love and light. That's all it takes is for you to step out that darkness that may be surrounding you. You may be going through something at your household, or you may be arguing, or you may be in a relationship. I don't know what it is, but in general, the way to fix that is to remove the darkness from your life. That's what I did. I removed darkness. And even though darkness tries to come back in and it tries to dim my light, I dim that shit back down and turn the light back on bright. It may get in the circle every now and then. There may be some darkness that approaches in my life, but that's part of being a human, ladies and gentlemen. I know you know this. I'm not trying to preach gospel or preach anything. I'm just trying to tell you stuff that's worked for me, for people who are dealing with not only PTSD, but have anxiety, or maybe you have a severe panic disorder like me, or maybe you're bipolar, or maybe you're going, there's different things that you can do to step into the light. And you want me to tell you what that is? Doing what you love to do. Do what you love to do. That'll help everything. But again, in order to do what you love to do, you need to remove that darkness. And as soon as you remove the little bit of darkness that is the negativity that is around you, doors open, ladies and gentlemen, doors open. I love you guys again. I will be talking to you soon. I don't know. What time is 11:22? I don't know if we'll be on the second channel or not. Look for it. But you know how we ended. I love you all. Thank you for coming by and showing support to the channel. Everybody who called in, if I didn't answer your call and you couldn't get through, I want to say to myself, I apologize to you. I hope you get through next time I'm live. I hope to talk to every single one of you. Email me. Let me know that you're trying to get through. Send a number and I can call back. I can call back. I can make a list and call back and do a show where I start just doing callbacks to everybody who's been trying to get through but couldn't. So if you're one of those people, make sure you send me an email and I can, we can set that up. And maybe that's how we start off the next live when we do phone calls, is where I start calling some of you back that been trying to get through and, tell your story or give your opinion on this case. Cause like I said, everybody's voice matters. Everybody's voice matters to me. Love you guys. And again, you know how we end it. Make sure if you're here to the end, make sure you drop a comment on the video when it ends. Let me know your thoughts on this live, this case, everything.
Yeah, dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me. I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Look. Dear Jesus, I wanted to change. I'm over feeling all of this pain. I've been through the struggle, I've been through the rain. These haters are looking for something to blame. They always are coming all up on my page, filled with their hatred, they think that I'll rage when I am really laughing in the face. You either a rep gang or you are a snake. I don't give a shit about none of your drama. My faith is with God as I fix all my problems. You people be running and hugging the fence while I stay focused on myself and I'm evolving. I use my platform every day for love and light to make a better place. Watching these kids lose their lives just makes me turn and say,
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me. I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
look. It's nothing but pain. All of these families are feeling the same. Losing their loved ones to all of this violence. Our government doesn't want to make a change. It feels like a game, this shit ain't the same. All of y'all do is just pick at our brains. Give up a little info, they conceal the rest and expect us to believe what you say. How is change gonna happen? You let these pedophiles run around and trash it. They touch kids but the judge gets an ass kiss. And you expect us to wanna roll with that shit? He touched a kid and gets 2 years maximum, but gets back out on the streets looking for a scheme, sneaking in a family, then killing a teen. And now we stand together as human beings. Jesus, I'm asking for help. These bastards should really be burning in hell. At least the rest of the life in the jail. We really don't understand all of the failed. Audrey Cunningham, Quentin Simon, Kylie Rodney to Summer Wells. All my life I've been waiting for purpose, and now I have it. I will prevail.
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me. I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Damn, people in the back gotta hear that one, huh? You know, I tell myself I'll never stop till I rock a stadium. We will rock out a stadium. Maybe Voice of the Voiceless will do it. It is what it is. If I got to do it that way, that's the way we'll do it. Voice for the Voiceless, the album dropping this summer. All songs like this. This song right here is fire. And I own it.
Yeah, dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me. I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
Look. Dear Jesus, I wanted to change. I'm over feeling all of this pain. I've been through the struggle, I've been through the rain. These haters are looking for something to blame. They always are coming all up on my page, filled with their hatred, they think that I'll rage when I am really laughing in the face. You either a rep gang or you are a snake. I don't give a shit about none of your drama. My faith is with God as I fix all my problems. You people be running and hugging the fence while I stay focused on myself and I'm evolving. I use my platform every day for love and light to make a better place. Watching these kids lose their lives just makes me turn and say,
Dear Jesus, how should I move? I got these demons all on me, they tryna take over again. All of this money, I know it can't pay for this life of sin. All that I ever wanted was to win, but I'm not tryna be gone in the wind. Dear Jesus, I need you to walk for me. I need you to talk for me, cause I don't seem to do it properly. Dear Jesus, yeah, dear Jesus.
look. It's nothing but pain. All of these families are feeling the same. Losing their loved ones to all of this violence. Our government doesn't want to make a change. It feels like a game, this shit ain't the same. All of y'all do is just pick at our brains. Give up a little info, they conceal the rest and expect us to believe what you say. How is change gonna happen? You let these pedophiles run around and trash it. They touch kids, but the judge gets an ass kiss. And you expect us to wanna roll with that shit? He touched a kid and gets 2 years maximum, but gets back out on the streets looking for a scheme, sneaking in a family, then killing a team, and now we stand together as human beings. Jesus, I'm asking for help. These bastards should really be burning in hell. At least the rest of the life in the jail. We really don't understand all of the failed. Audrey Cunningham, Quentin Simon, Kylie Rodney to Summer Wells. All my life I've been waiting for purpose, and now I have it. I will prevail.
I count my blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
It wouldn't be the same with none of y'all by my side. You hold me down every day and it makes me strive. I wake up and look forward to doing these lives. A lot of y'all really came and opened up my eyes, and I hope I gave it back because it comes with yours. No matter what they say, I know I opened up them doors. I brought a family together even though shit was rough. They tried to shut us down, but we really shut them up. No matter what, we stand together when shit gets tough. I wanna thank everyone for showing me love. The Rev Gang family is something I cherish and love, and I'll smack anyone for fucking with us.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you.
No one the voice to the voiceless. People get killed for other stupid choices. Standing up for the families that took a loss is something that we find important. Rap gang strong, chest up. Little homie, keep your head up. You can be whatever you want. Get rid of the fake and it will add up. All my life I strive for greatness. I manifested my time with patience. People try to copy us, but respect is earned. It's not an obligation. I love the fam and they love me back, and that's why I always have the backs. I give a voice to those people who were never given a chance for them slimy cats. When you come here, you ain't a number to me. I really take time to read what I see. Don't forget to lock your doors, cause there's danger all up in these streets. Y'all really put life into the air that I breathe. I really am thankful for all of my peeps. Your loyalty means a lot to me, so this is a special thank you from me.
Blessings for the days when I was down and losing faith. They made me patient. All I can say is thank you. I really wouldn't be the same if I ain't gone through all the pain. Look what it made me. All I can say is thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
That's like one of my favorites right there, y'all. It is. And if you made it to this point, then damn, you're a real one. This one too. Like I swear, almost every single one on the, or not every single song on Voice for the Voiceless that will drop this summer will have purpose like Jesus, like Dear Jesus. It'll have purpose like Rev Gang Strong. It'll have purpose like The Truckee Way. And maybe you catch me making some of those songs on my other channel. Maybe I record them live. Maybe we do it live in there. I plan on doing that, so you'll catch me over there. Again, this song right here is called The Truckee Way. I will tell you my mind state when I wrote this song. I was covering the Kylie Rodney case. And during that time when I was covering the Kylie Rodney case, just to give you guys a little bit of backstory on why I made this song and what made me make it, Because some people may be like, "What? Damn, why did T-REV make this song? What was the point of making this song?" Oh, well, the Truckee Way. I made that song for the simple fact that there was so many different things that unaligned in that case, and it bothered me to the point where I was seeing a young kid and their a teen, still a teen, right? She was like this lead investigator, she claimed, or not claimed, but she was saying, if you see this, call me first before you call the police. And it was just super weird. There's a lot of different things that I can get into super detail, but there was so many different things happening on YouTube, and not just YouTube, just the information that was coming out piece by piece. And then I remember when they finally released the autopsy and all that different and the different things that I looked at, and it made zero sense that Kylie Rodney drove into that water on accident. I just didn't see anything in there. It just didn't make no sense. And I'm one of those people that are on the fence with that. And I'm not, there's got to be evidence to something, right? I can't point fingers at anybody, but again, I speak my feelings in this song, and that's why I sat down and wrote it, because I was frustrated that there was no answers for her whatsoever besides, well, she maybe fell asleep and drove into the river. Again, that is the reasoning why I made this song, The Truckee Way.
You gotta stop doing this.
Look, all my life has been neglection, so now I pick up the pen and use it as a weapon. Yeah, you can see that I'm affected. People getting killed for nothing but obsession. You need to look at your reflection and decide who you are. Stop acting disconnected. Got mothers killing kids. People kill to live. Well, I be on the mic, speaking how I live. Every day I wake up, it's another person that's dead, and YouTube has to solve it because the law is failing kids. I'm disgusted at the evil in the end, and if you connect the dots, you'll see the vision in your head. Why do people die as victim to the streets? They wonder why I'm up all night and can't sleep. I'll be the voice for everyone who can't speak. L.E. failed Kylie, and now Sammy is free. AWP did a good deed, and y'all be talking all that shit while they just do it for free. 16 days for 35 minutes. Y'all tried to throw them off and just want to play the victim. Reaching out to YouTube channels for clout. I wouldn't check it. TV if I went in your house. And SF investigate, stay sending out the hate. Why you mad at Doug and Nick for finding Kylie in a lake? Make it make sense. You're a fake bitch. You were there for money and now you're mad over fake shit. And that's something I can't relate with. Zero emotion from the mom on the statements. All I seen was the devil in her eyes. Tony died, you're a fake. I can see it through your lies. Got Sammy on your stream like the FBI. You've been grooming little kids. I can see your whole disguise. It get mail calling Ronnie up on the line. Why you lie to the people and say you gon' do it live? Santa May out here looking extra sus. Got an arrow on the ground pointing towards Kylie's truck. Then you wanna come and up church. I think your butt hurt. You tried to blame the man for your dog but couldn't find the dirt. I guess that's what they mean by the Truckee Way. If you step foot in the town, you might die from foul play. And I don't know what to say, but I can feel it through my soul. She didn't drive in LA. So y'all can try to go convince somebody else, cause I'm not falling for that shit. The autopsy really smells.
See, let me explain what I'm talking about, man. And you know what I'm talking about. No water in the lungs. Y'all test for the weirdest shit. I guess it is the Truckee Way.
You gotta stop doing this.
I mean, I really guess it's the Truckee Way, man. Kylie Rodney needs justice. Shout out to AWP for being the only real ones in this situation. And that's sad. There's so many people that care. Rev Gang family, I'm out.
Yeah, that song right there, that, again, another one with a lot of meaning to it. A lot of meaning to it. Again, hit the like button. Drop a comment. I'm about to end this. Hold up. Should I play one more? Let's see. I said, okay, maybe I do. I'll play My Struggle. How about that? Here's probably...
I watched my mom do the dope and my uncle smoke the crack. I just had to leave home and I never went back. It really hurt my soul and tore me down like a branch. Now I'm out here trying to make a difference with my plans. Every night I be praying to God, hoping I make it, pounding the pavement, but Satan always has to say shit. He always tries to stop me, he just don't want me to make it. I be battling with demons and I'm looking at their faces. I can overcome anything, I've been through a lot. I seen people get shot at and stabbed on the block, but that will never end my hustle, cause the struggle will stop. As long as I keep pushing, I will rise to the top. We gotta make a change in these streets, cause people die over beef. I wanna help these little kids to follow and live their dreams. I used to be out here slinging these packs to make a G. Now it's time to reach up and conquer all my dreams. I've been all up in these streets and I'm going through the struggle. I was living out here, trying to make a hustle. Watch my mom do dough, my uncle smoke crack. I just had to leave home and I never looked back. I've been all up in these streets and I'm going through the struggle. I was living out here, trying to make a hustle. Watch my mom do dough, my uncle smoke crack. I just had to leave home and I never looked back. See, I grew up as a kid watching mom doing drugs. She was with a different dude all the time making love. See, it messed with my mind, so I started doing drugs so I can patch up the hurt. That's why I started getting buzzed. Then I started selling bud, 10 pounds out the trunk, getting shipments in the mail so I can make a couple bucks. I was hustling, putting packs together for the customers. I did some time in jail and realized I was fucking up. Sometimes we need to learn a couple lessons to change. I count my blessings, talk to God, and I continue to pray. I practice my craft and strive to be something that's great. I miss my kids so much, I start to cry when I think. Tears rolling down my face, eyes watered looking dazed, but I keep my chin up no matter what I think. I can't wait for the day I get to hug them every day. Daddy misses you so much, now I don't know what to say. I've been all up in these streets and I'm going through the struggle. I was living out here, trying to make a hustle. Watch my mom do dough, my uncle smoke crack. I just had to leave home and I never looked back. I've been all up in these streets and I'm going through the struggle. I was living out here, trying to make a hustle. Watch my mom do dough, my uncle smoke crack. I just had to leave home and I never looked back.
Next, all right, last one. I'll leave it at that. But that, I mean, that's all of those again. Hold up. All of those again. I know I see people asking streaming platforms. All of those are on Spotify, and there's a lot of older music that I have. It's music that I'm not too proud of because I was in a whole different state of mind, and obviously, you know, that is a big difference. So, again, great. There's 3 albums out. You can check those out. Those are on all platforms. You can check them out on YouTube for free. You don't have to go buy them. I'm not asking nobody to go buy them. I'd rather you go stream it straight from YouTube for free. Again, it's on my topic page. If you look up T-REV, the Truckee Way, it may take you to the music video on my page, but you actually want to go to the topic page, T-REV 757 topic page, or it'll be, actually, I think it just says T-REV. But when you find it, you'll know it's me. Go there. You can stream all of it for free. You don't have to buy no albums. I don't want nobody to buy no albums. I want you to just listen. That's it. That is it for the people who are asking where it was at and if it was on platforms. All right. Again, actually, this is the last one, and I'll leave it at that.
It gets crazy in the streets, that's why I'm packing my heat. I got my pistol right here, sitting under my seat, cause people try to take your life. As soon as you get the blank, removing your existence quicker than you can think. It gets crazy in the streets, that's why I'm packing my heat. I got my pistol right here, sitting under my seat, cause people try to take your life. As soon as you get the blank, removing your existence quicker than you can think. No, we towing the heat, I keep mine under the seat, just in case I have to pull it out and let a bullet speak. Cause they really have no feelings, they will run up in a church and kill you for your color. There is evil on the earth. In the streets, they just murk anybody like a curse. Cause they fantasize about putting bodies in a hearse. They just wanna see you hurt, watch your soul leave the earth, and your family all cry by your grave in the dirt. But that's why I stay with my pistol on my hip, cause if I see you pull it out, then I'ma pop you in your shit. I will drop you with a clip if I see you harming kids. I will shut that shit down like a tackle from a blitz. It
gets crazy in the streets, that's why I'm packing my heat. I got my pistol right here, sitting under my seat, cause people try to take your life. As soon as you get the blank, removing your existence quicker than you can think. It gets crazy in the streets, that's why I'm packing my heat. I got my pistol right here, sitting under my seat, cause people try to take your life. As soon as you get the blank, removing your existence quicker than you can think. No, the government is crazy, they just wanna take our guns, while there's people out here killing any human like it's fun. But I refuse to give it up, cause I ain't about to catch a buck. You ain't about to take my life, I will shoot until you're done. Leave your body fully numb if you're shooting out your gun. I will empty out the clip if you're harming anyone. Where I'm from, we got a heart, and we stand up to a bitch. I ain't scared of no coward, killing people cause they're sick. I'm that dude that has your back, if I catch them then that's it. Cause I care about a life, if you don't then need a dick. I seen a lot of families suffer cause somebody took the kid. You can try to take my gun, but I ain't coming off my shit. It gets crazy in the streets, that's why I'm packing my heat. I got my pistol right here, sitting under my seat, cause people try to take your life. As soon as you get the blank, removing your existence quicker than you can think. It gets crazy in the streets, that's why I'm packing my heat. I got my pistol right here, sitting under my seat, cause people try to take your life. As soon as you get the blank, removing your existence quicker than you can think. No, no.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen. Nah, that was a shit. That was an old one. Wow, I appreciate it. Shall I run one more? I guess you want one more then. I got you.
Maybe not. Maybe fuck yourself.
Yeah, I got goals. And you know what? I was trying to help a lot of people and not worried about myself, not pushing forward, not worried about my grind. I put everyone before me. And I promised myself when I woke up on my 32nd birthday that I would make a change. And I'm gonna stick to that. People need to understand that I put my energy and everything that I have in my soul into this music shit. I live, I breathe it.
I got this music running through my soul. You may never know. Step away, cause I see the fake. Foot up to his throat. Anybody stepping in my lane, they gon' catch the smoke. Got my goals and I'ma stick to it. I ain't playing hoes. Listen, homie, I ain't playing around and run circles around these fucking clowns. Anytime that they talk shit, they know I'm ready to go walk them down. I do with the best style. Say this shit with my chest style. Fuck with mine, you get stepped on. I run the track with no legs on. Pump the gas up like an Exxon. Pump the brakes before your ass gets flexed on. The mic is my weapon, these words are my bullets. And you be foolish to try to test me, I cock it and pull it. They be hating, let's face it, they try to turn me to Satan. I got a cross on my chest, God's got my back with the fakeness. I spit my shit with conviction, you rap that shit you ain't living. You signed a deal with the devil, I'd rather go to a prison. I'll break them down in a sentence, with this pen I was given. Have it quick in the mission, my hands are certified like physicians. I'm not pausing for the wicked, I'm above and I'm winning. They just wanna see me fall, but I stay breaking down the fence. Over the years, people always wanna get at me. No matter what, they try to turn me to an enemy. I had a lot of folks become a fucking friend of me. They stab me in the back once they get every bit of me. Get rid of it, I'm done, dog. Back away, cause I'm pissed off. You better stay your way. If you know what's up, you better get lost. I'm the big boss, call me Jigsaw. When they get a taste, it's like withdrawals. Like a chop through any beat, like a swing around blade from a fucking chainsaw. Back up, act up, run them over like a Mack truck. The only time you seen a G is from that keyboard that you whack from. Homie, I've been through the struggle, overcame all of the stumbles. If you ain't made a mistake, then you ain't never see trouble.
Oh, maybe one more. All right, give it the backstory on this one. I talk about a lot in this track. This one's off my last album. And I remember writing the verse to this. And my thought process when writing this verse was, because this song's called Being Overlooked, all right? If you're somebody out there and you're being overlooked and somebody's just overlooking you constantly and you know you got a message, but your message isn't being heard. You're being overlooked. And your message is so valuable. So when I wrote this verse, it was a message that I was putting out, but it was a message that, and the whole underlining to it is that no matter what, it's going to be overlooked. Nobody's going to find it until it's important. The first verse is my boy. His name's Grizzy Hendrix, and I am the hook in the second verse.
Yeah, I heard when sheep get to hearing the truth, you're retarded, especially when it's calling out labels and bigger artists. I wrote a song and got a verse from John Connor. Got a text the next day to please take him off it. Damn, why you had to go and make shit so awkward? Should have been my response, but instead my dumb conscience is barking and yelling like, nigga, you better call him out. All that money you spent to go and record it. And I ain't saying that I'm broke or can't afford it. Wasn't trying to force shit, but now I'm just exhausted. Feeling like Cardi B, I hope I don't offset. It's the same shit, only difference is the toilet. Plus these niggas out still beefing when I know all this. Knowing that the risk ain't worth being rewarded. The war with frauds like Royce, and if the role switching them got tight with your enemies and made friends, I wonder what these fickle fans will be saying then.
Tired of being overlooked, getting shot off in a corner. We don't need a little puss, man. I had to break your heart like a fish on the hook. Steady working on our craft and no one wants to look. We've been pushing so heavy, it's time to make a change. Like a wheel on a Chevy, we know that we are ready. Gotta keep the grind steady. Every day we wake up and loading pants like a dead sea.
Boy, I'm back and I'm keeping the grind heavy. Look at my reflection, I pray to God and I'm ready. Got the pen in my hand like a Glock, I hold it steady. Painting up these pictures with rhymes, my palms sweaty. First impression, I'm here to teach you a lesson. You gotta lead by example, if not, it's an exception. I can look you in your eyes and tell you you're not progressing. Cause you're looking for acceptance, fuck a person's direction. Fuck them, huh? I'm on tracks like a train station. I used to be lazy, but now I just stay patient. Building up my catalog, aiming for domination. All it takes is some practice, a craft, you gotta embrace it. In these streets, there's really a lot of hatred. People dying over race in our country, I really hate it. There's no debating, our nations divided like combinations. We should all come together and hustle with hopes to break it. Let's go.
Tired of being overlooked, getting shot off in a corner. We don't need a little push, man. I had to break your heart like a fish on the hook. Steady working on our craft and no one wants to look. We've been pushing so heavy, it's time to make a change. Like a wheel on a Chevy, we know that we are ready. Gotta keep the grind steady. Every day we wake up and loading pants like a